Africa. Cutter Grogan Thrillers, Book 8, by Patterson, 1. South Africa. Thabo Nkosi was tired but content. The 8-year-old trotted by the side of the N1, the freeway that began in Cape Town and ended at the border of Zimbabwe. It was the first section in the famed Cape to Cairo road. Thabo was on the outskirts of Kraaifontein, a small town to the northeast of the larger city. He had been wandering up and down in Brackenfell, a Cape Town suburb, selling his wares to cars that stopped at traffic lights. Carved wooden eagles and lions, beads, plastic jewelry. He carried them in his backpack and hung them off a metal rack that he carried in his hand. He had on a faded, grimy tee that had once been white, khaki shorts that came to his knees and worn sandals on his feet. His head was bare. He had a water bottle in his backpack and some food. It had been a good day. He had sold 2 lions to an American family and 3 eagles to other tourists. He patted his pocket where he had the Rand's notes rolled up and glanced at the sky. The sun had set, and darkness was rolling in fast. His father sold his wares in the same neighborhood but on the other side of the highway. It was another kilometer to join his papa in the public clearing that was hired out for sports events. The vendors had rented it for a few nights. It was where they all had a braai, spent some time together before each family went to their own homes. These get-togethers happened in the summer, organized by the vendors to give the children a break from their routines. It was the only life Thabo knew. Go to school in the morning, sell wares in the evening, and then join his father later. His papa was a man of few words, and he spoke even less after his mother had been killed. Those had been difficult days, but he and his father had pulled through and had gotten closer to each other. Thabo skipped, humming as he ran. Bandeel, his close friend, had promised to show him how to carve an eagle, and he was eager to meet his friend before they had dinner. It was dark by the time he reached the field where the street vendors set up camp. Thabo frowned when he saw it was dark and silent. He should have been able to hear the sounds of cooking and people and smelled the food. He got off the freeway's shoulder and climbed the earthen bank to the field. The vendors' backies, vans were there. Vans and cars as well, parked deep in the field. They were dark and seemed to be empty. There were 2 vehicles where the cookout should have been. They looked black, but it was hard to make their colors out in the night. Both were pointing to the north and had their headlights turned on. Thabo was about 400 meters from them. He could see 3 men in the light, their backs to him. He crouched low instinctively when he got on the field and looked around. Now he saw the tents, the temporary shelters the vendors had put up for the evening, their lighter colors contrasting against the earth, but they were destroyed and lay on the ground. He couldn't see anyone else, and it was too dark to make anything out. He heard one of the men raise his voice. Thabo fell to his belly and wondered what he should do. He decided to crawl closer. Maybe his papa was with the men. He heard another voice. It seemed to plead. He cocked his head. That sounded like... He listened hard. Yes, it was his father. Fear gripped Thabo. He shrugged out of his backpack, placed it on the ground and crawled faster to the men. Got close enough to see between them. He gasped. His father was on his knees. The 3 men had guns. One of them rumbled softly. Thabo couldn't hear what he said. His father shook his head. The man raised his voice. Still, Thabo couldn't make his words out. His father tried to stand up. The man shot him in the head. Thabo blinked. He looked away and back again. His father was on the ground. "Papa!" he screamed and shot towards the men. He ran, his small legs pumping, lungs bursting, ignoring the men who spun around at him and weaving between their legs, then felt something smash into his head. He fell on his father, who lay unmoving. His vision started darkening. "He's just a kid," he heard a voice say. "He saw us," another man replied. "We can't take any chances." Thabo tried to rise, and then he heard a sound, and he heard nothing else. 2. New York. Cutter Grogan was in his loft office on Lafayette Street, sprawled in his chair, feet propped on his desk, a paper bag within reach. It held his lunch sandwich and a couple of pastries. Not anymore, he growled inwardly. In front of him were his visitors, FBI Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica and her partner, New York Police Department First Detective Gina DiFiore. Quindica led a high-profile joint FBI-NYPD task force and reported only to the federal agency's director. The unit went after terrorists, organized crime, international gangs, high-visibility cases. DiFiore, on long-term secondment from the NYPD, was her deputy. Both women were rock stars in the agency, rising fast and destined to reach places in the FBI. The two of them were a formidable team with the highest case closure rate in the organization, and often worked with allied countries' law enforcement agencies. They were among his closest friends. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. His lips thinned. Quindica was in a chair opposite him, finishing off half of his sandwich. The rest of it was in DiFiore's hands, and even as he watched, she ate the last of it. The detective's butt was on his desk, sideways to him. Her normal expression was one of distaste when she regarded him. It was replaced with one of bliss when she held up the pastries. They were from Lin Shun's bakery. New Yorkers fought among themselves to get her delicacies fresh out of the oven. Such was her repute. Cutter stood in line patiently, gave his order, paid for it, brought it back to his office, locked it, turned off his phone, only for DiFiore and Quindica to barge in, using their keys, and for the detective to grab the food from his hands. It happened so frequently that he suspected the detective had ordered Lin Shun to tell her when he visited the bakery. Boundaries, he thought bitterly when DiFiore and Quindica ate the pastries. DiFiore didn't have any when it came to Lin Shun's offerings, especially when Cutter had them in his possession. His ownership of them was a minor, irrelevant detail to her. "That was mine," he snarled. "Was." She dusted her fingers, reached across his desk, uncapped a new bottle of water, which was also his, swigged from it, wiped her lips, and handed the bottle to her partner. "Now where were we?" He made to answer, but his phone rang. He took the call while glowering at her. "Yeah," he rasped. He stood up when the voice spoke. He felt as if he had been punched in the gut. "I'll fly out today," he said hollowly and hung up. He stood for a long time staring sightlessly until DiFiore's and Quindica's voices registered. "Grogan!" The detective tugged his sleeve. "What happened? Who was that?" "I have to go." He bent to his desk and brought out his passport. "Go where?" "Cape Town." "What?" She shot to her feet. "Why?" "My friend Sizwe Nkosi has been killed. His 8-year-old son, too. Thabo was my godson." 3. He carded his fingers through his hair as his visitors looked on with shocked expressions. "This goes back several years," he said absently, "when I was still in the military." They were aware he had been in 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, 1st SFODD, often referred to as Delta Forces. Special Forces then. He didn't have to elaborate. "We were in Mozambique." His eyes took on a faraway look. "In the Cabo Delgado province. Our Green Berets had been stationed there to train that country's army. My team was deployed in a covert operation. 5 of us, no more. We were hunting Jorge Alawa, an Ansar al-Sunna member. That's a militant outfit active in that region. Alawa was suspected of carrying out the bombing against the American embassy in Paris, the one where 5 of our citizens and 3 French women were killed." DiFiore nodded. "I remember." Her forehead creased. "Why were you deployed there?" Cutter smiled grimly. "My unit was the closest. We were carrying out joint training exercises with Reka, the South African Special Forces Brigade. We cut short our training. He went to the kitchen counter at the back of his office and filled 3 cups with Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee from a hot jug, served his visitors and rested his butt against his desk, still the faraway look in his eyes. Palma, a small city on the Indian Ocean coast, not far from the Tanzania border. About 70,000 people. A Western oil company had an LNG base there. A lot of the city's and the region's economy was dependent on it. It was high profile, controversial as well. He sipped. Utter silence from Di Fiore and Quindica, who watched him. The militant group had taken over the city. It had killed several civilians. FADM, Mozambique Defense Armed Forces, was battling the insurgents. Our interest was in Alawa. He was suspected to be in a fancy hotel, the African Queen near the docks. We were helo-ed to the edge of the city and drove in the night, wore FADM uniforms. The military was fighting in the hotel too, where several civilians were sheltering. He straightened. We were ambushed on the 4th floor. Bad intel. We believed Alawa to be on the 5th, but he was on the lower one and came from behind us. About 20 men with him and 5 of us. We ran out of ammo. FADM couldn't come up either. They were pinned down by the terrorists. Alawa and I were fighting bare-handed. He had a knife to my throat, and then Sizwe and his team entered through a room. They had fast-roped from a heli, blew out the hotel's windows and counterattacked. Sizwe? Your friend? Quindica frowned. Yeah, he was with South Africa's Recce 5th Regiment, one of their special forces units. He saved my life that day. I saved his later that day when an insurgent attacked him. We became close friends. I visited his home several times in Cape Town and was there for Thabo's first birthday. Zandile, his wife, was an army nurse. That's how they met. And now, he and his son are dead. I must go. Wait! Di Fiore stopped him when he straightened. What happened? How was your friend there? You haven't told us everything. Mozambique had requested South Africa's assistance. That's how he was there. Sizwe left the army a few years after the Palma operation. He and Zandile started a restaurant in Cape Town. She was killed in a home invasion. He broke down from that and never recovered. He cut off contact with me. He stuffed his passport in his jacket pocket, went to the wall safe behind a framed photograph, removed several wads of dollars and stowed them in his backpack. Cutter. Quindica caught his sleeve and stopped at his cold, hard expression. Sizwe became a street vendor. He got his son to work with him, selling curios to tourists. I should have done more to help him. I didn't. I should have gone to Cape Town and spent time with him. I didn't. I was here. He waved at his office. Making money. Thinking I was doing something valuable, while one of the best men I knew had broken down and was taking his son down the black hole he was in. And now they are dead. I need to be there. What are you going to do there? Di Fiore asked, shocked. They're dead. It's a police matter. I'm going to start a war. 4. Cutter got to the street, not really taking it in, though he was dimly aware of the traffic and the usual hustle of the city. He realized he had left the office without leading his guests out. He knew they would understand. Gina and Peyton will shut the door. It locks automatically. Sizwe's booming laugh and wide grin filled his mind as he went to the subway and got onto the train. Zandile's gentle smile and the numerous dinners he'd had at their home. I saw Thabo just that once, at his first birthday. Why didn't I visit more often? Why wasn't I there when Sizwe broke down? He took the D train at Broadway and got off at Columbus Circle, walked a few blocks to Columbus Avenue and entered the mirrored building. The lobby was empty other than an armed security guard at his desk, a familiar man. Cutter nodded at him, went to the elevator car and swiped it open with his card. He knew various security systems had kicked in the moment he had neared the building's entrance and had walked in. Discrete cameras had captured his image, and AI software had run facial recognition as well as gait analysis on him and had identified him. Further, the software had analyzed his clothing and had guessed the bulge on his jacket was his Glock in its shoulder holster. The software could make such predictions based on the ginormous databases it had access to of clothing, of shapes, of weapons, of holsters, the way outerwear wrapped around bodies. The AI had also analyzed his facial expressions as he had approached the elevator and relayed its findings to the users. If he had been a stranger carrying a weapon, the security system would have alerted the guard, who would have stopped him. It would have brought down a bulletproof glass to protect the guard at the first sign of hostility and would have sealed the elevators and entrance, leaving the lobby locked down. Cutter got out on his floor. Plush carpet beneath his sneakers muffled his approach. The AI-controlled opaque glass door unlocked automatically and welcomed him inside the office. It was large, half the size of a tennis court. Warm colors on the walls and on the rugs, numerous couches with throws on them. A few desks on which were computer screens, but no one was at them. A large world map on a wall. A bank of rooms along another wall for private conversations. A kitchen counter at the far end and floor-to-ceiling windows at the front of the office that looked down upon Columbus Avenue. 8 occupants in the office. A black man, lounging on a couch that looked like it would collapse any moment from his size. He was 6'4", heavily muscled and rested like a panther. Another couch held a couple. Another tall, muscled man and a petite woman snuggling up to him. Near the glass front was a miniature golf strip where 2 handsome men were conversing softly, one of them older than the other. A pair of good-looking women playing chess, blonde, green eyes, identical features, only their tees, jeans, and hair styling differentiating them. They turned heads wherever they went, in whichever outfit they wore. The last occupant had propped himself up on an elbow on the couch he was on, magazine in his lap, and was regarding the visitor's entrance expressionlessly. Dark-haired, gray-eyed, clean-shaven, well-proportioned face, lean-bodied, with the kind of grace that reminded Cutter of Bruce Lee. Zeb Carter. He's the most lethal man I know. He fist-bumped him and went around greeting the other occupants. Bwana, the African-American, Bear and Chloe, the couple, Broker and Roger, the handsome men, and Beth and Megan Patterson, the twins. All of them could pass for being from many parts of the world, Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, South Asian, African, just like me. They were his friends. They worked in the agency, a covert outfit that went around the world, often working alongside allied countries' outfits. He knew they had recently returned from India. An embroidered wall art seemed to be the new addition to their office from their visit. "You look like you're carrying the world on your shoulders," Beth quipped. She was the younger twin by a mere few seconds. Snarky, funny, impulsive, smart, very smart. "Yeah," Megan smiled. "Settle down. What's up?" Equally smart, if not more than her sister. Thoughtful. "My friend was killed in South Africa." Broker and Roger joined him at Zeb's couch. Bwana sat up, as did Bear and Chloe. Megan moved the chess table to one side and gestured at him. They listened silently when he broke it down for them. "What do you need?" Beth asked when he had finished. Cutter bobbed his head in thanks and took the coffee mug from Zeb, who had brewed the beverage as he was speaking. Jamaican Blue Mountain. He got his supply from the twins, who bulk ordered it for their office. "Can you teach me whatever I need to know about Werner?" Werner, the agency's AI system that ran their security, their analytics, intelligence gathering, predictive messaging, threat vectoring, situational assessment. It was the backbone of their operations. It was installed in a supercomputer which could also grid compute with other supercomputers around the world, giving it enormous processing power. Cutter had scaled down access to its capabilities on account of being their friend, which had come about because Zeb, Bear, Roger, and Bwana were former Delta too. He had served with them, and once he had been introduced to the rest of the operatives, had gotten close to all of them. "I don't need to know everything," he added, "just enough to not make help calls to you. We've installed it on your phone. You've only to ask it." "Or type commands," Megan said dryly. "You're old school, like Zeb." "You're going to Cape Town?" Zeb asked. "Yeah, late-night flight," Cutter replied. "What do you hope to achieve? Sizwe and Thabo are dead. The police will be investigating." "He feels guilty," Chloe mused. "He's going to investigate," Bwana rumbled. Cutter didn't deny their guesses. Beth looked at Zeb. "That dinner reservation we had, I'll cancel it." "No," Cutter protested. He cursed himself inwardly. "I should have called before arriving. You folks go ahead." He looked at the twins. "If you can send me a few pointers." "We'll show you," Beth interrupted him and gestured towards a screen. "I'm interrupting." "Stop talking," Megan ordered and occupied a chair next to him. "Memorize this," the younger twin told him after he had surfaced from their training a couple of hours later. He looked at the name, phone number, and address she had scrawled on her notepad. "What's that?" "Who? Not what? Jabalo Zuma. He's former military. He runs an auto shop in Cape Town. He maintains our Range Rovers and gear." Cutter nodded. "They have such arrangements in many countries. Weapons in the rear beneath the floorboard. The compartment will require palm prints to open it. We'll give you access. There are a couple of drones, too. You haven't forgotten how to launch them?" "No." "You remember the briefing we just gave you?" He tapped his temple. "Still in here. Thanks. Come back in one piece." Megan punched him lightly on the shoulder and hugged him. "And," Bwana popped a knuckle loudly, "if you're starting a war, invite us. 5. Cutter made a mental list as he took the subway back. It wasn't extensive. Change of clothing. That's all I need. Their Range Rover will have all the gear I need for my investigation. And there was a line at the elevators when he reached his building. He decided to take the stairs. Went up to the first floor and then the second. His phone buzzed. He brought it out of his jacket and frowned at the message. "Intruder!" The twins had set up the security system at his office too, cameras hidden in the ceiling lights, whose feed plugged into Werner, which did its facial and gait recognition in real time and sent alerts to his phone. He expanded the message to see a dark-haired man in casual clothing enter his office and exit half an hour later. The man had a light beard, was dark-eyed, light-skinned, and had no visible ink on his neck or face. "I don't know him. Looks like he isn't in the system, or Werner would have identified him." Cutter picked up his pace as he climbed. He looked at the timestamp. He left a few minutes ago. Why didn't I get the alert when he broke into my office? "I was in the subway," he answered himself. "Signal can be choppy down there." He made a face. If I had joined the elevator line, I could have stopped him. He heard footsteps clattering down and edged towards the wall as he climbed. Breathing easily. The climb was part of his workout routine. A man raced down, head bent, dark-haired, jacket and jeans and white sneakers. Their eyes met. A flicker of recognition on the stranger's face. His hand darted towards his jacket. 6. All the pent-up bitterness and self-recrimination in Cutter exploded into rage. He hurled himself sideways, ramming his shoulder into the stranger's chest brutally. His left hand caught the man's wrist and yanked it away from the jacket. The intruder's gun slipped from his waist and clattered on the concrete steps. The man punched back, a savage blow to Cutter's ribs. It made him shudder. He lost his grip on the man and slipped. He sensed the incoming kick and ducked, the man's boot sliding past his face in the air. The maneuver cost him his balance. Cutter fell awkwardly, legs splayed wide in the air, grunting in pain as the edges of the steps bit into his ribs. He started sliding downwards, reached desperately for his Glock but had to jam a hand against the wall to stop his descent. The stranger seized the opening and leaned down to snatch his fallen weapon. "Can't let him get that," Cutter cursed. He let go of the wall, allowed himself to slide farther and powered up with his abdominal muscles to lunge and catch the man's jacket, yanking him down. The intruder fell heavily on him. Cutter's breath wheezed out at the vicious punch in the neck. His eyes teared up, black spots at the edges of his vision. He caught the man's collar and headbutted him, but he had no purchase and the blow landed weakly, until they slid onto the landing. He roared as he braced a leg against the wall, freed his hands, soaked up the incoming blows and knuckle-punched the man in the throat. The stranger groaned. He shuddered and fell back, twisted sinuously and with a hand to the wall for support, got to his feet. He lashed out with a leg that caught Cutter in the face and raced down the stairs. Cutter groaned and got to his feet as well. His head swam, his chest heaved. He stumbled down the stairs, nearly losing his balance again, drew his Glock from his shoulder holster and slammed through the swinging doors to the lobby. "It's all right, Sandy," he gasped hoarsely at the elderly woman who was in front of the elevator. "Did you see a man run out from the stairs?" "Cutter Grogan." She adjusted her glasses on her face and took him in. She didn't pay any attention to the gun in his hand. "No. I came out of the elevator a second ago. The lobby was empty. Have you been fighting?" "Yes, Sandy." He went out onto the street, not wanting to get into a lengthy explanation. The cool air braced him, cleared his head, which still throbbed. His vision sharpened, his ribs hurt, and his jaw felt like it was dislocated. He felt it with his fingers and sighed in relief when he found it wasn't dislocated. He kept his Glock against his thigh and stood on the sidewalk as New York flowed around him. Eyes scanning Lafayette Street, searching for a tall, dark-haired man in a jacket who could be running away. No such person. He got away. Cutter's lips twisted bitterly. Sandy joined him on the sidewalk. "What happened?" "Someone broke into my office. I came across him on the stairs. We had a disagreement. You heard anything?" "No." "You know Carlos, the accountant, your other neighbor? He had a client who lost it. He was cursing at Carlos, yelling and screaming in the hallway. I don't know what went down, but we couldn't hear anything else." The black woman's eyes sharpened. "Let's get back to my office. I've got a medical kit." "I'm fine, Sandy. It's not the first time I've been kicked and punched." He made a mental note to ask the accountant if he had seen anything. "Holster your gun before someone notices it." He returned his Glock discreetly to his shoulder holster. She caught his jaw lightly and inspected his face. "Doesn't look like anything is broken. Your face has swollen, but that will subside in a day." She ran her fingers down his chest and felt his ribs, observing him keenly as she pressed gently. Cutter grinned despite the throbbing pain in his body. "You've got medical experience, Sandy?" "I was a nurse before I quit and went to law school." That shut him up. "We've been neighbors for years, but I didn't know that about her." "Cutter Grogan," she announced when she had finished her inspection. "You have the constitution of a mule. You don't seem to have any cracked ribs, but I will advise an X-ray. Come with me." "Sandy, I'm fine. Go home. You'll be late. That dinner Sean made will go cold." "He'll heat it up again." Light from passing traffic reflected in her glasses. Sandy Tolliver specialized in children's law. She had a fearsome reputation in the city's family court for battling hard and justly for her clients. Sean was her husband, a violinist who gigged across the city. "Go," he shoulder nudged her. "I'm fine. Let's call the cops." "I'll take care of that. Go home." She nodded, kissed him on the cheek, and disappeared into the sidewalk crowd. Cutter went inside the lobby and to the elevators, went to his floor and pulled out his phone. He logged into the security system's app and scrolled to the footage. The cameras had caught the man entering the floor through the stairs. The stranger went directly to Cutter's office and inspected the lock. He touched the door lightly, twisted the knob, and it swung open at a firm push. That door jamb! Cutter cursed as he watched the video. It had come loose at the bottom. The door had to be slammed shut hard to lock fully, otherwise it gave the impression of closing even though it hadn't. Gina and Peyton don't know that. They must have pulled gently when they left, assuming it locked. Cutter returned his phone to his pocket and entered his office. He turned on the lights and stood still, taking everything in. His desk was as tidy as he had left it. The bookstand, file shelves, couch, visitors' chairs. Nothing looked disturbed. He went to the bathroom and extracted a box from beneath a floor tile. He opened it, brought out an ultraviolet torch and played it on the wall-safe surface. No prints or smudges. He unlocked it and inspected its contents. Nothing was missing. He locked it again and changed the algorithmic password. It still needs my palm print and the right pressure to open. He opened an app on his phone and walked around his office. It detected electronic surveillance devices, installed by the twins, state-of-the-art, not found at any commercial outlet. Green was good, red was bad. The light on the app stayed green. He returned to his desk and rearranged his notepad. He got nothing. Hasn't placed any bugs. Why was he here? 7. The man hurried away into the crowd, occasionally checking to see if Grogan was following him. He ducked into a cafe and watched from its window for a while. The PI wasn't to be seen. He pulled out his burner and dialed the only number on it. "He made me," he said when the call connected, and ran down the break-in. "You didn't search his office?" the listener asked when he had finished. "Didn't you hear what I said? I was there for only 15 minutes. I was searching through his drawers when I heard yelling outside the hallway. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't want to risk being discovered. I left immediately and came across him. Good thing you aren't in any system." There was something on his notepad, though. "What?" "Cape Town." He had scribbled it. The listener breathed sharply. "He's coming." "What do you want me to do?" "Get back right away. 8. Cutter deliberately boarded his flight late and went down the aisle checking out the seated passengers. He wore an apologetic expression at their grumpy looks. "Sorry, subway delays," he said, when a ball-cap-wearing man growled that he had held up the flight. "Nope. Intruder isn't here," he confirmed, "unless he's in first class." He checked out the premium section an hour later when the aircraft had taken off by accidentally losing his way. The stranger wasn't on board. Cutter watched the video again when he was seated. He didn't take anything. He didn't plant anything. He didn't get time. He broke in because of Sizwe? He frowned at the window. The break-in can't be related. Sizwe was killed in Cape Town. I had no contact with him for a couple of years. Cutter wrestled with his thoughts and drifted into restless sleep while the aircraft cut through the night sky over the Atlantic Ocean. 9. Cape Town. It was 10 a.m. when his flight landed, and half an hour later he was through border control. Cutter stifled a yawn and stepped out of the terminal. Summer in South Africa. The heat blasted at him along with the sounds and smells of the city. The smell of gas fumes in the air, the continual whine of jet engines as aircraft landed and took off, and the faint smell of ocean. Cutter wore his shades and searched for the line of cabs. "Epping," he told the driver when he climbed into the rear seat. "No luggage, sir?" The man met his eyes in the mirror. "I'm traveling light." Oldest city in the country. South Africa's parliament is based here, he recalled as the taxi sped out of the airport. 5 million people in the city's metro area. Big tourist destination because of Table Mountain, the beaches, temperate climate, and the people. He grinned when someone guffawed nearby. Table Mountain was the city's central landmark, a flat-topped peak that majestically looked down upon the city center and Table Bay. It was often covered by a thin layer of clouds and was recognizable the world over because of its Instagrammability. Cutter felt the stiffness in his back recede. It had been a long flight, but he felt his energy return as the cab's radio played a local hit. It's the buzz. Few countries in the world gave him the kind of rush that South Africa did. India, Brazil, a few other Asian and African countries. A vendor smiled toothily at him through the window when they stopped at a red light. It's the people's can-do attitudes. They have struggled for their freedom, their equality, and are building on those. "You're here on holiday, sir?" The driver smiled. "Work." Cutter's grin faded. "Have a good visit, sir." The car slowed in front of the address. Cutter tipped the man generously and stepped onto the sidewalk. An industrial-looking building of corrugated aluminum fenced in with metal. Various units in the structure. A paint shop, a tire outfit, an auto bodywork place, and several others. Cutter adjusted his shades as he scanned the door numbers and grunted when he found his address. "The garage," the sign said. 2 vehicles jacked up inside, a coveralled man visible who looked up as he approached. "Jabulo?" Cutter inquired. "I'm Cutter Grogan." "Wait, I'll get him." The man went into an inside office and returned with another person. Short, tightly curled hair that had some silver in it, stubble, flat, expressionless eyes. "Beth or Megan Peterson would have told you of me." Cutter introduced himself. "ID," the man said flatly. Cutter showed him his passport. The man compared it with something on his phone and then made a call. "This is him." He spoke into it and then hung up and broke into a wide grin. That was Beth. He pumped Cutter's hand. She said, "Unfortunately it is. Good luck. You're their friend." "Yeah. They're something, aren't they?" "They are," Cutter agreed wholeheartedly. He followed Jabulo inside where, near the wall, 3 vehicles were shrouded beneath protective covers. The garage owner yanked one sheet and gestured theatrically at a Range Rover. It was matte black with tinted windows and rode low on its wheels. That's because of its weight. Steel lining in the doors, armored glass, souped-up engine. I'm sure Beth and Meg haven't told me everything that's in that ride. 2 more. Jabulo pointed to the other vehicles. "In case this gets damaged. Tank is full. Here's the key." Cutter caught it and went to the door, where he placed his palm against the column. A soft click from inside and the door opened. Both the key and biometrics were required for the vehicle to unlock. "You need anything, let me know. My number's in the glove compartment," the South African growled. Cutter fist-bumped him, climbed inside and drove out to the city center, to the V&A waterfront, named after Prince Alfred and Queen Victoria of the British royal family. He parked in a hotel's basement lot and checked into his room, which had a view of the harbor and the South Atlantic Ocean beyond. He took in the view for a moment, then showered and dropped on the bed. He awoke 3 hours later, 7 p.m. Night had fallen, but the waterfront was buzzing with activity. Cutter changed into a loose tee and jeans, picked up his backpack, and went to a restaurant where he dined, soaking in the atmosphere. The waterfront was once where the Dutch East India's vessels stopped and refueled and restocked before proceeding to Southeast Asia. When gold and diamonds were discovered in South Africa, the city expanded the harbor to cater to the increased shipping, and now it's become a tourist destination. He surveyed the skyline, hotels, conference centers, shopping arcades, stores, and restaurants. It has everything. There's history everywhere in Cape Town. His phone buzzed. A downtown address. No other explanation. That's on Sea Point, 20 minutes from here. He finished his meal, left a tip, and drove to Main Road, where he parked on the street. Checked out the address. His lips curled into a smile when he found it was a boxing gym. He entered the low, squat building, paid for a visitor pass, went down a hallway past changing rooms and into the main hall. Several boxing rings arranged around a central open space, on which were soft mats, high ceiling with hanging lights, aircon blasting cool air to take away the smell of sweat. 2 men were sparring on the mats. One was clearly the instructor. He seemed to be in his early 50s. Hard to tell, but he's the oldest in the room. He was in a tank top and track pants, built like a rock, muscles rippling as he moved, his shaved head gleaming from sweat and the light's reflection. Clean-shaven, no protective pads on his face. He had a panther's grace despite his size and age and easily deflected the younger man's punches. Cutter took in the watchers. About 20 of them around their 20s and 30s. Men and women, a diverse group, all of them sporting the gym's logo on their shorts or tees, observing intently as the instructor rapped out commands and guidance. That's not boxing, that's Dom. Cutter recognized the style, a Nigerian martial art originating from the Hausa people, a contact sport whose intent was to finish the combat in 3 rounds by knocking an opponent to the ground. Fighters wrapped rope around their dominant hand, which acted as the spear, and used the free hand as the shield. They're using boxing gloves here instead of rope. The sport in its traditional form didn't have many rules and often led to serious injuries, and even as he watched, the younger man swept his leg up to kick, which was easily deflected by the older man who tapped him lightly in the chest. The fighter stopped for a break. The younger man wiped sweat and went to the side to swig water. The instructor cast his eyes around his students, his gaze lighting on Cutter. "Whitey," he roared. "You want to have a go? 10. Cutter felt shock ripple through the students. Many of them gasped audibly and looked away. "That's not my sport," he replied mildly. "What is? I can take you on in boxing, judo, karate, Krav Maga. I'm not dressed for a workout." "Whitey has excuses," the instructor sneered. No one laughed, watching faces still shocked at the man's opening line. "Judo," Cutter said. "We have spare GIs." The man removed his glove and tossed it aside. He went to the side of the mat, slipped into his white GI and tightened a red and white panel belt around his waist. He's 6th, 7th, or 8th Dan. Cutter recognized the belt's significance as he took a white robe from a student and changed into it. He padded onto the mat, and the instructor charged instantly when he assumed position, caught his arm, twisted and threw him in a perfectly executed Ippon Seoi Nog, a one-armed shoulder throw. Cutter went with the move, falling loosely, spreading his hands and feet wide to minimize impact on the mat. He got to his feet swiftly and danced around his opponent, who sneered, feinted, and charged. Cutter ducked to his right, stumbled. The instructor was instantly on him, sweeping his right leg from beneath him, catching him by his GI and throwing him down again. "You're an amateur, Whitey," he jibed. "There's no point continuing this." He reached out with his hand to yank Cutter up, and for a moment they were chest to chest. "Meet me in the sauna," whispered Lieutenant General Thulani Mbeki, Police Commissioner of SAPS, South African Police Service, Western Cape, 6th Dan, instructor in multiple martial arts. 11. Cutter didn't acknowledge the message. "There are spare towels in the changing room," said the student who had offered him the GI. Cutter nodded and left the hall without another word. Grinned when he was alone. Thulani must have his reasons for that act. He grabbed a fresh towel, stowed his backpack in a locker, undressed, and went to the shower, and then headed to the steam room. It was small, could only take in 2 people, and had a reserved board on the door. He entered the room, grimacing at the heat, and settled on a wooden bench. A shape materialized outside, indistinct from the thick steam. The door opened and Mbeki joined him on the bench. He gripped Cutter's hand and hugged him hard. "We won't be disturbed," he rasped. "Are you injured? Was I too hard on you?" I gathered that. Cutter patted him on the back. I'm fine. You deliberately slipped, didn't you? You didn't even put up a fight. Nope. I lost my balance, Cutter lied. We have had tough bouts in the past. We are even in the head-to-head. He hadn't been in the mood for a long, brutal encounter with the police commissioner, however. What was with that act? Mbeki's humor faded. He wiped sweat from his face grimly. You're here to look into Sizwe and Thabo's killings? Yeah. What's the progress on that? Drug-related shooting. That's what it looks like. Sizwe? Drugs? He didn't touch them, Cutter protested. Don't I know that? Mbeki growled. What's happening? Cutter asked quietly. He was in the Special Forces as well, 4th Regiment. He knew Sizwe. Mbeki had left the military and joined the police, where his leadership skills had fast-tracked his rise. My officers interviewed the other street vendors who were camping in that field. Not many of them talked. Police aren't trusted. He made a face. But a woman said 3 Afrikaners. Yes, you told me that when you called me, Cutter interrupted impatiently. She said the men fired in the air, which scattered people, and then they caught hold of Sizwe. She heard the word teak. Meth. Yes. Why didn't any of them call the police? They did. By the time my patrol cars reached the site, it was too late. The men had left. My forensic lab ran ballistics tests on the shells. They were fired from a Vector Z88, 9mm round. SAPP's officers carry those guns. Yes, and so do criminal gangs. You can buy those guns by the carton. Where are the bodies? With us. They'll be released tomorrow. Released to whom? Cutter frowned. Sizwe didn't have any other family. 5th Regiment operators. They will bury him and Thabo at the Pineland Cemetery tomorrow. He shifted uncomfortably. What? It is private. No civilians allowed. I understand. Cutter nodded. The operators will want to protect their identities. I don't know anyone from Sizwe's former team. They were masked on the day of that Palma operation, and he didn't introduce them by name. The other vendors wanted to bury them, but I think the operators convinced them they were Sizwe's first family. They, the vendors, will come to the cemetery once the Recce team leaves. You can visit the graves then. I will. What was with all that in there? Cutter cocked his head in the hall's direction. Whitey? No one's called me that in years, not even in America. Thulani knows I pass for white, but I have Native American, Sierra Leone, and other blood in me. He joked to his close friends that his DNA represented the United Nations. Mbeki fidgeted some more. No one can know that you and I are close friends, or you knew Sizwe. Why? Several people already know. My former team, Sizwe. No police officer knows, and it should remain like that. Why? Because the investigation is slowing down. Cutter stared at him. Sizwe and Thabo were killed yesterday. How can you slow down the investigation? Do you think I want to? Mbeki roared. I have been asked to deprioritize it. 12. By whom? Why? By the politicians. We don't have enough officers. We are squeezed on budget. The murder of a street vendor isn't important enough to spend resources on. Sizwe Nkosi was a decorated officer. He served the country. Thabo was a child. Cutter yelped when Mbeki squeezed his forearm hard. I know, the police commissioner said gutturally. You don't have to convince me. I am under investigation because I looked in the wrong direction. Wrong direction? Cutter rubbed his forearm. Thulani forgets his own strength sometimes. Guns in police custody are leaking back into the street. We confiscated them from gangs and should have destroyed them. Some were, but the numbers don't add up. We have found some of them used in other crimes. Officers are selling them back? That's my theory. I started an investigation and then IPID, Independent Police Investigative Directorate, opened a file on me. It's looking into, he made air quotes, how I am wasting scarce SAPP resources. Cutter sized up his friend. Why did you join the police? You could have gone private, gotten into the security business. Heck, you could have done whatever you wished. You wouldn't have to deal with all this. This is my country, Mbeki said fiercely. I was born when apartheid was in place. I joined the protest marches when I was old enough to understand. I was a SAPS captain when Nelson Mandela was released from Victor Verster prison. I danced in the streets when he became president. I want to make a difference. He took a deep breath and wiped some more sweat from his face. That investigation, that's why that drama is out there. I know you'll poke and prod, and news of that will get back to me. I don't want anyone to think I have gotten you to run a private investigation. I don't want anyone to know we are friends. I think you put on a convincing show. Cutter grinned. What about your students? They saw us? They'll talk about how their instructor dumped a white dude on his ass, twice, easily. Mbeki's smile was like sunshine. They're young. They won't see anything beyond a gym challenge. But, he shook his forefinger warningly, this also means I can't cut you any slack. If you break the law, I will come down like a truck on you. Never thought otherwise. So, I'm the only one who's interested in finding who killed Sizwe and Thabo. Thulani Mbeki's eyes narrowed. His lips thinned. He looked like a predator going on the hunt. I said, he said softly, menacingly. The investigation has slowed. It hasn't stopped. 13. Cutter drove to the site of the killings. He checked the coordinates Mbeki had given him and went down the N1. Concrete expressway, well lit. There was a good amount of traffic on the road at 8:30 p.m. He twisted back once to see the dark silhouette of Table Mountain and the lion's head peak to its side. The lights of the city strung out beneath. He checked the exits as he drove deeper, and after the 27th exit, he slowed. There. He saw the earth embankment and tents to his right. He drove onto the breakdown lane and stopped. Turned on his emergency lights and climbed the short slope. About 30 tents spread out, lanterns hanging inside and outside several of them, many portable lights on the ground, illuminating the camp. Police tape to their left. Why have the cops let them back? Because they've been told it's not a priority investigation, he answered himself. How come the vendors are back so soon? Because they have to make a living, he answered himself savagely. They don't have the luxury of taking days off. Kids were playing soccer. He kicked the ball to them when it rolled towards him. The smell of cooking was in the air. Men and women drifting through tents, conversing. A baby cried somewhere. Cutter went past the first line of tents unnoticed and to the campfire where several people were gathered. About 30, he guessed. Men and women, most of them seemed to be in their 30s and 40s, though it was hard to guess their ages in the dark. Jeans, tees, shorts, shirts, scuffed sneakers, and sandals. Conversation stilled suddenly. Curious, wary eyes turned on him. Even the baby stopped crying. The soccer-playing kids joined the crowd. One boy bounced the ball, loose soil shuddering from the rhythmic impact. A stack of figurines and street art on the ground next to the fire. That's what they sell in the daytime. I was Sizwe's friend, he addressed the gathering. A soft murmur passed through the crowd. Zulu or Xhosa. Those are the most common languages. He saved my life when he was in the army. We became close after that, and I met him and Zandile several times in their home in Khayelitsha. Thabo was my godson. How do we know you're speaking the truth? A younger man asked in English. Cutter noticed he was holding a wooden staff in his hand, ready to go violent. He reached into his pocket and held his free hand up in a non-threatening gesture when the man tensed. He brought out his phone, flicked through it one-handed and showed a photograph to the speaker. It was of him and Sizwe in Palma. There are a few more, Cutter told the man who took the phone, scrolled through the rest and passed the device around. Where are you from? A woman asked. Loose hair, clean features, probably in her late 30s. America. Why are you here? They are both dead. To find out who killed them. The police are investigating. Are they? Do they give enough importance when one of your own dies? Another murmur. We told the police everything that we knew. 3 men came in big vehicles. Land cruisers, the staff-wielding man added. Yes, the woman continued. They were masked. They shot in the air. We fled across the highway to the other side, where we hid. Some of us called the police. We heard the shots. We heard Thabo scream, but we didn't dare to raise our heads. We came back to the field when the police arrived. She wiped tears from her face and sniffed. Sizwe and Thabo were dead. The men were gone. You didn't hear them speak? We were there, another man scoffed, pointing to the distance across the highway. How could we hear anything? The police say they heard Tick mentioned. That was me. I heard one of the men say that, the woman said. You look back to see what they were doing. Yes, I saw them briefly. They had removed their masks. I could see they looked like Afrikaner men. They had surrounded Sizwe. Where are his belongings? He didn't have much. A few bags. The police have them. His phone? Police didn't find it. His killers might have taken it, Cutter mused. He joined you after he left the army? There's no delicate way to ask how he became a street vendor. You said you are a friend. If you don't know his history, you shouldn't ask us, Staff Wielder said coldly. Several people nodded. The Sizwe I knew wasn't into drugs, Cutter said carefully. We don't really know people, Scornful said unhelpfully. They've closed ranks. I won't get anything more out of them. Cutter tried one last time, however. What happened to his house? Is anything there? It's still there in Khayelitsha, the woman replied. He and Thabo lived there. Cutter studied their expressionless faces and scribbled his number on a card. He handed it to the woman. If you remember anything or need to reach me. She won't call, he realized from the way she took it carelessly. He nodded at them and returned to his vehicle. Was in the dark of the field, near the embankment when he heard rushing footsteps. He sidestepped, whirled around and drew his Glock cleanly, all in one smooth, liquid move. The woman stopped abruptly, her eyes flared wide. You're with them, she gasped. No! Why did I draw? He cursed himself. I've been attacked, ma'am. I was being careful. I am here to find the killers. Sizwe didn't do drugs. He didn't deal in teak. I am sure of that. He waited for an explanation. She didn't offer any. But he was involved in something else. 14. What was it? He didn't tell me, the woman replied. He asked me not to worry and said he would deal with it. Was she in a relationship with Sizwe? He studied the woman, who locked eyes with him calmly. Her attire was old but clean. Her sneakers were tattered, but they too were neatly maintained. Did he behave any differently? Take secretive calls? Meet someone? We didn't live together. We met 3 or 4 times a week. I used to visit him and Thabo at their house and then return to my place. If he did any of that, the calls and the meetings, those would have happened when I wasn't around. He behaved normally with me. How did he join you folks? He asked, jerking his head to indicate the vendors. I found him one day many years ago. Thabo was a baby then. Sizwe had passed out, drunk, in the city. It was raining that night. Thabo was crying. I called the police, but they asked me to call the hospital. I called an ambulance, but it wasn't a priority for them. I called a taxi, got the driver to load him in it, and took him home. He developed pneumonia. I took care of him, and when he was recovered, he told me about himself, about his army life, Zandile, what had happened to her. He was a broken man. He said he had thought of taking his life several times, but he had Thabo. Guilt snaked through Cutter, but he kept silent and listened. He joined us, the woman said. He started selling with us. He was smart. He was a leader and we looked up to him. Yeah, Sizwe was like that. I thought he would quit and find something else to do, but I think our life gave him some purpose. He gave up alcohol. Life was good. Thabo accepted me when he became older. She looked beyond him, into the darkness. Lately we talked of leaving this life behind. She was his girlfriend. He said we could buy or rent a small place in the city center, put Thabo in a better school. He had his small army pension and had some savings from selling the restaurant. I didn't have much, but he and I were... I understand. He was going to tell the rest of the vendors soon, she sniffed. Her face crumpled and she wept. Cutter didn't move. What can I tell her that will make her feel better? Nothing. And now he's dead. The best man I knew. He's gone. Thabo, too. Why would anyone kill him? I'm going to find out. 15. What can you do that the police can't? She flared. I am a private investigator in America. I have some skills. I have contacts. I won't stop until I know who the shooters were. She studied him in the night and nodded to herself as if she had reached an internal conclusion. Where will you start? Do you have anything else for me? No. In that case, I'll go to his house. Is that okay with you? Why would I have a problem with that? It was his house. Do you know where in Khayelitsha it is? Yes, I visited Zandil and him several times. Then, you know the neighborhood. I do. Khayelitsha was the largest township in Cape Flats, which was to the southeast of Cape Town. Township. It's where the then apartheid government sent the non-white people. He recalled the history. The Group Areas Act passed by the government segregated cities in South Africa on racial lines. White folks lived in the developed, better parts. His lips tightened. Black and other people of color were sent, often forcibly, to the outskirts, which were often no better than glorified dormitories for the labor that the cities needed. They needed passes to travel to the white parts of cities. Cape Town enforced the law most aggressively of all South African cities and remained one of the country's most segregated. Many black people moved to Cape Flats from other parts of the country, seeking employment and settled in one of the region's many townships. Crowded neighborhoods, poor accommodation and quality of life, and high unemployment were a recipe for the criminal gangs which soon formed in Cape Flats, and have never left since then. Islamic gangs have sprung up too. Cape Town has the highest crime in any South African city. 64 murders per 100,000 residents, he recalled a statistic he had read. That's the highest of any South African city. The gangs dealt in drugs, carried out contract killings, infiltrated the police, levied VIGs, interests on their loans from local businesses, got involved in real estate development and, many commentators said, influenced city and state politics. He told me he had some trouble with some thugs, she said suddenly. Cutter straightened. A gang? Which one? When was this? He told me a few months ago, did not name them. He asked me not to worry. He would deal with them his way, he said. He must have told you something. Nothing, she said sharply. He told me not to worry. There are several gangs in Cape Flats. Cutter combed his fingers through his hair frustratedly. Heck, Khayelitsha itself has many. Yes, they could have killed him. Afrikaners shot him and Thabo. Not many Cape Flats gangs have them. A few do, though. Yes. I will do everything I can to find them. You will need a key to his house. I have one. She studied him more carefully. You were closer to him than I thought. He never mentioned you. He wouldn't, Cutter said bitterly, feeling self-loathing rise in him. Sizwe was a proud man. I don't think he wanted me to know him as a street vendor. I should have made the effort. I should have turned up at his house when Zandile died. I should have... Are you going to stand there all night or do something about finding his killers?" He swallowed, watched the vendors cook, and turned his gaze to her. "What's your name?" "Amali." She tore a strip of paper and scribbled her number on it. "Tell me if you find anything." "I will. Where do you live?" "Mitchell's Plain. That's neighboring Khayelitsha. You know your geography. I know Cape Town and your country very well. When are you returning to America?" "Not until I find the shooters. 16. Cutter parked on Forest Drive the next day and switched off the ignition. 10 a.m., Pineland Cemetery, 300 yards away. He was off the road, a coffee flask by his side. He uncapped it and took a sip as 7 SUVs with dark-tinted windows flashed past and went to the cemetery. He watched masked men emerge from the vehicles through his binoculars. One of them reversed his vehicle and parked it sideways on the road, blocking the approach to the cemetery. The men went to the last ride and carefully unloaded a casket from its back and carried it into the building. Cutter lowered his window and snacked on a protein bar. He watched an aircraft sweep through the intense blue sky. He was in no hurry. He was where he wanted to be. The men emerged half an hour later. They hurried back to their rides and drove down the road. He thought he saw a shadowy figure glance at him as an SUV blew past him, but the dark windows made it hard to be sure. A few minutes later, several cars and vans came to the cemetery. He recognized several street vendors as they piled out. Amal, in a black dress, looked down Forest Drive, shrugged when someone spoke to her, and went inside the building. Cutter drove to the cemetery and parked a distance away, went to the lobby, read the directions to the service, and made his way through the graves and tombstones until he spotted the street sellers gathered around a grave. He waited in the shadow of a clump of trees, far enough for none of them to spot him, his dark clothing blending with the bark of the foliage. The sellers left after an hour, and then he made his way to the grave. Just him under the bright sun in the quietness of the cemetery. The tombstones were simple. Sizwe Nkosi, husband of Zandile Nkosi, father of Thabo Nkosi. Thabo Nkosi. He brought joy, flowers and notes at the stones' bases and around them. He read a few of them. One at Sizwe's stone caught his eye. "My love." No other word on it. No signature either. He guessed whose it was. Cutter didn't feel rage or guilt. He was empty. He knew himself well enough to know what that meant. It was the precursor to rage, to dark fury that would grip him until he found the shooters, whoever they were, however powerful. He wouldn't hand them over to Thulani's officers. He would deal with them himself. 17. Cutter returned to the hotel at 6 p.m. He went up to his floor and was in the process of applying his keycard to the lock when he saw a shadow move beneath the door. Someone's inside. He checked the hallway. No one else but him. He hadn't spotted any watchers in the lobby. Training, experience, and cold determination took over. He pictured his room in his mind. Small entrance, closet to the right, bathroom to the left. It then opened up with the bed on the left, TV and writing desk to the right, and ahead was the window with an ocean view. Cutter drew his Glock and twisted the handle with his left hand. He kicked the door with his foot and lunged inside, collided with a short man who was emerging from the bathroom, crashed his barrel on the man's head, got his left arm around his neck, and dragged him inside the room, ignoring the man's yell. He stumbled and fell on his right shoulder, managed to keep his grip against his captive, who was grunting but wasn't resisting. The fall brought them into view of the bed, another man sitting on it. Cutter twisted instantly, tightened his arm around his captive's neck, and hauled him up to use him as cover. His Glock rose up to aim at Bedman's chest, his body tight and narrow under his prisoner, who was gasping as he tried to suck in air. "This isn't necessary," Bedman said quietly. Don't talk. Cutter snatched a glance at the bathroom. Its door was open a crack, but he couldn't see inside. A shooter could be hiding there. I've only got this dude on me as cover. He flexed his elbow to tighten his grip on his prisoner and further choke him. Guns, he rasped at Bedman. Drop them to the carpet. His eyes swiveled between the stranger and the bathroom, ready for explosive action. He strained his ears to hear the slightest movement from outside the room, whose door was still ajar. Cutter kept his gun steady on Bedman's chest as he reached to his waist slowly, removed a gun, dropped it to the floor and kicked it away, unprompted. The prisoner didn't try to escape. He didn't move other than the heaving of his chest as he tried to breathe. Why isn't he trying to fight back? He can kick or twist or try any move to get out of my chokehold. Cutter stopped the train of thought instantly. Got to focus on the immediate threat, Bedman and a possible shooter in the bathroom. Undress, he said harshly, down to your underwear. If you'll let me... Stop talking! He choked his captive so hard that the prisoner shuddered and slapped his palm on the carpet in the universal gesture of surrender. Cutter kept the pressure on, however. He didn't care if the man died. Bedman was deeply tanned, short, dark hair, average height, casually dressed in a loose blue shirt and jeans. He undressed swiftly, dropped his shirt to the floor, kicked off his sneakers, and removed his jeans. He turned around in a circle, presenting himself to show he had no other weapon. Powerful build, rippling abs, ink on his belly and on his shoulders. Cutter didn't try to read the tattoos. Remove your phone. Bedman bent and extracted it from his jeans. Turn on the camera and show me the screen. The intruder did as ordered. Go to the bathroom, open it wide, show me what's inside. Move slowly. I won't miss at this range. I'll shoot you in your spine. There's no one else. I won't warn you again. Cutter's finger tightened on the trigger as the man rolled his eyes but went to the bathroom, shoved the door open and showed his phone screen. No shooter in there. Close the room door, Cutter ordered. Bedman kicked it shut. Sit on the bed. He sat on it and spread his hands wide on the mattress. He met Cutter's gaze impassively, who studied him for long moments. I'm not getting threat vibes from them. I'm Piet Botha, Bedman introduced himself. That's Jabari Modiz, whom you're choking. He'll pass out soon if you don't let him breathe. We are Sizway's friends. We're. Cutter didn't relax. His gun remained trained on Botha's chest. Anyone can say that. Former Recha, 5th Regiment, Sizway's teammates. We saw you at the cemetery earlier today. One team watched you while Jabari and I broke into your room. Cutter remained motionless, his arm still around his captive, still tight. Several cases had earned him fame in New York, and the media at one time had named him the Fixer. My photographs are on my websites and publications. If they're really ex-Special Forces, it wouldn't be hard for them to identify me. I used my real name to check in. He checked out both his tattoos. No inverted dagger circled by a laurel wreath, which was the badge handed out to its members. No elite operator will have that inked. It'll be easily identifiable. He checked with gut instinct. Yeah, I believe him. He loosened his arm around his captive and let him roll away, kept his Glock pointed at Botha. Modise slumped on the carpet, drawing harsh breaths, body heaving, wheezing sounds escaping him. Cutter rose silently, stepped around him and brought out his phone, aware of Botha's watchful eyes. He dialed Mbeki. Don't identify yourself, he said swiftly when his friend accepted the call. I'm going to turn on my camera and point it at two men. They claim to be former Recha. Say yes or no. Thulani was senior in the South African Special Forces. He had a leadership role before he left the army. He knew just about everyone in Recha. He aimed the camera at Botha. Yes, Mbeki grunted. Cutter leaned down, yanked the second man by his hair, and trained his camera on it. Him too, his friend confirmed. Cutter ended the call instantly, caught Modise by his shirt and helped him to the bed. Get dressed, he ordered Botha. The man put on his clothes and sat next to Modise. You could have met me in the lobby. Cutter poured water in a cup and handed it to Modise, who drank it slowly. No. Botha smiled briefly. We tend not to meet strangers in public. We figured it would be easier this way. We didn't reckon you would blow in hot and hard. I told you it was a stupid idea. Modise rubbed his neck. Brother, you nearly choked me to death. Cutter didn't apologize. They were intruding. I could have shot him. He should be thankful I didn't. Why are you here? Sizwe was working on something. I am aware of that. He was back, working as an operator, 18. No, not in the sense that he was back in Reka, Botha said hastily at Cutter's expression. He was working more like a private investigator. Like you. He told you? He met us once. He said it was big, but he didn't have enough information to act on. He was digging, Modise added. Was he into drugs? Nah. Botha waved away his question dismissively. Sizwe wouldn't go near that stuff. Yes, we know Amal heard that word and reported it to the police, but it does not mean he was dealing, using, or was part of a gang. We checked on other operators, both current and former. No one has been killed or has died suspiciously. Modise emptied his cup and tossed it in the trash bin. For a moment we wondered if someone was targeting us, but that doesn't look like it. Amale said he was having some gang problems at his house. That was nothing. I think he dealt with it. You know which gang it was? No. The way he said it, it wasn't a big deal. Okay. Cutter shrugged. So why are you here? They haven't told me anything very significant. You don't get it, Botha said impatiently. Sizwe said it was so controversial that he had to be sure before he told anyone. Cutter turned around the room's chair to face them and dropped in it. He was killed for political reasons. We don't know. I don't get it. You broke into my room, nearly got killed to tell me this, which isn't much. Botha and Modise traded glances. The latter reached into his jeans pocket and drew out a wad of tightly rolled bills. He offered it to Cutter, who accepted it instinctively. $100 bills. He took in the notes at the top. What's this? You are a private investigator. We looked you up. You're good at what you do. We want to hire you. 4? Do we have to spell it out? Botha burst out. Find out who killed Sizwe and Thabo. That's an advance. Tell us your fees. We won't negotiate. Who's we? All the retired operators. We are a close group. We didn't do enough to help Sizwe when he had his breakdown, after Zandil's death. We carry that with us. Whatever your fees are, we'll pay them, Modise chimed in. We aren't rich, but we'll do something to come up. Did you tell the police about what Sizwe told you? No, we don't know who to trust. Mbeki was an operator himself. You don't trust him? He's one of us, but SAPP is big. Not everyone is like him. His officers might be corrupt. We don't know who these killers are, how plugged in they are to the police and politicians. When we found out who you were, we decided to hire you. You saw me in the morning. In that time, you identified me and came up with this? Cutter held up the bundle. This must be close to $5,000. We had some savings, Modise said defensively. We know someone who could change our money to American dollars. It's not enough? I have a boat I can take a loan against. Cutter tossed the wad back at him. I don't need it. We want to hire you, Botha protested. Those shooters must be found. We would have investigated ourselves, but we have families. We can't risk their lives by exposing ourselves. The shooters will be found. Cutter got to his feet, indicating the meeting was over. You thought I came here for the funeral or for a vacation. You thought wrong. 19. Cutter checked his phone when his visitors had left. The Range Rover had an app that had various controls and feeds on it. The vehicle had several cameras mounted on its body that alerted its user if anyone was tampering with it. No one had been. Still, he went down to the parking lot, opened up another app and ran it along the vehicle, beneath it and inside it. The app stayed green. No one had installed any bugs or tracking devices on the Range Rover. I'm sure Botha and Medice were well-intentioned, and I don't suspect them of anything, but I'm not taking chances. He returned to his room and read up on the various gangs in Cape Flats, and specifically in Khayelitsha, more than 100 of them. He shook his head in astonishment, with about 4 large ones, 100,000 gangsters in those outfits. The largest one, the Americans, had about 30,000 members. He skimmed through the rest of the file that Werner had produced and sat back. Many of those smaller ones hook up with the larger ones. They fight for territory, sell their product, test one another's boundaries. He knew what drew young folks to the gangs: security, identity, belonging, more money than a lawful job will provide. Gang culture is the same in every country. Most of the outfits were hierarchical, but some of the newer and younger ones had become more entrepreneurial. They equipped their street soldiers with better weapons, paid them higher, gave them more autonomy in decision-making. Those newer gangs are taking on the more established ones. He searched for a recent newspaper article and found what he was looking for. A senior leader from one of the bigger gangs had been killed by a rival outfit in Mitchell's Plain. That's where Amal lives. Every civilian in Cape Flats is affected by gangs. Am I ready to go against one of them if Sizwe was killed by a gang? He took a deep breath and laced his fingers behind his head. I am single. I've always been, after Riley's death. Romantic relationships don't interest me anymore. He didn't dwell on his wife's brutal killing. He had carried the burden for a long time. He had dealt with her killers. Revenge had been cold, bitter, and hadn't brought her back. His friends were his family. Zeb, the twins, the rest of the agency operators, Di Fiore and Quindica, and a few others. Sizwe had been part of my family. What am I if I don't stand for my friends? What if you're killed by a gang? What if I am? He answered himself. He didn't fear dying, not after Riley. He smiled grimly, and that gave him an edge that most people didn't have. 20. Cutter took the N2 out of Cape Town, the highway that ran around the bottom tip of the African continent and curved up on the east to run alongside the Indian Ocean. He took the exit to Cape Flats and drove to Khayelitsha. It was a world apart from Cape Town's central business district and the refined buildings of the city. Almost 1 million people live here. The government disputes that number. Cutter snorted as he entered the township. Rows of houses stretched to his left and right, washing on lines behind the homes, kids kicking a ball, a lone girl flying a kite in a clearing between 2 rows of housing. He slowed when the ball crossed the road and the kids chased it. No high-rises, no fancy malls, no elegant tree-lined roads, just a congregation of residences, of shacks and concrete through which dusty streets snaked. Here and there were commercial outlets, restaurants, salons, garages, and other establishments that a township of that size needed. Most of those were simple buildings without the fancy vibe that similar establishments had in downtown Cape Town. Khayelitsha and Cape Flats is what happens when a government decides to treat a class of citizens as inferior, dumps them away, and provides them with almost no facilities and rights. His hands tightened on the wheel at the scale of injustice that the apartheid leaders had wreaked on the people of color in South Africa. That government has gone. It's a new country, but he knew it would take generations for the neighborhood to be uplifted. His Range Rover drew attention. A few kids pointed at it. A mother peeped over her wall as he went past her home. Cutter checked the navigation on his display. Siphondoul Street. That's where Sizwe's home is. He turned into the street and saw it immediately. A yellow-colored residence in the lines of houses on either side of the road. On either side were pink houses. A clearing opposite on which were old tires. A children's seesaw with fading paint and a bunch of trash bins. Cutter parked in front of the wrought iron shoulder-high gate in front of the house, got out and adjusted his shades, conscious of eyes on him from behind curtains in the neighboring homes. A fast food wrapper blew in the wind. A dog barked from a home. There was the clanking of metal somewhere, hammering. That must be from the garage I passed. The gate was chained and padlocked. Don't have a key to that. He vaulted over the gate and looked back at his Range Rover, brought out his phone, the vehicle's app, and pressed Extreme on it. He didn't know what it did, but Beth had assured him it made the vehicle safe to be left on the most crime-ridden streets of the world. Khayelitsha has crime, but no one's going to steal my tires in broad daylight. Still, he didn't want to take chances. He went to the house, frowned. Did Sizwe have a car? What happened to it? Made a mental note to ask Thulani as well as Amale and stopped at the door. Wood with vertical metal bars bolted to it. It looked heavy, and from his past visits he knew it was. His key turned easily in the lock. He went inside, shut the door, making a face at the heat that was captured inside, and then stopped. Sizwe's house was wrecked. 21. The door opened into the living room, which had 2 couches, a dining table, and a TV on a stand. The furniture was destroyed. The TV's screen was shattered, ripped apart magazines and books on the floor. A family photograph of Sizwe, Zandil, and Thabo that had hung on the wall was destroyed too. Cutter bent down and carefully removed the photograph from its broken frame, smoothed it and placed it on top of an upturned couch. Grim-faced, he moved deeper inside the home. The small kitchen was in a similar state. The refrigerator was still working but stank of stale food. Shelving had been broken, and pots, pans, jars, and cans lay on the floor, which had a thick layer of flour and grain. The single bedroom and solitary bathroom weren't in better condition. Picture frames were broken, the paper torn to pieces and scattered on the floor. Cutter collected them neatly and pocketed them. Whoever was searching must have been Sizwe's killers. Did they shoot him and Thabo before or after going through the house? He searched the house swiftly for loose tiles, hidden spaces in the wardrobe, bathroom, kitchen, and every other place he himself would have used as a hiding place. He didn't find anything. Nothing personal here either. No journals, notepads, phone chargers, laptops. Whoever took apart this house did it professionally. He made another mental note. Got to ask Thulani if his officers searched this place. There are no signs of police being here. He went to the kitchen, washed a glass, filled it up from a water bottle that was new, and drank deeply. He returned to the living room and picked up the cricket bat that was lying on the floor. He hefted it, smiling at the lesson Sizwe had given him. I sucked at the game. He took it with him out of the house, locked the door behind him, and was going to the fence when 3 men vaulted over it and approached him. 22. They were young. Looks like they're in their late 20s. Chains, rings, and piercings on their bodies, loose tees that showed off the ink sleeves on their arms, studded belts around their jeans. "You're trespassing," Middleman growled. He was shaved-headed, dark eyes that were continually moving. "I'm not," Cutter drawled. "Are they local thugs? From the gang that Sizwe had trouble with? Or the neighborhood watch team? Several communities in the Cape Flats townships had mobilized youth to look out for its residents as a resistance to the gangs. Who are you?" "He's American," the man to the right sneered. "You're a long way from home, sir," he mocked. "Who are you?" Cutter asked. He stood loose, bat in his left hand hanging alongside his leg, 12 feet from the men, a distance at which he could draw his Glock out with his right hand and shoot at least 2 of them before they could charge. He had automatically scanned them when they had leaped over the gate. Middle man had a knife in his belt which had been exposed when his tea had ridden up. Left man had a visible chain around his waist. Right man didn't seem to have any weapons. The flow of his tea was undisturbed as it lay against his body. All three of them could have guns jammed into their jeans at their backs, he reminded himself. They might not be gangbangers either. He decided to give them credit. "Go," Middleman ordered. "Don't return. You have no business here. This house is ours now." "Yours? Who are you? Are you the ones who destroyed it?" "Destroyed it?" Middleman frowned and looked at his friends, who looked puzzled. Their reactions gave him the answer. "Nope, they didn't do it." "Give us the key," Middleman ordered. "No." "Friend," Right Man said in an unfriendly way, "we aren't asking. Give us the key and don't return. Forget this house. Go back to America." "Are you from Kayalicha? Some kind of community action group?" "Community action group? What kind of language is that?" Left Man sneered. "This house is Sizwe Nkosi's. He's dead. He doesn't need it anymore. They aren't neighborhood watch. I suggest you go back and forget this place." Middle Man cocked his head. "You hear this man? He's telling us what to do. Us." His friends laughed. Right Man came forward. "Give me the key." "Don't touch me." "What are you going to do?" Attack was the best defense. 23. Cutter planted his legs firmly on the ground, raised the bat, got his right hand on its middle and jabbed the right man in the belly. Hard. The gangbanger's breath grunted out. He bent double and staggered back, sweat popping on his face. Cutter held back from following through, waiting to see the reaction of the rest of the intruders, which was predictable. Middleman snarled in rage, reached behind his back and brought out a gun. Cutter swung the bat in a narrow arc and broke his wrist before the thug could straighten his arm. His gun fell to the ground. Left Man had jumped back. He was cursing. His hand was fumbling behind him. He too produced a gun. Cutter sidestepped. The bat was an extension of his body. He was in the fighting zone, his mind instinctively working out attack and threat vectors as he moved with liquid ease. The weapon in his hand jabbed forward to jam against Left Man's groin, which drew a howl from him. Cutter raised the bat and broke his jaw. The howl turned into a scream as Left Man dropped his gun. "Knife!" Cutter heard the snick of the blade and whirled low to see Right Man charge with a knife. He feinted to the right and reversed swiftly. The gangbanger slashed at the air he had occupied, a move which exposed his body. Cutter dropped the bat, caught the knife arm, swept up the man's leg, used his hip for leverage, and threw the man on the ground. He stomped on the thug's hand and heard fingers crunch. He stepped back and surveyed the men. Right Man was twitching on the ground, moaning, cursing as he stared at his fingers. Left Man was nursing his jaw, in no mood to pursue the fight. Middle Man swore and charged at him, holding his right hand behind to protect his wrist. Cutter stood his ground and knuckle-punched the man's throat. The thug staggered. His eyes widened and teared up instantly. His mouth opened to draw air, and at the same time make agonizing sounds. Cutter threw him to the ground too, and after confirming Left Man was still no threat, searched the fallen man. No other weapons. He went to Right Man, who had a sheathed knife in his boot. Cutter broke the blade. He caught Left Man by his collar, patted him down roughly, and flung him away when he found no weapons. He kicked the fallen guns away and picked up his bat. "Who are you?" Right Man cursed at him. Cutter smashed the bat into the man's knee. "Who are you?" he asked pitilessly above the man's shriek. "Flats boys." "Boys?" Cutter repeated. The man writhed on the ground and with his free hand raised his tee to show a tattoo on his belly. A serpent and a knife drawn intricately over the words "Flats Boys." A Kayalicha gang, he recalled from the file. About 40 gangbangers, very low-level outfit. "This is our territory." Right Man swore. We'll kill you. Why do you want Sizwe's house? Right man didn't answer. Cutter took the bat and placed its end over his groin. He ignored the man's kicks and blows to his legs and increased the pressure. I asked a question. Have you seen this house? The thug gasped. It gives a good view of the street. We want it for our operations. Who runs your gang? Sifo will kill you. Sifo will rip your skin from your body. Sifo? What's his full name? We call him the Shark. The gangbanger howled when Cutter increased the pressure. What's his full name? Sitola. Sifo Sitole. That name tallies with what Werner told me. You assaulted Sizwe. He didn't know if the gangbangers had gone violent on his friend, but it seemed to be a safe guess. No, the thug screamed when Cutter slammed the bat in his groin. He jerked spasmodically and didn't even try to counterattack. His friends were nursing their injuries and didn't seem to be in a mood to threaten him. We told him to give the house to us. He refused. We attacked him at night, but he injured us. Sifo told us to leave him alone. He's dead now, so This house will remain Sizwe's. Cutter bent over the man. You or any other gang will not take it. Pass that on to Sithole. Understood? The man nodded jerkily and crawled away when Cutter eased the bat off him. Amateurs. These must be the junior soldiers. Experienced gangbangers would have covered me with their guns as soon as they approached the house. Watch me, he told them. He jumped over the gate, went to his ride, and returned several minutes later. The men were on the ground when he returned, sitting close, nursing their injuries and swearing softly. He went past them and knelt in front of the door, removing a large block from his backpack. He attached it carefully across the lock, the suction grips beneath the device latching onto the wood between the metal bars. He turned on a switch and peered into it, and then pressed his right palm and individual fingers against it, and then, using an app on his phone, activated the device. A steady green light turned on it. He went around the house and attached several more of them to the windows and rear door and returned to the gangbangers. Those are bombs. He crouched in front of them. Not ordinary ones. They can only be deactivated by me. They've got cameras and are connected to the internet in this. He held his phone up. Anyone tries to tamper with them, they go boom. You try to break the door or windows, they will detonate. They will sense the slightest touch and go off. There won't be any warning lights or siren. One moment you might be feeling the door's surface. The next, you and your friend's guts will be splattered on the ground. Get up, he snarled at the men when they kept looking sullenly at him. Get out. He watched them stumble over the gate and then vaulted over and went to his ride. Middleman spat on the ground when he was some distance away. Those men should have killed Sizwe here. 24. It took a moment for the words to register, and when they did, Cutter whirled around, face tight and hard, and sprinted to the gangbangers. He caught Middleman by his neck and rammed him against a neighbor's wall. What did you say? Left man shuffled forward. Cutter threw him a cold glance. I'll break your knees if you take another step. The man stopped. Cutter shook his prisoner. You said those men. Who did you mean? He jammed the bat's end in the man's groin. Theman, who shot him? The thug howled, the words coming out in a rush. SAPP's released a statement that they are looking for 3 Afrikaners. It's public knowledge. You know them? You saw them? How? Yes! His captive tried to slide away, but Cutter rested the bat's end against his throat and held it lightly. I can kill him with a single thrust. Middleman's eyes widened fearfully as he sensed the danger he was in. We 3 are always on this street. It's our patrol. We saw them a couple of months ago. They came late at night as Sizwe was returning. They drove up and surrounded him before he went through the gate. They roughed him up. He spoke freely as if his resistance had been broken. Where were you? There. Right man pointed down the road where Siphon met Nagona Street, 4 houses away. We were in our ride. "Which one is that?" Cutter asked sharply, scanning the road. There were 3 other cars parked on the edges. "That black one." The thug gestured towards a Ford Mustang. "We were in it, on our phones. Our lights were turned off when these men drove up and went to Sizway." "Our windows were down," Middleman resumed. What did you hear?" "We weren't close enough. We heard a couple of lines. 'Back off. Don't go there again.'" "What were the men driving?" "Some kind of SUV. It was almost midnight. We couldn't make it out from where we were." "Plates? You think we are the police?" Right man snorted. Cutter slapped him hard, the blow sending him staggering against the wall. "How do you know they are the same men who killed Sizway?" "Who else would they be? They looked like Afrikaners. SAPP said they are looking for them." "They could be anyone. You see many Afrikaners here?" Cutter paused. "He's got a point. You didn't follow them." None of them replied. "They're juniors. They probably were scared as well." "What else do you remember?" They shook their heads, and then Middleman piped up. "We told Shark. He said he might know who the men were, and we should stay clear of them." Cutter dropped the bat and squeezed his throat. "Where's Seathole?" he rasped. "We don't know," the thug gasped, his hands trying to shove his assailant away. "He comes to us. We get a message on a phone to be at a street, at a time, and he is there. He takes our reports, gives orders, and leaves." "You're juniors." Cutter thought about it for a moment. "Show me your phones." "You destroyed them," Right man said bitterly, producing his wrecked device from his pocket. "Yes," the others chorused and showed their crushed phones too. "Shark doesn't have a fixed number," Middleman added. "He doesn't stay in one house for too long. He keeps moving. Every gang leader in Cape Flats is like that." "Where can I find him?" Left man summoned all his courage and sneered. "You don't have to worry about that. He'll find you." Cutter shoved Middleman away and watched them stagger towards their Mustang. They cursed and showed him their middle fingers as they drove past. He stood there on Siphon Crescent until they turned the corner and then went to his Range Rover. He was conscious of eyes on him from the neighboring homes, but no one came out to talk to him. He threw the bat on the passenger seat and dumped his backpack in the footwell. "Sir, please don't look back. 25. Cutter didn't look back. He pretended to wipe a layer of dust from the vehicle's roof while he brought out his phone and spoke to an imaginary person. A woman's voice, he guessed, from that shack to the right of the clearing in front of Sizway's house. "Those boys have been a menace. They keep harassing us. They comment on the women on this street," the woman continued. "You taught them a lesson, but they'll be back," she said bitterly. "Did you know Sizway well, ma'am?" He spoke into his phone. "He was a good friend to all of us. He helped us repair our houses, our cars. He was always there." "Yes, he was like that. He was one of my closest friends. Did you see anything?" "I heard you and those boys," she laughed. "The whole street must have heard them. I saw those Afrikaners too. From my kitchen window, where I am right now, I can see Sizway's gate. They punched and kicked him right there. They didn't care that anyone could see them." "Did they say anything, ma'am?" He laughed at a joke his non-existent caller made. "They spoke a lot, but it was so soft I could only hear what those boys told you. Don't go there again. And back off. They yelled those 2 lines. You saw their vehicle?" "No, sir. There's nothing more I can tell you. You should leave, sir. It's dangerous for you to stay longer. The boys will be back with more soldiers." Cutter nodded. "Ma'am," spread the word around. "I have rigged Sizway's house with bombs. They will go off if anyone tries to tamper with the doors or windows. No one should enter even the yard. No one will take Sizway's house away," he finished savagely. "I will. The children should not play anywhere near it. If their ball lands in his yard, they shouldn't go after it." I will warn them. Cutter got behind the wheel, snatched a discreet look at the shack. The kitchen window was dark, no figure in it. He spread his fingers. His hands were steady. His breathing was even. His pulse was low. The rage, just beneath the surface, was still on simmer. He knew he had cast a stone in the unknown pond he was fishing in. The ripples would spread out. Those boys are right. Sithole will come for me. Cutter smiled grimly and drove out. 26. Cutter didn't return to his hotel. He drove down the N2 towards the city center, going in the slow lane, his mind empty, his Glock in its holster, an HK 416 in the passenger footwell, several spare magazines in the pockets of his cargo pants along with other gear. He spotted the first tail 15 minutes after leaving Cape Flats. It was a tan sedan, 2 figures in it that he could make out. The car slowed when he slowed, sped up when he accelerated, and changed lanes when he did. Time to check out Werner's capabilities. Hey, he began, feeling stupid about talking to his phone, which was Bluetooth to his car's speakers. Can you help me track down a car? Beth and Meg said it always listens. I don't need to wake it up in any way, but it goes to sleep at specific commands. Born for it, a voice replied dryly. He frowned. That sounds so human with the right tone and pitch. He thought of typing on his phone, but he needed both hands on the wheel with the traffic and didn't want any cops to pull him over for phone usage while driving. There's this car that's following me. He began reciting the plate. Tan-colored? 2 vehicles behind you? Yeah, it's registered to Thabo Meyer, who lives in Newlands. How do you know about that car? Cutter asked suspiciously. I'm plugged into the camera feeds on the Range Rover. There are a couple of them on the roof at the rear. They have a great view of the traffic at the back. I was able to work out that sedan was tailing you a while ago. And Meyer's identity? Cutter asked. I'm hooked into several databases. Do you want me to list them all? No, he replied hurriedly. Who's Meyer? Great question. I don't know. The address is a hotel. No Meyer is its guest or employee. It's owned by a South African travel company, which is legit. I've already gone through their personnel and financials. It looks like whoever is following you has either stolen that ride or registered it falsely. Could they be flat boys? I beat up some of them. They could be. Those men you fought with would have noted the Range Rover's plates. The criminals must have connections to the motor vehicle's registering authority. They must have watchers on the street. Someone saw you and voila, here they are behind you. Keep me alerted about any other tails. Sure. The second tail got behind him when he crossed Cape Town International Airport. Werner told him about it. Same slightly amused tone with an undercurrent of sarcasm. You have more company. Looks like you're popular. Can you drop the snark? I've been programmed to respond in that manner to you. I can't change my manner of speaking. By whom? By my bosses, Beth and Megan. Do you respond in that manner to the rest of the agency operators? No, I'm to the point with the rest of them. Cutter rolled his eyes. Of course, Beth and Meg would make it communicate with me in just that manner, the way they do with me. He got a clearer glimpse of the second tail in the side mirror, a muscle vehicle, a Toyota SUV, black and gleaming in the afternoon sun, 2 figures in the front too, though he guessed there were more shooters in it. It also fell behind him, in front of the sedan, and kept pace with him. This must be the A-team. That other car was just the tracker to confirm where I'm going. Cutter knew where he was headed. Chapman's Peak Drive was 5.5 miles of road that was carved out of the vertical face of the mountain and connected Hout Bay and Noordhoek on the southwest of the country. It was one of the most scenic coastal drives in the world, with tight bends, views of rugged mountainsides, and the vastness of the Atlantic. Cutter timed his entry, got onto the road as the evening was falling and long shadows were being cast. An orange glow bathed the mountain when he paid the toll and got onto the drive. A few other cars and bikes overtook him when he made way for them. The followers kept behind. He drove with one hand on the wheel, occasionally glancing at the sunset over the ocean. The first lookout point had a few tourists taking scenic photographs. The second picnic point had a few more, but darkness had set in, and even as he went past them, the travelers hurried to their vehicles. The Range Rover's lights came on, the road ahead dark, other than the central white dividing line. Headlights behind him. Cutter watched the navigation display for a moment. After the next lookout point, he decided. That point flashed past in the night. No vehicles. No oncoming traffic either. He went past a steep bend, killed his lights instantly, crowded against the mountain's side, his passenger door nearly touching it, and braked. He yanked the wheel hard to the right and kept his foot on the gas. He lowered his window. Sounds of the ocean drowned out any other noise. He rolled it up again, saw headlights illuminate the road. He gripped the wheel firmly and timed it in his head. The Toyota nosed out of the bend. Cutter turned on his headlights and switched to high beam. The boy's vehicle swerved to its right from the intense brightness. Cutter stamped on the gas. The Range Rover shot out of its hide and T-boned into the Toyota. 27. The Range Rover was heavy. It was powerful. Its tires were custom-made only for the agency vehicles. His ride crushed the Toyota's side. Momentum and superior horsepower shoved the boy's vehicle over the road, metal shrieking and rubber burning until it came to the edge of the cliff. Cutter reverse-geared instantly and backed off to leave enough room between his ride and the Toyota. He killed his engine, picked up his HK, and got out. He used his door for cover and shot out the Toyota's tires. Shouts from inside it. Figures struggling to escape from the crushed vehicle. He ignored them, went onto the road, again using his ride as cover from the trapped boys, and when the tan sedan turned around the corner, with men shouting through its windows, he shot its wheels. They're the boys. He smiled grimly at the weapons thrust out of the car's windows. A long magazine burst killed the driver and passenger, another burst to be sure. He returned to his Range Rover and peered around it carefully. "Throw your guns away." A string of curses and shouts from the Toyota. Shots bounced off his ride's sides. "I won't warn you again, you can't escape." A thug lunged out of the crumpled rear passenger door. He screamed and shot at the Range Rover. He jerked and fell still when Cutter's rounds punched his chest and head. "Your choice," Cutter said coldly. He slapped in a fresh magazine and fired a single shot at the Toyota. "Wait," a man yelled. "Come out and show yourselves." The man kicked at the broken passenger window and crawled out of it with difficulty. The driver emerged from around the Toyota's hood. Both stood, squinting against the Range Rover's lights. "You're flat boys." They cursed. Cutter shot in the ground at their feet. "Yes," the driver swore. "Is there anyone else in your ride?" "No." "I don't believe you. Lower all the windows." "You've shot." "Lower them," Cutter repeated emotionlessly. The driver cursed and reached into the vehicle, and a fourth shooter emerged from around the back of the Toyota, sprinting fast towards the Range Rover, crouching low, zigging and zagging, shooting rapidly. Cutter let him approach until he was 20 feet away and then took him out. "Your tactics are all wrong," he told the survivors conversationally. "He should have crawled along the cliff's edge, come to the front of the Toyota, and tried to come up around and behind me. Who else is in your vehicle?" No answer. The passenger flinched when Cutter shot near them. "No one! You killed them all!" he screamed in the wind. "Who's the senior most of you?" "It's me," the driver growled. Cutter shot the passenger. 28. The driver stood motionless, shocked, as his friend's body fell to the ground. "Lower the windows and open all the doors," Cutter's voice was iron. The driver obeyed. Too many shadows in the Toyota. A shooter could be hiding in the back. "Pick up a rifle." The thug hesitated. Pick it up. He bent down and picked it up. Shoot inside the vehicle into the seats and the floorboards, and then go to the back and shoot it up as well. The driver's face hardened, but he turned around and pulled the trigger. A car on the road. It slowed. Cutter crouched low, knowing he wasn't easily visible against the Range Rover's outline. A startled scream from the vehicle, and then it sped off into the night. Cutter swung around to cover the driver, who hadn't noticed the vehicle and was continuing to shoot into the Toyota. The thug went to the rear and emptied his magazine. "Throw it away." The gangbanger flung it over the cliff. "Undress," Cutter told him. The driver swore. "Why?" Cutter fired near his head. "I order, you obey. That's how this works. Remove your shirt and jeans." The man cursed and stripped down to his shorts. He doesn't have any guns on him. Flatboys was inked across his chest. "Load your friends into the Toyota." "Why?" Cutter fired closer to his feet. The gangbanger flinched from the dirt and gravel that splattered on his legs. "I can't do it alone." "You can," Cutter told him remorselessly. The driver shot him a hateful look, bent down and dragged the passenger's body to the vehicle. He grunted as he hoisted it up with difficulty onto the seat and shut the door to lock the body in. 10 minutes later, he sealed the second body in. "Get behind the wheel," Cutter told him. "What about my clothes?" "You won't need them." A phone rang. The man looked at his discarded jeans. The phone stopped after a few moments. "They'll know something's wrong if I don't answer. They'll send shooters," he spat. "I hope they do. Get behind the wheel." The man got into the driver's seat. Cutter broke his cover only then, moving swiftly, going behind the Toyota and coming up to the driver from the rear. A swift check through the shattered windows to confirm there were no other shooters or weapons in the Toyota. The driver's fist shot out. Cutter had sensed the blow coming. He ducked easily, caught the man's head with his left hand and smashed it against the wheel. The Toyota honked, the sound lost in the wind. He brought out zip ties and fastened the dazed man's wrist to the wheel. "What's your name? Your real one?" "Lindayo," the man mumbled through swollen lips. His nose was bleeding and a broken tooth was stuck to his upper lip. His breathing rasped in the vehicle's interior. "You're going to die. Sifo will kill you with his own hands." "How did you find me?" "Nabila told us about you." "He is one of the men at Sizwe's house?" "Yes." "They were amateurs. They joined the gang recently. They haven't got their first kill yet." Cutter stared at the matter-of-fact way Lindawi spoke. "It's a different world in Cape Flats. Who were the men who shot Sizwe?" "I don't know." He shrieked when Cutter squeezed a nerve in his neck. "I don't know! Only Sifo knows them!" he shouted hoarsely. "Where can I find Sidhole?" Lindy licked his lips. "I have all night," Cutter told him mildly. "I can keep going until you die of pain." The thug clenched his jaw stubbornly. Cutter sighed, unholstered his Glock, and shot him in the thigh. "The good news," he said above the man's howl, "is that you can still drive back, unless you bleed to death. Where's Sidhole?" "He moves from house to house. He doesn't tell anyone where he'll be," Lindiwe gasped. "He uses burners. You can't track him from his calls to my phone." "That isn't helping me. Shall I shoot your groin?" "Kayalicha," he cried. "There's a deal going down tomorrow in the night. He'll be there." "What kind of deal?" "We're buying teak, a lot of it from another gang. Shark will be there for the exchange." "Where?" "In a shebeen on Bila Street." "Those are unlicensed liquor bars. Give me the exact address." Lindia needed further persuasion, a gouge to his ear with the Glock's barrel before the street number of the establishment spilled out of him. Cutter surveyed him, sweat, tears, and blood on his face, eyes narrowed in agony and rage. "What time?" 10. "At night. You think you're going to escape? Every one of us will be hunting for you. he snarled. Cutter ignored him. He confirmed that the zip ties were secure and went around to his Range Rover, was aware of the thug's gaze tracking him. Cutter lowered his window and backed his ride. "You know what we were planning to do to Sizwe?" Lindiwe yelled, "if he wasn't going to give his house to us?" Cutter stopped. "I'm listening." "We were going to play with his woman. Each one of us would take turns with her and make him watch," the thug cackled. "It fills me instantly. It's kind of like a darkness that takes over me. I call it the beast. That's the best way I can explain it." Cutter recalled Zeb's words from way back, his friend describing the cold fury that took hold of him at times. I hadn't understood it then, he thought dimly above the sudden, furious pounding of his blood, the gangbanger's maniacal laughter coming to him. I do now. He changed gears. The Range Rover shot forward and rammed into the Toyota. Lindiwe screamed in horror, his voice fading as his vehicle slipped off the cliff edge and fell down the steep slope. Cutter drove away without a backward glance, the rage in him as dark as the ribbon of road that snaked through the mountain that felt grim, foreboding. The fury stayed with him until he looped back to Cape Town and entered the city's center. He didn't return to his hotel. He parked illegally on the street, got onto the rear seat, and stretched out. The ripple he had started had turned into a larger one. 29. Werner got onto it. There are single-occupancy houses all around it, the software told him the next day when he asked it to come up with an approach to the shebeen. As you would have seen, almost all the residences have just one floor. They are set apart from one another. The boys will have sentries on the street. The other gang will have them too. The residents might know what's going down. They'll stay indoors and won't interfere. Can you become invisible? You'll need that power if you wish to go to the shebeen undetected. Cutter frowned at his laptop, which was playing over the vehicle's speakers. The software's speech was uncannily human-like, the sarcasm just the way the twins spoke to him. He killed the voice response and stretched. It was morning. He was parked in a field near Quills River, a small town half an hour away from Cape Town. He had driven over at night and had slept in his ride. He had woken up to the sunlight streaming through the window. His car radio informed him that Chapman's Peak Drive was sealed off. A SAPP spokesperson briefed the commentator that a vehicle had been shot up. 4 bodies had been found, and a second vehicle, along with its dead driver and other occupants, had been discovered at the bottom of the cliff. "We suspect gang warfare," the spokesperson said gravely. Cutter turned off the radio when the commentator went into the rising crime stats of Cape Town. He yawned, stretched, felt good about reducing the world's criminal population, lowered the window and sucked in clean, fresh air. Blue sky and fleecy clouds above him and the outline of the Baudelaire Hills as a backdrop. Perfect for planning the next attack against Cape Town's underworld. A nearby cow mooed at his vehicle, shook its head at the intransigence of humans and continued munching. Maybe it's annoyed at the bent fender, buckled hood and the paint scratches. I've got to change the ride. Decision made, he turned to the map on his screen. Werner is right. He studied Bela Street on the map. I can't drive up. I'll be seen. The shebeen was an aluminum and wood shack, set back 100 yards from the street. 2 other shacks on either side of it, each one of them some distance away, both fenced off with barbed wire. The residence at the back was some distance away. He could see why Sith Hole had picked the place for the exchange. It overlooks the street, and the neighbors aren't close by. His and the other gang's vehicles and soldiers will block the road while they do the deal. They'll get away fast after. He made a face. No way I can infill stealthily. Unless... He looked back. The Range Rover had a large compartment beneath the floorboard at the rear, opened biometrically, but the twins had enabled his palm and iris prints. The agency's box of tricks. He surveyed the contents. A plan formed in his mind. That looks like you rammed into someone. Jabulo inspected his ride in the afternoon. I did. Cutter grinned. Did the other vehicle survive? These Range Rovers pack the meanest punch I know. Let's say. It's not going anywhere, he said dryly. This is nothing. The garage owner flicked a finger against the bent fender. We'll replace it. New coat of paint and it will be good to go. I can't wait. Yes, I know. Jabulo went to a covered vehicle and removed its tarp to reveal another matte-painted Range Rover. Will this do? Yes. Cutter high-fived him, got behind the wheel and drove out to Quills River, stopped in the same field, returned the same cow's stare, and checked out the arms cache. They're supposed to be identical in every ride. He opened the compartment and nodded in satisfaction at the array. They are. He extracted an HK, several magazines, other weapons, and fitted out the drone. He went through its operation on his phone and then laid out the gear on the rear seat. He broke open a protein bar and munched on it under the South African sun. A Spartan diet for the battle ahead. 30. Cutter drove into Khayelitsha at 9 p.m. The township had little traffic on its streets. Most of its residents were in their homes, preparing for bed, readying for the next day. Streetlights casting yellow glows on the deserted roads. He parked in front of the darkened structure of a children's school on Buza Street. Bila is the second right from where I am. He reached behind him, lowered his window, and launched the drone. It rose with a whisper, its silhouette barely discernible against the sky, and then went out of sight. The UAV wasn't a commercially available brand. They were custom-made by a defense contractor to the specifications that the twins gave, and the sisters then enhanced each drone. Stealth paint, semiconductor tiles for camouflaging against the background, radar and infrared blocking, thermal imaging, night vision, UHD cameras, mic, speakers, cell phone tower to capture signals, jaws to hold objects, a miniature launcher. The drone had more technology than he could remember. He navigated it on his phone, watching its feed on his laptop screen. An SUV on Bila Street came into view, close to the intersection with the road he was on. Two men leaning against it. Cutter zoomed in, saw the lines of weapons down their sides. No one else in the ride. The shebeen was easy to identify. It had 3 vehicles parked in front and 4 men lounging outside. He counted 2 more men inside the vehicles. He navigated the drone to the rear of the shack and got a view inside through the open door at the back. The liquor outlet was a rectangle, tiled floor, 4 men talking, 3 of them armed. Werner identified the 4th man as Sifo Sithole. Cutter watched him for several beats. Close-cropped hair, ink on his neck and arms, chains and rings catching the light. He was in a dark tee and jeans. Nothing special about him, except that he knows who killed Sizwe. He flew the drone to the side and lowered it to the window. The shooters at the front won't be able to hear it. Its motors barely make any sound. At the back of the shebeen was a crude bar made of 2 barrels on which was a wooden plank. A few bottles and glasses rested on a shelf. Doesn't look like the other gang has arrived. Cutter checked out the rest of Bila Street. Another vehicle at the end where it met Nkumo Road. 2 gangbangers in an SUV at that end. 14 hostiles in total, he counted, and the other gang hasn't even arrived. He reconned the street. No lights in any of the other residences on the street. The residents probably know what's going down. They are keeping low. Sithole must have paid off the police as well. The other gang rolled up at 9:45 p.m. 2 dark SUVs, which seemed to be standard gangbanger rides worldwide. The drone captured their arrival from the Buza Street side as they sped down Bila, drove up to the dusty yard and rocked to a stop in front of the 3 boys' vehicles. 6 men got out, armed. 1 carried a bag. They spoke briefly to Sithole's men, who escorted them inside. Cutter closed his screen, pocketed his phone, put on the ballistic helmet that was on the passenger seat, It was like an aviator's, with the drone feed and Warner's alerts projecting inside of the visor. Integrated mic and speaker that instantly Bluetoothed to his phone, which could also hook up to the drone's mic for broadcast. The helmet was equipped with 4 night vision cameras arrayed on the front to give a panoramic field of view of 97 degrees over the conventional 40 degrees that monocular or binocular NVGs offered. The camera array was much smaller than the ones in military-grade GPNVGs, ground panoramic night vision goggles. They were inserted within the body of the helmet with their lenses barely breaking the surface line. The helmet was made of carbon composite nanotube yarn that reduced its weight significantly. Battery is built into it. Rangefinder too, he recalled from the twins' briefing when they had introduced him to the helmet. It was revolutionarily different from the 4-tube GPNVGs he, Zeb, and the former Special Forces operatives in the agency had used when in the military. Those weighed a ton, were clunky. These, he fingered the helmet, are like fashion statements. He grinned. Beth used those specific words. He knew they were expensive. Very expensive, he thought dryly. The military GPNVGs range anywhere from 10 to 40 grand. These agency helmets must be in 6 figures. He knew the covert outfit wasn't short of budget, slush funds, grateful donations from billionaires and Middle East princes, folks that Zeb and his team helped, that Broker had smartly invested. Nope, my friends aren't lacking in money. Good for me. I get to use their gear. He had on a lightweight vest, beneath which he had the specially designed armor that the agency used, his HK on a sling, velcroed to a strap that ran down his back to prevent it from jiggling, his Glock in an easy draw spot high on his chest, his combat pants pockets filled with the tactical gear that he would need. He slipped out of his Range Rover and ghosted towards the first sentry point on Bila Street. It was showtime, 31. Cutter filtered through the shadows made by the homes. He tensed when a dog barked, but the drone's wide-angle feed showed the boys on his end of Bila hadn't moved. He reached the corner with Booza Street, a shuttered convenience store. He could hear the soft murmur of the thugs. He peered around cautiously. One of them was watching a video on his phone. The other was smoking, looking towards the shebeen. Cutter unholstered the dart gun down his thigh. Laser scope on it that automatically integrated with the helmet's cameras, which projected a center dot on the visor. 50 feet away from me. No wind. Good lighting. The technology in the helmet was barely used at that range and in those conditions. He aimed and triggered twice, the compressed gas-driven gun making soft whoops in the air. The darts struck the men in their backs before they could react to the sound. Their bodies went limp in 3 seconds, and they fell. Cutter was onto them a moment later. He zip-tied their wrists, feet, and gagged them and sprinted behind the line of houses that were on the same side as the shebeen. He knew the path he had to take. Werner had identified it earlier, and it was lit up on his visor. The software warned him of obstacles that it identified from the drone's feed. A broken bottle here, an empty soda can there. He weaved between residences that lined the front of Bila Street and the ones backing onto them. He crouched and slowed when the shebeen came into view on his left, brightly lit from inside. Some kind of argument that the drone's mic relayed to him. No sentry at the rear. Careless of sit-hole. Or maybe he's so confident in his security that he thinks he doesn't need any. Either way, it worked for Cutter, who resumed his sprint once he was out of sight of the shebeen until he weaved to the front line of residences and bellied down when the second set of sentries on Bila came into view, 70 feet away. His dark clothing blended with the ground and the silhouette of the house behind him. He nudged a plastic wrapper out of the way with his elbow carefully and ignored the stones gouging into his body, 60 feet closer to them. The barbed wire fence of a neighboring house to his right, A wind chime rattled in its backyard. Cutter froze when the sound drew the sentry's attention. My helmet won't shine. It doesn't have reflective paint. Nevertheless, he worked out his moves. Draw the HK and shoot them if they see me. I can draw before they react. But that will alert Sithole and every other gangbanger. He would have to bring his takedown forward if that happened. It wasn't ideal, but it couldn't be helped. The boys didn't spot him. They turned away to look in the Shabine's direction and resumed their soft conversation. Cutter exhaled slowly and brought up the dart gun. It had a laser sight that only the helmet cameras could see. His first missile landed true on the closest gangbanger's shoulder and dropped him moments later. His second shot skidded off the second shooter's body, who looked confused at the impact and at the sight of his partner dropping. Cutter lunged up and forward, closing ground, seeing the man look up, his mouth opening to yell a warning, and then Cutter's Glock slashed wickedly across the man's face, and the shooter grunted and dropped like a sack. Cutter, heaving, secured them as well and returned to the path he had come through. The negotiation was still going strong in his helmet speakers, the Cellar gang demanding more, Sithole not budging. No one's reached for their guns yet, which worked in his favor. He smiled grimly. He got close to the Shabine's rear and dropped to the ground in the open space between it and the residence behind it. He wasn't worried about being spotted by the house's occupants. If they didn't get involved at the gang's presence, they won't bother about me even if they see me. He inhaled and exhaled to regulate his pulse and brought out his phone. Dropped the drone lower. 6 men outside, 10 men inside. He had a few tricks to even the odds, however. He tapped a button on the drone's control, which activated the gas gun on it, and its crosshair sight filled the screen. He aimed it at the clump of men who were looking through the front door at the negotiation. He fired. 32. The gas gun had a tube filled with thermobaric pellets, marble-sized, aerosol explosives that burst into a cloud on impact which carried the deadly blast farther. The sisters had worked with another defense contractor to come up with the explosives and the unique gas gun that could be installed on the drone. They field-tested it in Rio and Mumbai, Cutter recalled. He didn't see the pellets striking the bunch of men. He didn't have to. The whump and ball of flame that engulfed them was his cue to rise off the ground, race to the rear door of the Shabine in 3 seconds, before its occupants could process the explosion, and act. He tossed 3 flashbangs inside in quick succession at the gangbangers and turned his head away as they went off, intense white light filling the small liquor shop. His helmet dulled the white bursts, turning them into no more than the sudden appearance of a bright TV screen in the dark. It muted their roars, too, but he could still feel the pressure waves batter him. The impact of the 3 bangs going off in the small, crowded space was devastating. The boys and the Cellar's thugs jerked visibly, shouting, yelling, and cursing. They staggered and some of them fell, their groans blending with the screams from outside. 2 of them tried to get to the door, but he was there, blocking their escape, his Glock a blur as he slashed indiscriminately, punching and kicking them to submission. The burning outside registered on his peripheral vision. Werner didn't alert him that any of those guards was taking offensive action, so he ignored them. He shot a thug who weakly reached for his rifle and then secured them swiftly, none of them in a condition to resist him. He didn't tie Sithole. He searched the boys' leader, took out his phone and held it to the gangster's face to unlock it, reset its password, pocketed it, tossed his waist gun away and waited for the bang's effects to fade. The gangbangers were still burning. The conflagration had been so sudden and swift that they hadn't managed to leave the front yard. Their shrieks ended when he shot them. He turned when he felt a hand on his shoulder, easily ducked the weak punch Sithole threw and shoved him back. Cutter opened all the windows and widened the front and rear doors to let air circulate. Searched for a bottle of water at the bar, found it, and splashed it over Sithol's face. The man stumbled back. He shook his head as if to clear the effects of the bangs and then looked up, his eyes sharpening. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely. Cutter knew he looked like someone from a movie set with his outfit, helmet, and weapons. He removed his headgear and placed it on the ground. "Your thugs have been hunting me, and I've been looking for you. Can't waste much time here. I don't know what backups either of these gangs have." He went to the bar and shattered a liquor bottle's neck against the barrel. He returned to Sithole and kicked him in the face when the man tried to dive towards a rifle. The thug roared in anger and pain and tried to punch as he fell. Cutter ignored his blow, caught him by the neck with his free hand, and hauled him upright. "Who killed Sizwe and Nkosi?" Sithole spat in his face. "He's regaining his faculties. I've got to move fast." Cutter wiped his face with his sleeve, kneed Sithole in the groin, caught his shoulder and centered him in the room. He poured the liquor over the man's jeans, produced a lighter from his pocket, and set fire to Sithol's legs. 33. Sifo Sithole screamed and swatted at the fast-spreading flames that engulfed his calves. His eyes searched wildly for a blanket, anything that could smother the fire. He rushed at Cutter to grab him, who slapped him away. He charged towards the bar to find water. Cutter kicked him back. The boys' man dropped to the ground desperately and rolled to choke the flames. Cutter poured liquor over his chest and back and tossed the bottle away. "Who killed Sizwe? Help me! Answer my question." "I don't know." "Then I've no more business here." Cutter leaned down for his helmet. "There are a few buckets of water behind the bar. I'll empty them on the ground. You might be able to roll on the ground or hug these other men, and that might kill the fire, but you'll be so badly burned by then you will die." "Save him!" one of the boys' men shouted. "Give me my answers," Cutter asked relentlessly. "Who shot Sizwe? Who were those white men?" "Dirk, Jap, and Klaas," Sithole howled. "Help me!" He was rolling on the ground desperately, the flames licking at his groin. He drew back his hands sharply whenever he tried to beat them. Cutter went around the bar and brought a bucket and stood over the man. "Who are they?" "I don't know," the gang's leader sobbed. "We were asked to keep quiet about them, not make any inquiries." "Who ordered you?" "Nashville boys. Help me." "That gang killed him?" "No, those killers are white." "Why did they pass on that word then?" "I don't know. We associate with them. They are larger than us. We do what they tell us. This fire." "Who runs that gang?" "Zuma Mansell. Water. I need water." "Where can I find Zuma?" "Nyanga. He'll kill you." "That's another Cape Flats township." "Where exactly?" "He's got a few safe houses. I don't know where they are. I meet him in his car." "I think you're lying." Cutter put down the bucket and made a show of dusting his hands. "No, I don't know where he lives. You have to believe me." Cutter believed him. Sithole was screaming continually, breaking off to answer questions. Panic was etched on his face. "What else did this gang tell you?" "I didn't ask Zuma." "You don't ask bigger gangs," the thug moaned. His head shot up. "I heard him on the phone to someone. He said the men would go to Orania." "Orania?" "Yes, I heard only that much." Cutter recalled what the three men at Sizwe's house had told him. "Back off. Don't go there." Were the shooters referring to Orania? "Do you know Orania, white boy?" A boys' man sniggered from where he was leaning against the shack's wall. "What else do you know?" Cutter didn't reply to the question. "I told you everything!" Sithole shrieked. "Save me!" "You were going to rape Amal." "I wouldn't have done it," he wept. "That was just a threat." Cutter planted a leg on Sithole's chest to hold him down and emptied the bucket on the man's legs and waist. He brought another bucket and poured it as well and stood back while Sithole, gasping, sobbing, removed his shoes with trembling hands and inspected his legs through the burned jeans. Ugly burns had formed. Sithole threw up. His breath was harsh, audible, snot, and tears streaming down his face as he tried to remove the burned fabric from his limbs. "Don't remove the jeans," Cutter warned him. "It will take your skin away as well. Go to a hospital." "You think we go to hospitals, white boy?" Sniggering man hissed. "Get a doctor to look at you." Cutter ignored him. "You have one?" Sithole wiped the vomit from his face and nodded. "Start running, white boy, and don't stop. Flats boys and Nashville boys will get you," Sniggering man said. Cutter studied him closely. The shooter had flat, dead eyes, while the rest of the captives had angry, fearful, or horrified expressions. His face was empty. "Who are you?" "That's Trigger," Sithole managed to say with pride despite his condition. "Our best killer." "That right, Trigger? You want to kill me?" Cutter asked softly. "Free me and see what happens," the killer challenged. Cutter kicked all the guns on the floor away. He noticed the gym bag near the entrance and unzipped it. Teak. That must be for the exchange. It was undamaged in all that had gone down in the shebeen. He moved it to the side, too. He reached behind him and drew a Glock from his waist, dropped it to the floor, went to Trigger, and cut his zip ties swiftly. He went to the center of the room. "I have a Glock." He pointed to his shoulder holster. "You have one there. We are even. Take it." "You think this is a Hollywood movie?" Trigger smirked. "How do I know that gun isn't empty or rigged? Do I look like I would be carrying empty guns? You can reach your Glock before I can." Cutter removed his gun and HK and dropped them to the floor. He took 2 more steps back. "We have the same odds now. Make your play, or I'll kill you. I'm still affected by those flashbangs." Cutter went to the shebeen's wall and leaned against it. More distance between him and his weapons than Trigger and the gun on the floor. "You're a coward," he said contemptuously. "It's easy to be a big man when you have your gang with you. How does it feel when you might die?" Trigger dove to the floor and grabbed the gun. He was fast. He was good. He gave no indication he was going for the weapon. One moment he was standing, the next he had pounced on the weapon. He didn't attempt to rise. He caught the Glock, pointed it at Cutter, and fired from his prone position. His head exploded. 34. Shocked shouts escaped from the captives. Sithole looked stunned. He lifted his gaze finally from the dead killer's body and watched Cutter bend down, remove the gun from Trigger's lifeless hand, and stuff it back in his waist. "You cheated," he gasped finally. "You, a rapist and a murderer, are offended by that?" Cutter snorted. "That trick gun comes in handy at such times. It was engineered to fire backwards through a short bore whose end was covered by a flimsy plastic cover that was colored black, the same shade as the gun." He stood over the captives. "Which of you are boys?" The 8 prisoners looked warily at him. 2 of them nodded. "Are you going to kill us?" one of them asked. Cutter didn't reply. He hauled up the 6 members from the other gang and hustled them outside. "I'm not going to kill you," he said impatiently when one of them tried to chest butt him. "I could have shot you where you were sitting if I wanted to do that." He lined them up near the smoking vehicles and tossed the gym bag at them. "That's yours?" "Yes," a man said cautiously. "There are 2 SUVs on either side of this street. Sithole's men are unconscious, and even if they are awake, they are secured. You can take either of those rides and leave." "You're letting us go?" the speaker asked, processing the information. "Do you know anything of Sizwe's killers?" "No," the men chorused. "We don't operate in Khayelitsha," the speaker said. "We heard of it. Everyone did, but we aren't involved." Cutter kicked away the boys' weapons that were on the ground. "I'm not interested in you. I don't care what you do. I want those killers." He cut their zip ties and stepped back. The men backed out carefully, watching him, and then hurried away when he didn't make any threatening moves. Cutter returned indoors and swept up the boys' rifles and dumped them behind the bar. He photographed the weapons and the sullen-faced gangsters and lastly, Sithole. "Are you going to do anything for me?" The boys' leader rocked in pain. "I already did. I didn't kill you," Cutter said, grim-faced. 35. Cutter donned his helmet and went out of the rear of the shebeen. He sprinted towards his ride, climbed inside, and drove down Booza Street. It was still quiet. Neighbors might have reported the explosions and the shootings, but the police, if Sithole bought them off, won't respond. They'll think it's the Flat Boys taking out the other gang. He smiled briefly when he recalled the expressions on the other gang's members. They didn't believe they were walking away alive and with their tyke as well. He didn't know who they were or if his actions meant they wouldn't act against him. He hoped they wouldn't. Having some allies, or at least some neutrals, will help. Dirk, Jaap, and Klaas, he mused when he reached the N2, and Orania. The name had shocked him when Sithole mentioned it. He had concealed his expression, however. He knew the place. Orania is a whites-only town in South Africa. 36. Thulani Mbeki strode into his office early. He had been awake almost the whole night, taking calls, and had surveyed the wreckage below Chapman's Peak Drive and the scene at the shebeen in Khayelitsha. His mood was sour. It wasn't helped by the fact that every officer he spoke to shrugged and said there weren't any witnesses and statements were sparse. "Yes?" he barked when his aide poked his head through the door. "Your visitors are here, sir." "Enzi," he growled. "No visitors today, I told you. How many times did I say that?" "Sir, these are your American visitors. That appointment was fixed months ago. You said it shouldn't be canceled no matter what." Thulani sighed. "I had forgotten about that. They're outside? Send them in. Bring teas or coffees, whatever their preference is." He shot up and went around to greet them when they entered his office. Two women, both tall, dark-haired, dark-eyed, tanned and in black suits with spit-polished shoes. They carried themselves with an ease that spoke of an inner confidence in themselves. Lieutenant General Mbeki. The first woman, an inch taller than her companion, shook his hand firmly. "I'm Peyton Quindica, and this is Gina Di Fiore. We're from the FBI. 37. Thulani turned on the charm. He shook Di Fiore's hand as well and, beaming, gestured towards a couch. "We'll be more comfortable there. The chairs at my desk are for visitors I don't know well or I wish to intimidate." "We are intimidated, sir." Di Fiore laughed, a low, rich, husky sound. "Sir? Please call me Thulani." He sat opposite them. "Only if you call us by our first names." Quindica smiled. "Deal, Peyton. This is about the possible FBI SAPP's task force?" "Yeah," Di Fiore drawled. "To investigate terrorist activity in southern Africa, the continent, and your country." "The funding sources and groups are what we're interested in," Quindica added. "Yes, the Minister of Police briefed me about it. How will this work if the task force goes ahead?" "Both SAPs and FBI will be equal partners." "Forgive me," Thulani interrupted. "In my experience of working with FBI, that has never been the case." "You haven't worked with us, Thulani." Di Fiore grinned. "We are aware of our agency's reputation. We won't step on anyone's toes. We aren't going to start turf wars. Our objective is the same as yours. Identify the bad guys and put them behind bars." Thulani watched both as she spoke. He had a lifetime's experience of judging people. He believed Di Fiore. They have the juice too. I've read their files. They are FBI heavy hitters. They can make things happen. We are under-resourced. Budget cuts. He made a face. There are corrupt police officers. Quindica stopped him with a hand to his wrist. "We know. We aren't here to shame you either. We have the technology, the tools, and you have the street knowledge. This will work if the three of us work together." Thulani heard the slightest emphasis she placed on the word. She means we shouldn't let our egos get in the way. That worked with him. Deal. He reached out and smiled when they shook his hand. They discussed the logistics for another hour on how the task force would work and who would make the senior team from either side. "I'll have to submit a proposal to the minister." He rose when they stood up at the end. "But I don't expect him to object. We want to work with the FBI." "Great." Quindica smiled. She shook his hand again. Di Fiore hugged him hard and stood back. "You seem to be having a crime wave. We followed the news overnight." "Gang warfare. It's not uncommon. We've visited Cape Town before. We're familiar with it. What kind of gang would shove a vehicle off Chapman's Peak Drive?" "You know what went down?" Thulani asked sharply. "There's this man, Cutter Grogan. Crime increases wherever he goes. He's in Cape Town." Thulani froze. "Cutter did this?" "Cutter?" Di Fiore traded looks with Quindica. "You know him?" "He's a very good friend," Thulani said. "Yeah, Cutter can do that kind of damage. How do you know him?" "He's a close friend of ours, too." Quindica's face lit up. "Small world." "Of course." She snapped her fingers. "You were in Recca. He knows a few of those operators. Is that how you met?" "Yes." "As far as coincidences go, this task force, does Cutter have any connection to what went down in my city?" "We don't know, but it has his signature. Destruction. Disregard for the law and due process," Di Fiore said. "That's how he works. I'd love to put his sorry ass in jail." Thulani was puzzled. "I thought he was a close friend." "I wouldn't call him that." "Ignore Gina." Peyton laughed. "She likes him just as much as I do, but has a different way of showing it. She won't call him by his first name when he's with us. As to those dead gangsters, we don't know anything about Cutter's involvement. Cutter killed them." Di Fiore waggled her finger. "Only he can cause that kind of destruction. These gangs," she snorted, "they'd better give him what he wants, or else he'll wipe them out. He's hunting a friend's killers." "He told you?" Thulani smiled. "You're in a hurry?" "No." Quindica took the hint and sat on the couch again. "Was it you who told him about Sizwe and Thabo?" Di Fiore plopped down next to her partner. "We were with him, in his office, when someone called." "That was me. How well do you know him?" "He's risked his life several times for us. He told us about the Palma operation." "And I'll still arrest him if there's proof he broke the law," Di Fiore said, though with less heat. Thulani grinned. "I like them. Cutter has good friends. I was the recce team leader on that operation. I was downstairs in the hotel, cleaning up. I didn't meet Cutter that day. It was many months later. Sizwe had organized a dinner. Cutter arrived. We hit it off." He went to his desk and brought a photograph of the dinner. His smile faded. "Did he tell you he killed those gangsters yesterday?" He thought of the anonymous tip SAPPs had received. "Was that Cutter?" "No. He would have informed me directly." "Would he?" His inner voice challenged. "You don't know how he works. He's not a covert operator anymore." "No." Quindica cut into his thoughts. "He doesn't know we're in town. We didn't tell him. He wouldn't tell us even if he killed them. He knows we can't look away if he briefed us. He doesn't compromise us." "But I'm sure he's involved," Di Fiore said stubbornly. "Cutter does not leave his prints behind. He's too good." Thulani steepled his fingers. "I have a dilemma. I want him to find those killers. I cannot throw as many resources into our own investigation because of budget constraints, red tape, all that stuff. He's like a freelance, unpaid investigator for me, but at the same time I can't ignore it if Cutter is found breaking the law." "Welcome to our world." Di Fiore laughed humorlessly. Quindica was thoughtful, deliberate in her reply. Cutter often takes up cases that clash with ours. The way we've navigated this, we're upfront with him. We'll not overlook any transgressions from him. And, she smiled widely, he hasn't put us in any uncomfortable situation. I'm sure he'll be respectful of your position. Cutter and respect, Di Fiore snorted. But yeah, what Peyton said. What happened to Alawa? He didn't tell us that. Cutter said he slipped and fell out of the hotel's window, Thulani said blandly. He crossed his hands behind his neck and rocked in his chair when his visitors had left, wrestling with his thoughts and emotions. Cutter Grogan was one of his closest friends, and yet he, Thulani Mbeki, was also a man of integrity. Could Cutter have killed those Flat Boys gangsters? Yes. He nodded to himself. His friend was capable of that kind of violence. What do I do? Investigate those as you would investigate any other crime, his inner voice told him. What Quindica and Di Fiore said makes sense. Don't compromise yourself. He knows that as well. I told him just that, at the gym. He straightened, feeling calmer, and rang the buzzer. Enzi, who's looking into that Sizwe and Nkosi tip? I've got a team, sir. Let me know immediately if they find anything. Yes, sir. Mbeki grinned slyly when his aide left. He fired off a message to Cutter. Your friends are here. 38. Cutter was on the Range Rover's hood, leaning against its windshield, below the blue canopy that spanned the earth. In the same field in Queels River, with the same cow for company that was giving him irritated glances. He thought they were irritated, but one could never tell with cows. He sipped coffee from his thermos and read up on Nyanga on his screen. A suburb in Cape Flats, smaller than Khayelitsha, high poverty and unemployment, high crime too. A few newspapers had called it the murder capital of the country. He went through the Nashville Boys file that Werner made. Close to 80 members. Those figures are approximate, the software warned him. The usual gang activities. He studied Zuma Mansell's photograph. He was sneering in it, gold tooth gleaming, with the usual assortment of rings and chains and ink on his arms. Average height. Skinny. A long string of murders and violent assault that SAPP has believed he was responsible for. How do I find his safe houses? He grunted in annoyance when he remembered he had taken Sithol's phone. The cow mooed. Idiot, it seemed to say. He studied the phone's messages. Most of them were to the boys' gang members, giving orders, receiving updates, and mundane communication such as organizing food. There was one specifically to Lindiwe, outlining what they would do to Amal if Sizwe didn't surrender the house. Both he and Lindive are beyond doing anything now. He looked at the phone numbers. The names were unfamiliar. Several were incoming calls and made to the same unknown numbers. Could those be burners? He plugged the phone into Werner and asked it to analyze the numbers. The AI responded instantly. Some of the numbers were from stolen phones, others from a batch of SIM cards bought at various outlets in the city. Find their locations, he commanded Werner. These are burners, the software type back. They are used to prevent location tracking. I thought you weren't an ordinary AI. My ask is beyond your capabilities. Werner went quiet and then brought up a map on the screen. It flagged 3 houses on Sabini Avenue. Those are the ones where most of the calls have been made from or received at. How did you work that out? That would be beyond your understanding. Cutter frowned and instinctively looked around. Nope. He was alone. Only the cow for company, and that too some distance away. The response was just like what Beth or Meg would make. Is Mansell at any one of those homes right now? He typed. None of those phone numbers are active right now. Cutter zoomed into the map. Sabini stretched from Enanwabisi Street and Mahobi Drive. Half a mile of road that was lined with houses on either side, and a sports field and a primary school. His lips tightened. One of Mansell's safe house is right next to that school. It might not be Mansell. Seathole might have made those calls to just about anyone else. He would have to check out the residences in person. I need additional gear. His phone buzzed. A message from Mbeki. Your friends are here. Cutter shrugged after a moment of trying to work it out. I'll call him later and find out what he means. He commanded Werner to look up the names Dirk, Jaap, and Klaas. Do you have any second names? The software asked. No, he typed out. Those are Afrikaner names. Many people will have them. Profile all of them. Cutter shifted impatiently on the vehicle when the software went to work. He knew his command was a futile one. Werner's right. There could be hundreds of such men in South Africa. The software will find out which of them have criminal records and are of a certain age, but that won't help me. The names needed a full investigation, which he, as a single person, didn't have the resources for. SAPPs can investigate, Cutter decided, and drove out and bought a motorcycle. 39. It was a used Yamaha MT-07, dull black in color, well-maintained and purred so softly that it was barely audible. He paid the dealer in cash and rode away with his new possession, the 73-horsepower engine responding smoothly to his commands. He opened it up on the N1 and felt the bike surge easily. The motorcycle wasn't a superbike but could go fast, and by the time he returned to the field he knew how it rode. He turned on Werner and wore a headset, made an internet call to the SAPP information line. Dirk, Jaap, and Klaas shot Sizwe Nkosi, he told the operator. Werner not only broke his call into smaller digital fragments, but also bounced it to servers and VPN tunnels around the world. It also changed its pitch and tone to make it unrecognizable. It made his voice sound feminine in the call. Can you identify yourself, ma'am? How do you know that? No, and I can't go into the details. Those men shot him. They have a connection to Arania. He hung up before the operator asked him any more questions. That call will get escalated to Thulani. He'll check it out. Cutter wasn't confident SAPPs would make any headway, but the more investigative resources looking into it, the better. The cow urinated near his Range Rover in the evening, a clear sign that he was unwelcome. I have nowhere else to go, he told her as he fastened the ballistic helmet, and after getting a twitch of her tail, rode out. His HK sheathed in a case taped to the side of the tank. The bike's pouches filled with grenades and the drone's parts. He encountered evening traffic, but he was on a bike, which he weaved through the snarly lines and got to the N2 freeway where Werner guided him to Nyanga. Google Maps stopped suggesting routes that go through Nyanga's crime spots, he remembered reading. They do that to every unsafe area, he reminded himself. It isn't specific to Cape Town or South Africa. He was in Nyanga 40 minutes later, northwest of Khayelitsha, the Cape Flats freeway separating it from the latter. Houses lit from within. A spaza, a home-based convenience store, was turning off its lights when he entered Sabini from Ananwabisi Street. Nyanga sports field to his left, empty, dark. His bike thrumming softly, its sound reverberating off the aluminum sheets of the shacks he passed. The first safe house was to his right, a concrete structure with a wall, no lights or vehicles in front of it. Ling Primary School to his right. High wire fence running alongside the building. The second safe house was opposite it, another concrete residence behind a wall. Cutter could see 2 cars and an SUV in its front yard, and its windows were shut but lit from within. He thought he saw some shadows on the porch, but he blew past the house too fast to confirm. He noted the safe house was on the corner with Sihum Road. That's a lot of vehicles in front of a house for this neighborhood, he thought as he killed his headlight. He went to the end of Sabini and confirmed that the other safe house was dark and turned back towards the primary school. 8 p.m. A time when families had finished dinner, when kids went to bed, readying to go to the school the next day. Cutter looked up. The blue canopy had turned dark. Pinpricks of light glittered on it as if some giant hand had poked millions of tiny holes in it. He took a breath, feeling his body ready for action. It was time to check if that was Mansell's house and if he was home. 40. Cutter went down Zwelica Drive, which was to his right, on the school's corner. Enough ambient light from the spaced-out street lamps and from nearby houses to guide him. He parked in front of an under-construction house and killed the bike. Sounds of a township settling for the night. A siren wailed in the distance. Either an ambulance or a police vehicle. It faded, the cool air of the night bringing various odors. Dinner, trash from the street, a faint hint of gasoline. He assembled the drone swiftly and launched it. Crouched in the dry bed of an open sewer that ran parallel to the road, breathing shallowly through his mouth. His phone lit up with the UAV's feed. Flat roofs of houses, wash drying out on a line on one. He turned the drone towards the safe house. He could see the detailing on the iron gate mounted in the wall. The drone's cameras were that sharp. All three vehicles were empty. No heat sign from them. They've been there for a while. Yeah, there are 2 men at the front. They leaned against the wall, watching videos on their phones, facing Sabini. They might have waist guns. The windows at the front were shut tight, as were the ones at the sides and the back. The rear door was shut too. Cutter scratched his chin. No way to know how many men are inside and whether that's Mansell's place. He idly caressed the smooth surface of his phone as he looked towards the house. What about those burner numbers? He reached into the pouch and unfolded his laptop, set it next to him and dialed the first number. Inactive. The second number as well. Cutter tried them all, disappointment creeping up on him. A voice answered the last one. "I'll call you back," an irritated voice answered. No hi, no hello, no pleasantries. It was as if the speaker knew who was calling. The man's voice sharpened after a moment. "Who's this?" A muttered curse when Cutter didn't reply. The call ended. Werner, on his screen, told Cutter the man was Zuma Mansell. "Are you sure?" He typed in the chat box. SAPP has several voice recordings of his, the AI replied. That speaker is a perfect match for them. A flag lit up on the map. The burner phone was in the safe house that he was watching. 41. 18-year-old Grace was on her phone with her boyfriend when she saw it. She would tell SAPP later that her bedroom overlooked Sabini and was across Zwelica. It gave her a partial view of the safe house. It was like the house exploded, she would say. I saw something like a rocket tear into it and disappear into the sky. The police's forensic team would work out that the missile was a shoulder-fired rocket of a kind they hadn't seen before. It certainly wasn't a Javelin, the anti-tank system used by the U.S. military and several other armed forces around the world. This rocket, found a mile outside Nyanga, was lightweight, had a scaled-down explosive which could still tear through concrete and brick. The angle stumped them, 34 degrees. That could only mean it was fired by someone very short. The police team found the discarded launcher almost by accident, stowed deep in the sewer in Zwelica, and then they worked out that, yeah, someone lying prone near the drain could also deliver that angle. The result was that the top of the safe house was demolished in spectacular fashion, which got its occupants to flee, which led to the subsequent events. Cutter was on his bike moments after firing, low on its tank to reduce his profile, watching the drone's feed on his visor. The door burst open. Several armed thugs raced out and climbed into the two cars and drove away, to the west. None of them were Mansell. The Nashville Boys leader emerged from the back of the house, surrounded by 4 men who were shooting wildly in the dark. The drone got a good view of him, with Werner confirming his identity instantly. The thugs' round struck the school's gates and spanged into the dark as they hustled their leader into the vehicle. A window broke somewhere, and a resident yelled in the night. The SUV burst onto Sabini and careened down it to the east. Cutter's Yamaha purred to life when it was 2 streets away. The drone was following the SUV. It could do 50 miles an hour, a speed that Mansell's vehicle couldn't reach due to the unevenness of the road. The UAV could easily follow them high above, without breaking an electrical sweat. Cutter tailed them at a distance, houses flashing past, lights turning on, heads peeking out at the explosion. A side street went by, and then another, and when the getaway vehicle was on the verge of joining Govan Mbeki Road, he struck. His bike surged ahead to come within 100 feet of the SUV, which was swaying wildly on its wheels. It didn't matter if its occupants could see him. They won't get time to react. He remained low over the tank, drew the HK one-handedly and shot out its tires. The vehicle swerved off the road. It tore into a wire fence that bordered a fast food joint and came to a sluggish stop in the deserted parking lot. 42. Cutter's Yamaha rolled easily over the torn-down wire. His HK chattered continually as its armor-piercing rounds ripped into the SUV, buckling its doors, shattering its windows. No aim was required. Spray and pray worked. Heck, I don't even need to pray. None of their rounds are coming close to me. He was to the vehicle's 7 o'clock. The gangbangers would have to lean out of the vehicle to fire. One of them did. His head exploded from the HK's bullets. No one else dared to show himself after that. Instead, the boys thrust their rifles out of the broken windows and shot back, a concentrated sweeping burst that kicked dirt and concrete, with a few rounds buzzing angrily in the air near him. It wasn't easy for them. They could place him approximately by his voice, but he was pumping bullets into the SUV at a high rate, and that made it difficult for them to return fire with any degree of accuracy. And they had to reload as well. "I want Mansell," Cutter yelled, the mic in his headset amplifying his voice. His position was better, but not by much. "I've no cover. I can keep them under the window line for a while, but the police will be here soon." "I have all night," he said confidently. "I've got grenades. Imagine what they'll do to y'all if I fire them at your ride." He paused to let his words sink in. "You're sitting ducks. You can stop this, however. Give me Mansell." "What do you want?" a voice shouted above the roar of the guns. Cutter geared to neutral, backed the bike with his heels, all the while keeping up his rate of fire. It was an awkward maneuver, but no one was grading him for marks. He slapped in a new magazine and raked the holes in the SUV where its windows had been. He didn't know how many gangbangers were alive inside, but the shooting back meant a few were still a few. "Mansell?" he asked. "I don't want to kill you. I'm not interested in your gang. I want to know where Dirk, Yap, and Klaas are. Why did they kill Sizwe Nkosi?" He reached behind into his pouch, removed a grenade, and lobbed it behind the vehicle. The explosion was satisfying. A burst of sound, flame, and debris that lit up the night and made the vehicle shudder. The shock waves shattered several of the fast food joint's windows. The Nashville boys' rifles silenced. Maybe they've run out of ammo. "The next grenade will be at your ride," Cutter warned. "There won't be enough of you left to scrape off the ground." "I don't know where." Cutter tossed another grenade, this time in front of the SUV. "Looks like you have a death wish. Keep going." "How do I know you won't kill us?" "You don't." "I don't know anything of them. I only know their names." "Who gave those to you? Come out. Let me see you." "You'll kill me." "I'll kill you if you don't come out." Mansell emerged from the SUV, his hands raised. "I told you. I don't know anything. Tell that shooter of yours, the one who's got a foot out from the door on the other side. I'll shoot you if he climbs out." The leg disappeared into the SUV. "All the gangs in Cape Flats know their names," Mansell said hoarsely. "Who circulated them?" "I don't know. They came from high up. One of the top-order gangs must have spread them." Top order. That's the Americans, the 28S, the High Living, and a couple of others. What's their connection to Arania? I don't know. We were told to keep away from that region. Cutter was so focused on Mansell's words that he forgot about situational awareness, or else he would have realized that the drone's feed had stopped, which otherwise would have alerted him to the car that rolled up silently on the road and the shooter who opened up at him from within. 43. 2 rounds struck his back. Each one felt like tree trunks had slammed into him. He jerked forward on the bike and lost his grip on his HK. The surviving shooters in Mansell's SUV, gaining confidence from the backup, leaned out and fired at him. "I'm trapped!" A round hit glanced off his helmet, whipsawing his neck, drawing a groan. Cutter's hand twisted involuntarily on the accelerator, and the Yamaha shot forward towards Mansell's ride. He corrected desperately and swerved to his left, saw Mansell dive away, and then he was riding parallel to the road, the car's headlights flaring up as it chased him. His back was numb. He knew pain would follow once the shock wore off. His neck throbbed as he lay low over the tank and opened the throttle once he got onto the road. How badly am I hit? Did the rounds tear through my armor? Nyanga flashed past. Houses lit up from inside. No other traffic, however. His rearview mirrors showed the pursuing vehicle was about 100 yards behind him. His bike had maneuverability. It could weave through traffic. However, those advantages disappeared on a clear stretch of road. They will catch up. Rounds whined in the air and struck neighboring houses and walls. Cutter swerved randomly to throw off their aim. Another round struck his back. He cursed as he nearly went off the road from the impact, controlled the bike and navigated between 2 houses on his left and got onto a clear stretch of land. Am I still in Nyanga? Where's the freeway? He climbed onto a crossroad and shot across it, an oncoming truck on his right. It honked angrily and its tires squealed as the driver stamped his brakes, and then Cutter was past it. The car was still behind him, losing some ground because of the truck. He had been relying on the drone's feed and Werner to guide him, but in the absence of the former, the latter had gone quiet too. I don't have time to punch up the bike's navigation. I turned off Werner's voice commands. Sweat was dripping down his forehead and into his eyes, blurring his vision. The car followed him, its occupants shooting relentlessly. He got off the road and onto another stretch of uneven ground and zigged and zagged. Saw a cluster of houses break the horizon and desperately returned to the road and opened up the bike. The Yamaha responded smoothly, as if its engineering had been designed just for that single moment. The car not only kept pace, it got closer. Cutter entered the township, saw the windows break on a parked van which shuddered from the shooter's burst. Need to get away. Need to find cover. Waves of pain radiating from his back and neck threatening to drown out rational thought. He took a side street. It looked familiar. The car's headlights lit up the walls of the houses as it followed. He saw an opening to the left, a dark clearing. He burst into it. The bike's light illuminated sparse vegetation. It shuddered alarmingly as it went over the rough surface. The car hung back. Cutter, glancing at it in his rearview mirror, didn't see the ditch. His front wheel skidded, and he overcompensated when he tried to control the bike, which slipped and fell sideways. He kicked free instinctively, rolling with the momentum. His helmet hit a rocky outcrop violently, and his consciousness faded. He lay prone on the ground, feeling sluggish. He tried to rise, but his body didn't respond. His eyelids refused to open. He heard voices dimly. "Let's get him." "No, we can't see him. He could be anywhere. He could shoot us." He heard them arguing and then no more voices. Someone rolled him onto his back and unsnapped his helmet. Something cool wiped his face. He saw a shadow looming over him, and finally his body responded, and he lashed out, but it was weak, and the figure deflected it easily and everything went dark. 44. Cutter wasn't sure if he was dead. As far as he knew, heaven had angelic singing and harps and nice smells and choral voices. There was none of that. As for hell, didn't it have torture chambers and hot coals applied to the feet? How would I know? I have no personal experience of either place. He lay still, face down in the crook of his elbow, and let his senses reach out. He was in a comfortable bed in a cool room. That slight wishing sound was a ceiling fan. Deep silence. My arms and legs are free, which could either mean he wasn't a prisoner or that his captors were confident he couldn't escape. Would those thugs give me a nice bed and a fan? Nope, he decided, which meant he was in a hospital. He cracked open his eyes and twisted his head. The room's wall a few feet away. Cartoon figures painted on it. Funny captions that drew a grin. If this is a hospital, it's the best one I've been in. He turned around and stifled a groan at the strained muscle in his back, propped himself up and noticed he was undressed, a sheet covering his nakedness. Huh? He was in a small room, no windows, door shut. A child's one, going by the brightly colored paintings on the rest of the walls as well and the pile of books on a small table. His underwear, cargo pants, armor, and jacket were neatly folded on a chair. His shoes on the tiled floor. His phone, helmet, holster, Glock, and all the contents of his pants pockets near the chair. He got to his feet. His back throbbed and his neck hurt, but there didn't seem to be anything broken or bleeding. Where am I? Whose house is this? He padded to the chair and put on his underwear and pants, which were freshly laundered, was fastening his belt when the door opened behind him. 45. The soft pad of feet, a softly indrawn breath. Cutter didn't sense a threat. He turned slowly. A young girl, maybe 10 years old, braids jiggling on her shoulders, white dress that came to her knees, sandals on her feet, her eyes wide as she took him in. Cutter waited. She didn't scream, which means she knew I was here. She went to his jacket and poked a finger through a visible bullet hole. "Are you a police officer?" she signed. Cutter blinked. He had learned ASL, American Sign Language, while pursuing a case a few years ago. He wasn't proficient in it, but he could get by. "No," he replied verbally. She didn't seem to understand. She can't hear or lip read. "No," he signed back. She came to him and cautiously touched one of the scars on his belly. "Does that hurt?" "Not anymore." "Mummy and I found you. I helped Mummy carry you home. Mummy said I am strong." She flexed her biceps. He kept a straight face. "Thank you. Where am I?" "Don't you know? You're in Khayelitsha." She had a surprised expression. "I must have had one heck of a drive when I was escaping from those shooters," he mused. "Don't you have school?" "I didn't go today. Mummy asked me to stay at home." "Because you found me? No mention of Dad?" He didn't ask the questions, though. "Does anyone make fun of these?" She poked the scar. "No," he gestured. Her face fell. "They make fun of me at school because I can't speak." The universe suddenly felt heavy. The silence felt like it, too, was listening. Cutter swallowed. "How do I answer that?" "Can they do what you can?" He signed after a moment. "What?" "This. Speaking in a language very few people know." Her head cocked to the side. "No, but I can't speak like them. They laugh at me. I cry." Cutter took a knee, face like granite, something swirling inside him. Rage, he identified it. Not the killing kind, but a furious anger nevertheless. "Do you laugh at anyone?" "No. Mummy said it's not nice." That, his anger made him gesture rapidly, is what makes you different. You are better than them. You aren't less than anyone. Don't ever think that. Go slow. I can't understand. His hands dropped to his sides. He forced himself to breathe slowly. In, out, until the fury receded. "Your real friends would never laugh at you," he signed. "That's what Mummy says," she replied. "But it still hurts." He got up quickly to hold himself back from hugging her and turned away to the chair. Picked up his armor when rapid footsteps stopped at the door. A drawn breath. "You are awake?" A woman's voice. "Shauna, what are you doing here?" "No, sir. Don't turn around." Cutter stopped from facing her. Why is she saying that? She doesn't want me to see her? Her voice sounds familiar. He frowned, trying to place it, the armored vest forgotten in his hand. Sounds behind him, probably Shauna and her signing at each other. "You don't know who I am?" the mother asked after a while. "No, ma'am." "Do you even know where you are?" "Khayelitsha," Shauna said. "Yes, I spoke to you. We live across from Sizwe's house." That's why her voice is familiar. He mentally slapped his forehead. "How did I get here? In your house?" "Shauna and I were walking Rufus, our dog." "Yes, honey, he's eaten. He's sleeping now." The mother carried off the multi-person conversation easily, the way millions of women did the world over. Second nature to them. "There's a large field on the outskirts by the side of the main road that cuts through Cape Flats. It was dark. We were heading home when we heard the shooting and then saw your bike in the car. We took shelter in a depression and came out when we heard it drive away." "Yes, honey. Rufus found you, and you insisted we take you home. I recognized you immediately. Shauna helped me carry you home." The pride in her voice at her daughter could have fueled a rocket to the moon and beyond. "We had to go behind several houses to be sure no one saw us." "Yes, honey, I'm getting to it. You were mumbling, 'No hospital, no police.'" "I don't remember saying that." "You were barely conscious. We undressed you. Yes, Shauna. You refused to go away when I asked you to, and you helped me. I suspected you needed rest. You didn't have any broken bones. The bruises you had seemed to be superficial." "Yes, baby. You said we should take him to hospital if he didn't wake up in the morning." "Thank you, ma'am." "Thanks, Shauna." He held his hands above his head and signed. She says, "Thank Rufus as well. If he hadn't found you." He thanked their dog as well. "You need to understand this, sir. Shauna is everything to me. I am trying to raise her as best as I can. I'm trying to keep her far away from gangs and violence. That's why I don't want to see you when you're conscious. Nyanga's in the news. I can guess your involvement. The police were patrolling Cape Flats all night. I know you were Sizwe's friend and you're hunting down his killers. I don't want to know anything more, though. If I saw you, it would become personal to me, and I don't want that. Shauna does not need that. You may not like that, sir, but you don't have to live here, in Khayelitsha, with my daughter." "I understand, ma'am." "My bike?" "It was there, where we found you. I don't know if the police or those gangsters have it." "Yes, honey, you can bring his food." Her voice had the depth of emotion that only a mother could convey to her child. Cutter dressed swiftly when her footsteps faded, and when he turned around to pick his Glock up, Shauna was there, tray in hand, eyes bright, curious, observing him. He sat on the edge of the bed, drank his soup gratefully, listening to her talk to him about Rufus. She had persuaded her mother to get Rufus from the animal shelter when the dog was 4 years old. Rufus was 10 years old now. He was no longer as active as he had been. It was Shauna's job to look after him the way Rufus had looked after her when she was small. He loved playing with his ball. He loved frolicking in their backyard when Shauna hosed him with water. Mummy hated it when his wet paws messed up the kitchen. Shauna had to wipe the floor after that. "He has only me," she signed solemnly. "And Mummy, but Mummy is busy. Rufus is my family. You owe your life to him," she added. Cutter, soup spoon halfway to his mouth, nodded hastily. "Is there any way I can help?" He put down the soup and gestured. "You? What can you do? Rufus is mine. He doesn't need anyone else, she scoffed. What did adults know of taking care of her dog? Cutter Grogan, properly put in his place, finished his lunch hastily, and when she left with the tray, holstered his Glock and zipped up his jacket over it before she returned. Ayanda Thembeka returned to the room a couple of hours later when Shauna was out in the yard playing with Rufus. She stood still when she found the room empty. No sign of the man. She checked the bathroom. He wasn't there. She searched the rest of the small house. Nope. He had slipped out somehow without her, Shauna, or Rufus noticing. The bed was neatly made up and there was no trace of him. It was as if he had never been there. She sat on the bed and was secretly relieved that he had left. I'm shocked and sad and hurt that Sizwe was killed, and I hope he finds the killers, but Shauna and I want no part of him. She patted down the pillow fiercely, lifted it to position it properly, and froze. There was a roll of American dollars, thick. She had seen the stranger's pouch around his waist, but hadn't looked into it, in keeping with her don't get involved, keep Shauna away from violence life goals. Her fingers shook as she uncurled the roll and counted the $100 bills. It was more money than she would earn in years. There was no note, nothing else on the bed. It was as if the money had been forgotten. No, he placed it there for me to find it. She went out when Rufus barked and watched her daughter play with their dog. Is everything okay, Mummy? Shauna signed. Yes, honey. Remember that school bag you wanted? Shall we go buy it? The smile on her daughter's face eclipsed the sun. Ayanda hugged Shauna fiercely and mentally thanked the stranger and wished him well wherever he was. 46. Cutter peered around his savior's house cautiously on Siphondoul Street. It was empty. He crossed the road, conscious that the mother could be watching from her window. He didn't look back. He leaped over Sizwe's gate and leaned against it, Shauna's words in his mind, her chattering about Rufus. He would never have a Shauna in his life. That dream ended with Riley. He blinked rapidly to stem the moisture in his eyes. Enough of the pity party, he told himself sternly, feeling the hard edges of his Glock, and waited until the feelings faded and he was back in his dead friend's front yard in the blazing sun. He pulled out his phone. No feed from the drone. He was pulling up the event history on Werner when he saw the unread message from Beth. You realize you must charge the drones periodically? They don't run on air. He cursed himself. The UAV's storage compartments in the Range Rovers drew juice from the vehicle's battery and charged the drones when they were in their cases. I didn't put them back at all after drawing them out the first time, he recalled. The green dot on the message showed Beth was online. It's 7 a.m. in New York. Normal operating time for her and the rest of Zeb's team. Where is it now? He messaged. The typing bubble appeared. How are you? Alive. How do you know something happened to me? Geez, Cutter, you still don't get how Werner works? We got enough feeds from the drone, your helmet, and your phone to work out what went down. We knew where you were, in Ayanda Thembeka's house. How badly are you hurt? By we, he knew Beth meant she and her sister. He glanced involuntarily at the house across the street. So, that's her name. The shooter's rounds didn't penetrate my armor, but they packed a mean punch, he replied. My back and neck are sore, but I'm still in one piece. We figured something like that might have happened, that you were either unconscious or sleeping in Ayanda's house. Otherwise, she would have either taken you to the hospital or gotten a medic to see you. Neither of those happened. Beth fired another message. You knew she and her daughter rescued me? We guessed that when your phone's location showed it was in their house. Where's the drone? It landed by the street side when it juiced out and self-destructed. I'm sorry. No need to be. Your ride has a spare one. Check beneath the weapons compartment, and Habulo's vehicles have more of them. Is my bike still there? Yeah, but a Nashville boys watcher has eyes on it. He's parked in a sedan next to the road. Forget the Yamaha. Get back to your Range Rover. How do you know that? We've got a satellite covering the area." He looked up and saw only blue sky. "You're so predictable," she scoffed in her message, guessing what he had done. "What do the cops know?" "They found your launcher. They're searching for a biker, but beyond that, they've no clues." "What about Mansell?" She called instead of messaging. "You don't know?" "Why would I ask if I knew? What happened?" "He's dead. Did you shoot him?" "No." He tracked back to the night's events and connected the dots. That car that chased me. Those shooters' rounds must have gotten him. "Yes, that's what SAPs have put out. They and the gang are still hunting for a biker, however." "They haven't worked out who I am?" "No," she said smugly. "We changed your identity in your hotel's reservation system. They're looking for a white man, but they don't have a description. Did you get anything from Mansell?" "Nothing much." He scuffed the ground frustratedly and relayed what the gangster had confessed. "What will you do now?" "Go to Orania." "Leave the helmet on the ground." "Why?" "I'll detonate it from here." 47. Cutter took the long, tiring route to get to his Range Rover. He hiked to the freeway, hitched a ride from an out-of-town landscaper who dropped him off on Van Riebeck Road, and another helpful traveler gave him a ride to Quills River. The cow looked disdainful when he climbed the fence and trudged wearily across the field. "Give me a break," he told her. "I've had quite a night and a day." She tossed her head and munched on the grass. What did humans know of eventful days and nights? He got behind the wheel and sighed gratefully when the AC blasted cool air and dried his sweat. He grimaced at his stink and drove out. Rented a room in a motel in Cape Town where he showered and changed into new clothes. He drove to the waterfront, parked, and found a restaurant. Ordered his food, steamed salmon with fries. Dug into it, feeling his weariness fade as the buzz from the neighborhood energized him. He took in the crowd of people, reaching blindly for the fries on his plate. It was empty. He looked at it. Yeah, it was empty. Huh? I thought there were a few left. He became aware he wasn't alone at his table. 2 women sitting across from him. Peyton Quindica smiling at him while Gina Di Fiore was smirking and chewing the last of his fries. 48. Cutter blinked, looked away and back at them. Nope, they were still there. He knew it was childlike, but he dug his fork into his forearm. It hurt. Yeah, he was awake. He was on Cape Town's waterfront. Quindica and Di Fiore were opposite him. "What the—" "Language," Di Fiore reminded him. "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" "Please." She rolled her eyes. "As if you're that important." "We're setting up a task force with SAPPs," Quindica explained with a smile. "We got in town just a day ago." "You knew you were coming to Cape Town? Back in my office?" "Yeah." "You rushed out before we could tell you." He debated telling them about the intruder. No need. There isn't anything they can do, and they'll feel guilty that they didn't shut the door firmly. "How long will you be here?" "As long as it takes. There are political clearances, staff selection on SAP's side." "You met Thulani?" "Yeah. We didn't know he's a friend. We don't publicize it. That's what his message was about." "Looks like you're doing your usual." Di Fiore wiped her fingers with a paper towel, killing people and destroying property. "Me?" Cutter gave her innocent. "I've been meeting Sizwe's friends and trying to light a fire under SAP's. I haven't done anything." "Spare us," she scoffed. "We know you. We warned Thulani about you. We like him. He said he won't hesitate to arrest you if you break the smallest law." She grinned smugly. "I'd like to see you in a South African prison. I hear they aren't that great." "With friends like you?" He shook his head in mock despair. "Do I need enemies?" "Any progress, Cutter?" Quindica asked softly before her partner could retort. "No. I haven't been investigating. Like I said, I spent time with Sizwe's friends in the vendor community and met Thulani. I haven't had time for anything else," he said, straight-faced. You really expect us to believe that? Di Fiore sniggered. We've known you long enough. You're poking and prodding. What's this task force about? He interrupted. Terrorist activity. Funding sources. Quindica gave him a calculated look. Here? In South Africa? Yeah. Daesh-inspired groups have set up bases here. Drug trafficking, weapons sales. They're using all of those to raise funds and channel them to their operations in other countries. They're involved with local criminal gangs? Cutter asked sharply. No, they have their own LOBs, lines of business. Quindica laughed humorlessly. Many of these outfits have gone corporate and use business jargon. He nodded, relaxing. Their interests won't overlap with mine. How did you find me? You like food, you like the waterfront. This place isn't that big. It wasn't hard, Di Fiore said scornfully. He stretched, got to his feet, high-fived Quindica, and made to leave. I'll leave you to catching terrorists. You have my number if you need me. Cutter, Di Fiore said. He spun on his heel and faced her. She rarely uses my first name. Be careful out there. A subtle, worried tone in her voice. Gina Di Fiore, you're worried for me. Her usual mocking tone came on, worried for this city, 49. Orania was in the northern Cape, about 500 miles to the northeast of Cape Town. He decided not to drive and looked up flights. One airline operated 2 flights a day. He booked a seat on the evening one, drove to Cape Town International Airport and parked his ride in one of the long-term lots. Hung around the concourse checking for any followers. No one showed any interest in him. He boarded his flight to Kimberley Airport and occupied the window seat at the back. Watched the rest of the passengers and relaxed when no one seemed to show any interest in him. He felt naked without his Glock and armor, but there was no way he could carry those in the aircraft. Zeb doesn't have any other caches close to Orania. He would have to carry out his recon without any weapons. Try not to get killed, he told himself. I don't know what I'm looking for. He buckled his belt as the aircraft sped down the runway. What's new about that? They touched down 90 minutes later when dusk was falling. A single runway on a large, flat field. The aircraft taxied to the terminal, a long, boxy building within which he joined the line at a car rental, using a fake identity different from the one he had traveled on, and rented a Toyota RAV4. The SUV rode smoothly as he navigated out of the airport and hit the N12 freeway, out of the city and onto the expanse of the country, heading deep into the central part of South Africa. A few signs flashing past, warning travelers of armed gangs. He patted his shoulder instinctively. No Glock. And on top of that, I'll be camping in the open. Not a great idea, his inner voice cautioned him. Heck, there's no way I'm going to sleep in some crowded area. He veered off the freeway at 8 p.m. and rolled into a gas station. Makola National Park on the other side. He fueled up, checked the map on his phone, took what appeared to be a dirt track behind the building and stopped 2 miles away when there was nothing but the rumble of vehicles distant on the freeway and an occasional faded honk. Cutter reclined his seat as far as it would go, drank water and settled down for the night. He was roused at 2 a.m. when headlights bored through his windshield. 50. Cutter raised an arm to block the glare and fumbled with his light switch. Alertness flooded him when the vehicle stopped a few feet in front and a figure got out. He was outlined against the light, no mistaking the handgun that hung down his thigh. I could have stayed in the gas station, but no. I wanted to be in the open, he cursed himself. He considered alerting Beth or Megan. What can they do from New York? He turned on his headlamps, went for the high beam which bathed the other vehicle in white light. Another SUV, make unclear. The driver and passenger squinting against the glare, a snarling man who had stepped out, turning his head away from the brightness and raising his gun. Cutter ducked instantly as shots struck the RAV4. He fired up the engine when he was bent down and held his breath. It didn't look like the RAV-4's hum was detected by the arrivals. He raised his head cautiously when the shooter rapped his window with his gun barrel, saw that the Toyota's lights had been killed by the hostiles' bullets. His windshield had webbed around a bullet hole. Am I going to die here, in the middle of nowhere, killed by some passing gang? The shooter yelled something in what sounded like Exosa at his friends and laughed. His lips twisted in a grin as he lazily gestured at Cutter to step out. Discretion was the better part of valor. Cutter went with the saying. He raised his hands non-threateningly and slowly unlocked the door. I saw only 2 men in that other vehicle, which made 3 hostiles in total. All of them must be armed. I am not. He had an advantage, however. They didn't know what he was capable of. 51. The shooter beckoned impatiently with his gun. Cutter nodded, running down his moves in his mind. He opened the door an inch. The shooter put his free hand to it. Bad mistake. Dude should have stepped well back. He's too close to the door. Cutter kicked the door with both feet. It swung out suddenly, catching the hostile by surprise, its upper edge crashing into his chin. Cutter was out in an instant, wrenching the gun away from the staggering hostile. He reversed it expertly, his palm curving around its butt. The gunman roared in rage as he recovered. His yells were drowned out by the 2 shots that smashed into his chest. Cutter sensed movement in the other vehicle. I've got my door as partial cover. He fell back behind the wheel, his foot punching the gas, his right hand triggering at the other vehicle through the partly open door which swung wildly from the sudden momentum, and then drew back his hand when it slammed shut. Cutter ducked low as the RAV-4 surged across the ground and smashed into the other SUV. His body rocked from the impact. His head smashed against the wheel, sounding the horn off briefly. Rounds spanged off the Toyota's hood. His windshield shattered and rounds punched into the rear seats and window. He risked a glance. His vehicle had crashed head-on in the other SUV, whose glass was broken too. The thugs were beneath the windshield line just like he was, their rifle barrels poking out through the side windows and firing at him. I've got to get out or one of them will loop around me. His gun was a Vector, 15-round mag. He extracted it and counted swiftly. I've still got 9 bullets. He shot a couple more at the other vehicle, kicked his door open and using it as protection, jumped out and ran low behind the RAV-4. Shots kicked dirt, but all of them were wide. He's getting away, a man yelled. I'm not. He smiled grimly. He peered beneath his Toyota. The shooters were still in it, suddenly realizing he had the minor advantage. They should have shot through their windshield at me while one of them slipped out of their ride to pin me. Their overconfidence was his advantage. He was out in the open and could race away in the darkness or hide in cover while they were still in the vehicle. They'll have to expose themselves if they climb out. He shot out the hostiles' lights with 2 shots. 5 rounds left. The shooters realized their dilemma. Their engine whined. It started reversing. Cutter was prepared for that. He sprinted to his far left in the moonlight, dove to the ground and fired at the driver. South Africa drives on the left. He's to my 8 o'clock. His rounds missed, but they had the desired result of distracting the driver. The man's attention was split between navigating his ride and shooting wildly at Cutter, his head bobbing, profanity streaming from his mouth, his rifle swaying uncontrollably. The vehicle struck a rock. Its wheels spun in the dirt. Cutter lunged up and raced at it, triggering rapidly at the driver. Saw the passenger's head in his narrowed field of vision that was the shattered driver window, the driver himself in the space behind him. A round whined past his ear. The vehicle broke the rock. It shuddered. Its wheels found purchase and it shot back. Cutter was 10 feet away. He fired the last of his rounds at the driver, who was bent low behind the wheel. The man gave up shooting back, dropped his rifle to the ground and focused on their getaway. Shotgun shooter used his friend as cover and did not expose himself. Instead, his rifle was across his companion's chest, firing out of the window. It didn't make for great shooting. "They don't know I'm out of rounds," Cutter panted as he grabbed the fallen weapon. AK-12, from the feel of it. And he didn't know if there were enough bullets in its magazine. It didn't matter. He lunged at the speeding vehicle, using its body as cover, his right palm curving over the driver's window frame, held tight, a groan escaping him when his body was yanked savagely by the vehicle. He let his hand bear his weight, allowed himself to be dragged. The driver yelled, shouting instructions to the passenger, words that were lost in the rushing wind and the blood thumping Cutter's head. It's not easy for shotgun shooter. He'll have to lean across the driver and angle the rifle out, sideways and to the front to get at me. A few rounds shot over his head and buzzed away angrily into the night. His arm felt like it was tearing out of its socket. Can't keep this up much longer. He roared and thrust his rifle through the window and shot continually, left and right, up and down until the magazine clicked on empty. Cutter shrieked when the vehicle went over an outcrop and dragged him with it, his limbs feeling like they were being torn out of his body. His fingers started slipping from the hold he had on the vehicle. He let go, rolled on the ground, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to rise. They could still be alive and a threat. The vehicle was veering erratically, still in reverse gear, 50 yards away, going slowly, moving sluggishly. Are they dead? He tried to peer through the sweat on his eyelashes. He couldn't see inside, the spidered windshield making it impossible for clear vision. No one shot at him, however. He drew a shuddering breath and sprinted back to his vehicle, adrenaline pumping high, drowning out the wicked burn in his shoulder and palm. One glance at the fallen hostile. He was dead, several more shots in his chest from his friend's rounds. Cutter clambered into his ride and stamped on the accelerator. The RAV-4 responded despite the crash it had sustained. It surged forward and looped wide at his touch, rocking across the uneven ground, and then he straightened it to come towards the hostile's vehicle and T-boned it from the driver's side. His teeth jarred from the impact even though his jaws were clenched tight. Enough moonlight to see no movement in the hostile's vehicle, whose engine had stalled. Cutter opened his door cautiously and dropped out, ready to hug the ground instantly. He went around the gang's SUV and peered through its rear window. The passenger was slumped sideways. The driver's body was hidden by his seat. He could be pretending. Cutter broke the glass with the rifle's stock. Shotgun shooter didn't move. Pieces of foam from the punctured seats floated in the air and settled down. The rearview mirror dangled off its fastening and swayed in the air. Cutter caught a glimpse of the driver in its reflection. The man wasn't moving. He rushed towards the driver's door, crouching low, reached up and inside, caught his hair and yanked hard. He'll have to twist his body and lean back to shoot at me. The man didn't make a sound. He straightened carefully and peered inside the vehicle, ready to drop down instantly. Neither of the men moved. Cutter unlocked the door from inside and pulled the driver out, letting his body fall to the ground. He leaned over and took shotgun shooter's AK-12 and exhaled. He was armed now. "And they are dead," he confirmed moments later after checking out the 3 shooters. He listened in the night. It didn't look like the shooting had alerted passing traffic on the freeway or at the gas station. He turned his attention to the body staring sightlessly at the night sky. "Who are you?" 52. The men had no identification on them, not even driver's licenses. The driver had 3 phones, however. Cutter turned them on and tried to unlock them, but the hold finger on home button or hold phone to face tricks didn't work. "I think Werner can get inside them. Megan told me something about some software injection that does fancy stuff." He photographed the men and pocketed the devices, aware of the sweat beading his face and trickling down his back. His heart slowed from its furious pounding. His shoulder was on fire, His body throbbed from the pummeling it had taken during the drag. Nerves jumped on his temple from the intense action. He felt twitchy. He went to his ride, retrieved the water bottle, sat heavily on the ground, leaned against a tire, and drank greedily. He drew huge, gasping breaths and stayed there for long moments as the Earth rotated a fraction of a degree more and sped along its celestial orbit, uncaring of what humans did. Cutter wiped his lips finally when his pulse returned to normal. He got to his feet with a groan and tossed the empty water bottle inside the RAV4. He inspected his ride. No way I can drive it anywhere. That crumpled hood and those bullet holes will draw attention. He drew out his backpack, transferred the phones to it, extracted a towel and wiped down his ride, the bottle, and every surface he had touched. He searched the first hostile's body and found a couple of magazines for the Vector. He pocketed them along with the handgun and wiped the rifles as well. How did I live through that? He wondered when he straightened. That first thug, he was too close to my door. He would have had the drop on me if he had stood well away. The others in the vehicle were careless. They should have been covering their friend. He wiped his forehead on his sleeve. They got lazy once they saw I was alone. That's why I'm alive. They must have preyed on so many victims and none of them must have resisted. That went to their heads. They might have friends. That thought spurred him to hike towards the gas station, 53. It took him 90 minutes to navigate back to the gas station with a combination of a slow jog and a fast trot. He paused several times to draw breath and rotate his shoulder to free it from stiffening up. He entered the forecourt warily, checked for CCTV cameras. Yeah, they were overlooking the pumps. He retreated into darkness and messaged Beth. I need my presence to be erased at a gas station. He explained briefly and gave her the name he had rented the RAV4 under. The typing bubble appeared after a moment. Do you think we're magicians? Yes. Smart answer. Leave it with us. Don't show your face until then. He remained crouched behind the network of pipes and valves which fed the underground tank. Cars and trucks arrived, fueled up. Footsteps sounded as they entered the building. A laugh, a child's whine, and then his phone buzzed. Do you need a new identity? Beth messaged. Nope, I have enough of those. You're good to go in that case. What did you do? Replaced your mug with an AI person and car. I paid for the fuel. That transaction has been paid by a fake card. The car rental, the Toyota, is totaled. That's sorted too. A chunk of money has been deposited in the rental agency's account. The identity you rented it under has been replaced. The airport cameras have been taken care of. None of the freeway cameras have your recording. It's as if you weren't there. Cape Town Airport knows I boarded the flight. Go back to the airport. That's where the nearest rentals are. Rent another vehicle. Send me the identity you used. I'll make it look like that was your first rental. You can explain that you stopped somewhere to rest if you are questioned. You can make all of that happen. You're insulting me and Meg. Don't sweat it, she messaged an instant later. We're the best. You won't be tracked back. How can I thank you? You can't. Don't even try. A friendly trucker gave him a lift back to the airport. He was transporting a load of timber from the northern Cape to deep down south. The vehicle bounced over every road unevenness, but the driver was funny and talkative. He recounted tales of how it was back in the old days, when the country was ruled by white men. It's an election year, the man said thoughtfully. Our country hasn't progressed as much as we want. We'll have to see who wins the election, which direction our country goes. Cutter drank from the man's thermos flask, ate some of his biscuits, and listened. The cabin's warmth, the hospitality of his host, relaxing him. That was lekker. Good. The driver spoke when he rolled to a stop on the freeway near the airport. Did I bore you? Cutter looked at him in the dimness of the cab. He didn't have to give me a ride or share his coffee and snacks with me. I enjoyed our conversation. Conversation? I was doing all the talking. Take care, brah. He gestured at Cutter's bruised face. "You look like you've been boxing with someone better." "You could say that." Cutter laughed ruefully, discreetly stuffed a roll of bills under the seat's cushion, and jumped off. He watched the truck's lights fade into the dark, a human connection made by random events and the innate goodness in the species. "Some of us are capable of great harm," he reminded himself as he hiked the mile to the airport, wiped his face, and entered the concourse. The rentals were still open, barely any crowd at their counters. He avoided the first rental he had rented from, went to another agency, and took the biggest SUV on offer, a Land Rover. He spent the rest of the night in the airport parking lot and drove out the next day. 54. Willie Nelson was playing on the radio when Cutter hit the freeway in the morning. The song got interrupted by the radio jockey's somber announcement that 3 men had been found dead near the freeway. Police believe they are a roving gang, preying on vehicular traffic. "Drive safe, folks. The roads are mean and dangerous, and here's Willie, back for you." Cutter glanced at the scene of the shooting when he passed it. Several cruisers visible from the freeway. A chopper circled lazily overhead. He shook his head wearily. Fools. They could have left me alone. That snide voice inside him spoke up. "You got lucky, dude." Another news report flashed when he got closer to Orania. SAPP hadn't identified the killers yet and was soliciting information from the public. The news presenter read out the SAPP's toll-free number. "They are also searching for Bill Painter, an American tourist who had rented the other vehicle," she said. A SAPPS spokesman said it was still unclear what exactly went down at the scene, but if Mr. Painter killed those men, then he too should be considered armed and dangerous. "This isn't the first crime on our city's freeways," the woman continued, "and it won't be the last. The new government that comes in after the election has a tough challenge ahead of it to make our streets safer and to stamp out violent crime. Such killings give our country a bad image." Cutter lowered the volume, turned on his flashers, and stopped on the hard shoulder. Got Werner to dig up the SAP's report. He grinned at the sight of Bill Painter. The man looked nothing like him. He was blonde-haired, jowly, with a bushy beard and a neck tattoo. Beth and Megan have worked their magic. The police had tracked Painter to an incoming flight from Miami and had identified him as a single person, an insurance salesperson in Florida. He knew the twins would have created a rock-solid backstory which would result in the SAPS investigation going into a cold case. He resumed driving. The latest Taylor Swift song came on. He whistled to it, left the N12 and got onto the R369 towards Orania. The country and the town's history came to him as he drove, one hand on the wheel, the other in his lap near the vector. The 80s and 90s were turbulent for the country. The anti-apartheid movement was strong. The whole world had heard of Nelson Mandela. The then South African government caved in to the enormous internal and world political pressure and began negotiations with the ANC, African National Congress, the political party that originated from the liberation from apartheid. On the government side was the Freedom Front, a right-wing political party which wanted a Volksstaat, a white Afrikaner homeland. Worried that the predominantly white SADF, South Africa Defense Force, the country's military, would stage a coup to maintain the status quo, and influenced by the rise of far-right Afrikaner movements, the ANC agreed that Afrikaners had the right to self-determine their future. Orania came out of all that, he mused as he recalled the history behind the town. Karel Boshoff, an Afrikaner white nationalist founder of Astvig, Afrikaner Freedom Foundation, along with a few families, bought Orania from the Department of Water Affairs in December 1990. The town alongside the Orange River, in the Northern Cape, was in a rundown state. Their vision was that the town would become a model for white Afrikaners to establish similar towns that would stretch from the Northwestern Cape all the way to the west coast and formed the Volksstadt. Orania was on the outskirts of the Karoo, a semi-desert with wide vistas and mountains which spread from near the western and southern coasts to the deep interior of the country to the east and north. It was vast, bigger than Germany, Cutter recalled as he entered Orania. The regional route R369 split the town into halves. Neat houses on either side of it. The town is owned by a private company. Residents buy shares in the company rather than buying houses. All of them do their own work. No cheap black labor, he recalled, reading the town spokesperson's comment in the media. The town had strict conditions for prospective residents. There's an application process. They should be of Afrikaner heritage and practice the customs and the culture. They should be Christians. He frowned as he tried to recall which sect of Christianity the Iranians followed, and then shrugged. It wasn't important. Living together before marriage is not allowed. The high bar for passing the application process meant only white Afrikaners got accepted, though the town said it did not discriminate based on color. Cutter parked next to a bakkie in front of Stokey's Dry, the central area. White-walled and green-roofed stores around a park. Orania spelled in large concrete blocks on the other side of the parking lot, which was trash-free. The town's flag fluttered from its pole as he passed beneath the Stokey's Dry arch. A couple of bearded men watched him curiously from beneath a store awning. Cutter's mouth watered at the popsicles they held as he went to a store in the central area. He bought a bottle of water and got Ora notes, the local currency, in return. It's pegged to the South African rand. He drank, aware of their gazes on him as he went to a convenience store. The cashier beamed at him when he bought a few trinkets. "You are visiting us?" "Passing through," Cutter explained. "I can vouch for the food here." The woman laughed. "I am biased, of course." "I have no doubt." He smiled. He went to the nearby restaurant and waited to be seated. Vaulted aluminum roof, wooden benches and tables, giving it a homey feel. The bearded men glanced at him through the open entrance and disappeared. "You're a tourist or an applicant?" the bright-eyed server asked him. "It's a small town, barely 3,000 residents. Newcomers are noticed instantly, probably gossiped about." "Neither." He scanned the menu and placed his order. "American journalist?" The man's smile lessened. "Nope, though you guessed my accent correctly." "Passing through?" "Yes." "Sorry for so many questions. We are cautious. We received some bad press recently." "I understand." The food was good. Cutter savored it slowly, enjoying the feeling of time slowing. Like Orania's insulated from the rest of the world. It's noticed only because of the country's history. There are Amish settlements back home. They're not that different from this town. "Is there a Jop around here?" he asked casually when the server returned with the check. The man frowned as he took the rand and changed it into auras. "Yap? Let's see. Did he live on Robin Lawn?" "No." He shook his head at himself. "That was Aaron. Sorry, sir, there's no one by that name in Orania. I've been here for 10 years. I would know. He's a friend?" "No. I overheard somewhere that he was a good guide to the region." "We have guides." The man pointed to the information center among the stores in the park. "That office will be glad to help you." Cutter nodded and stretched. He put on his shades and pretended to go to the tourist office, where he pocketed a few leaflets and went to his car. He overheard a bunch of kids singing from a nearby school. Must be an Afrikaner song. He fired up the Land Rover and drove down the R369 to where the houses petered out and farmland started. That's one of the biggest professions in this town, pecan nut farming. There were a few auto shops, a gas station, and several breweries. A large vineyard outside the town. It had high gates, and even as he passed it, a truck emerged. The boar painted on it, a cartoon figure of a wild boar drinking wine, a deliberate play on words. Must be a big outfit. I saw some of their trucks on the freeway. He U-turned when there was nothing but a vast stretch of land and returned to the town. Weaved into the residential parts on either side of the R-369, checking out the neat houses and the children playing in a yard. Orania has one of the lowest crime rates in the country and highest employment. It was a success as far as self-sustenance went. Cutter parked in Stokey's Dry again, bought several more bottles of water and a popsicle. He sucked on it and returned to his car. 2 men were near his Land Rover, guns on their hips, 55. Both dark-haired with light stubble, dark blue half-sleeve shirts tucked into similar-colored pants, the guns neatly holstered on their hips. "Welcome to Orania, sir." The taller of the two smiled. "Thank you." Cutter nodded. "They aren't cops. The town doesn't have a police force, probably its security team. The settlement has a few dedicated staff for helping with crime, though there's hardly any of it." "You had a good tour, sir." "Yeah." Neither of the men made a threatening move. They stood casually near their pickup truck that had no logo on it. "You'll be staying overnight, sir?" "No." Cutter dawdled and sucked noisily on the popsicle. His Vector was in the Land Rover, but he was sure he wouldn't need it. "No one's going to shoot me outdoors in daylight." His monosyllabic answers clearly stumped them. "Well, you have a safe trip, sir, wherever you are going." "Thank you. I will." He leaned against his Land Rover and sucked. The men watched him and then glanced at each other. The speaker shrugged lightly, and they climbed into their truck and drove away. "Someone must have seen me driving in the residential areas and called it in. These dudes came to check me out." It was how small towns worked. He drove out of Orania. He hadn't learned anything new other than discovering the town lived in its own time and space bubble, which didn't help his mission. "I didn't even find out if Dirk, Jaap, and Klaas are here. Werner couldn't access the town's list of residents. It's probably offline, recorded manually. They might not even be here. Sithole didn't say they lived here. Even if they did, they wouldn't be wearing signboards around their necks saying, 'We shot Sizwe.'" He sighed. A day and a night lost, and 3 gangbangers dead, with Bill Painter being one of the most wanted men in South Africa. His lips quirked in a smile. The radio station came on. Tracy Chapman's Fast Car played, and suddenly the world gear shifted to present day and felt better. 56. It was when he was approaching the intersection to the N12 that he remembered the phones. He drove off the road onto the uneven ground and stopped, rummaged in his backpack and brought out the phones he had taken from the shooters the night before. Old-make smartphones, well used going by the scratches and markings. He turned them over and froze. One of them had Jaap scribbled on it in white ink. Cutter didn't move. He kept holding the phone, his mind whirling. The driver was Jaap? The others were Dirk and Klaas? No. His jumbled thoughts cleared up. Sizwe's killers were white. Those thugs weren't. This phone either belongs to Jaap or is reserved for calling him. There's no other reason for it to be named. Is this Jaap the man I want? He fingered the lettering on the phone. It's a common enough name, he told himself. There must be thousands of them in South Africa. It can't be Sizwe's killer. That would be one heck of a coincidence. He didn't believe in them, and yet they occur. He thought of plugging the phone into Warner and getting the AI to unpack its secrets, but the waning sun told him he didn't have enough time. Got to get to Kimberley to make the flight. He gear shifted and drove back onto the road and resumed driving. Hit the N12 and was backing into a parking space at the airport when the phone rang. A shrill tone that he didn't place quickly until the device's lit screen caught his attention with the name on it. Jaap. He swerved, nearly sideswiping another car, and braked. He brought out his phone, hit record on it, placed it next to the thug's device, accepted the call and grunted, hoping that would serve as an acknowledgement. "Where are you?" a man asked irritatedly. "You said you were going out." You didn't say you would disappear." Cutter winced when an aircraft landed, the scream of the jet engines audible in his vehicle. Yop, or whoever is calling, might be able to trace this phone and work out where I am. The speaker cut off abruptly. "Who's this?" Cutter watched the screen as if he could visualize the speaker. "Who's this?" the man demanded again. "I am Vengeance, 57. The house was in Mannenberg, a Cape Flats neighborhood. It had an aluminum sheet wall that ran around its compound, a door at the front, a large public-use yard on which were discarded tires and trash. The inside of the compound had the single-story house, pale walls, flat roof, 2 air conditioners at windows humming away in the night. Gina Di Fiore wiped the sweat from her face and shifted. She nodded reassuringly at Quindica when her partner glanced back. They were at the rear of a 6-person entry team which had entered Mannenberg in singles and twos and had then grouped at Thames Avenue. They were in the shelter of an abandoned shack on the street with a clear view of the target house. It was load shedding, power outages, most of them planned, because there was insufficient electricity supply compared to the demand. It was also warm, which is good, Di Fiore thought. The streets are empty. Residents are indoors, but that house has a generator. The target building was a safe house for an offshoot of Boko Haram. It's a local gang, Di Fiore corrected herself, that raises funds for that terrorist group. The criminal gang, the Panthers, was into extortion and kidnapping primarily, but also carried out wet work. The thugs made fake social media profiles to suck in unsuspecting, wealthy victims and then grab them at the first meeting. Several of the victims were killed once their families had paid the ransom. Mbeki's force had gathered enough intel that the gang was a front for Boko Haram, and his officers had planned the raid. "Yes," he growled at the expressions on Di Fiore's and Quindica's faces. "I know you want in, but our JTF is yet to be signed off by the politicians." "They have approved it," Di Fiore protested. "I need the completed paperwork, but—" He raised his hand to stave her off. "You can join the raid as observers." Which was how she and Quindica were with the SAPP's STF, Special Task Force, team. Kanyile, the team commander, was the only one who had introduced himself. The rest of the operators had nodded when Mbeki had taken the Americans to them. 4 hostiles, Di Fiore's radio crackled in her earpiece. Kanyile gestured in the air. 3 men split and padded into the night to go behind the house. From satellite maps, Di Fiore knew the neighboring houses at the back were closely packed. "Those men will have to be careful. The alleys are very narrow, there will be trash. The neighbors might be looking out." A 4th man broke off and went to Thames Street. He would be the sentry, alerting the team if any hostiles or even innocents showed up. She and Quindica followed Kanyile and the other operator as they ghosted from shadow to shadow to get closer to the safe house. "That aluminum wall is a problem," one of the operators at the back murmured. "It will be noisy as we go over it." "There's no other option," Kanyile whispered. "Our intel is solid. This is the first time all 4 suspects are in that house. We may not get any other chance. Tommy, what's the drone showing?" "I got a window view," the operator replied from the command vehicle a street away. "They're watching TV. Alcohol bottles on the floor." "Kanyile, any confirmation that these are hostiles?" Quindica murmured. Di Fiore nodded in the dark. "We don't want to burst into innocent civilians enjoying a game." "They've got AKs on the floor," the operator said. "These aren't OKs sitting around drinking beer. Oaks, dudes." "Tommy, what else can you see?" Kanyile asked. "All quiet, Chief." "Go!" Di Fiore saw Kanyile and his operator burst out of the dark and go to the sheet fence. The sounds of metal tearing came to them, more sounds from the rear, and then she and Quindica were sprinting over the torn-down wall, leaping over the sheet, landing on the ground. A bright flash at the door from the breaching explosive that the operator attached. Shouts, a couple of shots, a scream, and she entered the house, panting, eyes squinting from the explosive smoke. The 4 men were on the floor. One of them had a wound in his thigh and was rocking on the ground. The operators who had entered from the rear had kicked away their rifles and were in the process of zip-tying them. Kanyil and his man went through the rest of the house and returned to the living room. "Clear," the commander said. He lowered his HK. The thug who was closest to him reared up, head-butted the operator who was zip-tying him, and with a roar charged towards the door. Straight at Di Fiore and Quindica. The FBI agent split. Quindica rammed her elbow in his neck as he went past, and Di Fiore tripped him and applied her knee to his back when he fell to the floor. "Lecker," an operator said admiringly. Half an hour later, they surveyed the results of their house search. 20,000 in US dollar bills, several bags of tyke with a street value of several thousands of dollars, a notebook with entries, a single phone. Kanyili turned it on and frowned. There's only one number on it, no messages, incoming and outgoing calls to it. Whose is it? The hostiles remained sullen-faced. They didn't answer. The STF commander looked at the Americans with a hint of a smile. "Yeah," Di Fiore chuckled. "Call it." Kanyil rang the number. Cutter was heading to the airport when the second phone he'd grabbed rang. 58. He glanced at it as he continued walking towards the concourse. The number was withheld. He accepted it. No one spoke. "Is that Yap trying from another number?" An elderly couple walked past, arguing loudly. He killed the call instantly. He removed the recovered phone's batteries and SIM cards and hustled to the gate. Once he was belted in the aircraft, the thoughts began. Werner might be able to trace Yap's location, but if it can't, I might have to prod the gang some more. 59. Cutter walked into Cape Town International Airport's concourse. He went past the baggage belts and the families waiting for each other. A line of stores selling SIM cards, taxi and currency conversion services. An escalator going to the upper floors. Not much of a crowd. Probably because it's off-season and my flight was not only domestic but was also from Kimberley. It wasn't a popular tourist destination, which was why he spotted the men. One was leaning against a concrete pillar that went up to the high ceiling. He had a phone to his ear. His eyes met Cutter's and he turned away jerkily and spoke into it. He traded glances with another man who was going through a newspaper some distance away. Both big men, their belts and shirts straining to hold in their bellies. Dark hair, hairy forearms. Cutter walked past them. He too laughed and spoke into his phone and said loudly that he had to go to the bathroom and then would meet his friend in the parking lot. The bathroom was on the way to the parking lot to the left. Cutter brought out his shades and wore them, toggled a tiny switch on a stem, and the tiny, rear-facing cameras drilled into the stems came alive. They projected onto the lower part of the lenses, giving him a view of his 6. Ray-Bans turned into anti-surveillance devices by Beth and Megan Peterson. Every agency operator had them. Cutter got them too, because he was within their trusted circle. He saw the men fall in behind him, about 100 feet away, neither of them athletic. They didn't look like the average thug. He entered the bathroom and the door swung shut. 3 men at the urinals. He checked the stalls swiftly. Empty. "Police," he said authoritatively. "There is a suspicious package here. Leave right now. Don't rush. We don't know if the hostiles are here. Act calm. Don't shout or alert anyone." His tone, expression, and the way he held his jacket, as if reaching for his identification, did the trick. The men exclaimed and left the bathroom. "Hope they don't talk to my followers. Hope no one else comes in." He went to the sink and washed his hands slowly. Porcelain urinals behind him. A row of stalls to his 7 o'clock. The door squeaked. His tails entered. Phone man glanced up and down the bathroom while newspaper man went to the stalls and pushed their doors open carefully. Is it just the two of you, or are there more? Cutter met phone man's eyes in the mirror. The man hesitated. He looked at his companion. They rushed at him. 60. Speed mattered. Cutter feinted right and moved left. He took phone man's incoming blow on his shoulder, which packed power and drew a grunt from him. He caught the retreating wrist, twisted sideways, and rammed the man's head against the mirror. All in one balletic move that exploded so swiftly that newspaper man, who was reaching beneath his shirt, still had his hand beneath it. The door squeaked open. An elderly man wheeled in his luggage. "Police matter?" Cutter roared. "Leave the bathroom." The man squawked and retreated hastily. Cutter spun phone man around as he was struggling to break free, his forehead bleeding, and shoved him towards the other hostile. The men stumbled into each other. Newspaper man was the more agile of the two. He jumped sideways, snarling, his hand coming out from beneath his shirt with a gun. Phone man rushed at Cutter and grabbed him around the waist, gripped hard, swearing and cursing, and pushed him towards the sink. Cutter went with it, felt the hard edge of the counter against his back, saw the gun rise in the other man's hand. Cutter crooked his elbow and smashed its point in his captor's face, breaking his nose. The man shrieked and let go. Cutter kicked him towards newspaper man, who desperately tried to step aside, but he slipped on the wet floor. The gunman's weapon got trapped against phone man. Both crowded together. Cutter lunged forward, punched the shooter in the throat, smashed the first man's head against the counter again, and sent him spinning away towards a stall. His left hand went underneath newspaper man's arm and wrapped around the back of his neck and smashed his face onto the counter. His right hand easily wrested the gun from him. A Vector Z88. He jammed its barrel against the man's temple, glanced in the mirror. Phone man was bent, retching, gasping, sobbing softly. He wasn't a threat. The door squeaked open. A young girl and a boy, chattering excitedly, their father behind them. "Sir, you need to leave right now. This is a police matter. Stay calm and quiet and retreat," Cutter yelled. The family departed in whispers, the boy exclaiming, "So cool." "I'm going to shoot you," he said conversationally to his prisoner. "And then I'll interrogate your friend. I only need one captive." He gouged the gun harder against the man's temple. "No, please. I wasn't going to shoot. Please." Phone man straightened, red-faced, streaming eyes, mouth wet and open. "If you come closer, I'll blow your friend's head off and make you clean up," Cutter warned. Phone man stopped. The bathroom was quiet except for their sobs and heavy breathing. "Who are you?" he rasped. "Journalists," his captive cried out. "Names!" "Adrian Silva. He's Pedro Lopez." "Why are you following me?" "He told us to." "He who?" "Yap." Cutter straightened him up and thrust the barrel against his mouth. "Where is he?" The man shook his head, terrified. He made inarticulate sounds and then shouted when Cutter raised the Vector. "We don't know. He messaged us. He said we should look out for a single man who came from the Kimberly flight. We were to follow you and message him when you reach wherever you were going. You were the only young person on that flight. You were alone." "Messaged you on what?" "On my phone." "When was this?" "About 2 hours ago." "How did you know which flight I was on?" "He said to watch the Kimberly flight. Timeline works. Yap must have tracked the phone." "Did he describe me?" "No. He said, look for a single man. You were the only one who fit that description." "Who were you calling when I made you?" "No one. I was pretending to be on the phone." Cutter stepped back and motioned for Lopez to join his friend at the sinks. He considered them. Neither of them fit the profile of heavies. They could be journalists. "Remove your phone, carefully." Silva brought it out with shaking hands. Turn it on and show me the number. Cutter memorized it when Silva showed him the screen. It's different from the number he called from. Where is he? We don't know. Lopez seemed to have found his confidence. We never meet him. How do you work? Tell me everything about him. We used to be journalists. We got sacked. We started taking up all kinds of jobs, like following husbands to see if they are cheating. Cutter made a face. He knew PIs like the men. They worked on sleazy. Women's nudes, blackmail, all that, right? Their silence was his answer. Silva spoke rapidly when Cutter raised the vector pointedly. We advertise online and get our business there. Yap contacted us a year ago. He wanted someone followed and photographed. He paid us in advance. He said if we didn't deliver, he would kill us. He called you? No. We have never spoken to him. We haven't met him either. We don't know what he looks like. He messages us on that site or texts us on our numbers. He has them. He uses different numbers each time, Silva added. What are the jobs you have done for him? We followed that man, Lopez said. Our first job. He was a housing developer. We found out his routine and reported to Yap. Silva looked down. What? Cutter demanded. The man was killed a week later, Silva said hoarsely. When he said he would kill us, we didn't believe it at that time. We have dealt with all kinds of people. I can imagine. The man flushed but didn't defend himself. Once that man was killed, we guessed what kind of person Yap was. You didn't tell the police. What could we tell? They would know about our other jobs. You'd be in trouble, Cutter guessed. How did he contact you for this job? Through the website. Keep talking. He grabbed Lopez's phone and went through the log as he listened to the men talk about other jobs. A nightclub owner's movements for Yap. Investigating a trucking company's owners for him again. Those two were the only jobs we did for him, and then this one. Uh-huh. Cutter scrolled through the calls and messages. None of them looked like they were from Yap. He brought up Yap's number. No incoming or outgoing calls to it. No messages either. You said he messaged you. Where are they? He asked us to delete them. That's how he works. After that developer died, we did that. Show me that site. Silva brought it up. An online classifieds kind of site where the advertisers listed their capabilities and got rated by users. Any kind of investigation. Discretion assured. That was the reporter's ad. Their job histories on it. Yap asked us to delete his jobs, Lopez said before Cutter could ask the question. Give me your login details. Both men looked at each other and then shook their heads. I'm not asking, Cutter growled. Silva licked his lips. We can't. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to report you to SAPPs. I want Yap. There's nothing about him in our messages. We have deleted the history. I've had enough of you. Scum like you shouldn't live. Cutter raised the vector. Wait! Lopez screamed and gave him the authentication details. Cutter photographed them with his phone, reached behind them, extracted their wallets roughly, and recorded their driver's licenses as well. He entered their phone numbers in his device and tossed their wallets back. I'll find you if you change the login credentials, and I'll kill you. He stepped back, wiped the vector clean with a paper towel, dropped the gun to the floor. Where's your car? In the parking lot, Lopez replied automatically. Which one? What make and number plate? We can't. He shrank when Cutter made a threatening move and recited the details. Yap asked you to follow me. Why did you attack me in that case? We thought you would attack us. What about the gun? Cutter eyed Lopez. Would you have used it? I have never shot anyone. I hope to threaten you with it. Cutter studied them for a while. He believed them. Bottom-feeding journalists. They aren't gangbangers. He went to the door. We can go? Silva asked hopefully. He walked out without replying. 61. Cutter hurried through the concourse as soon as he was clear of the bathroom and went up to his car in the long-term lot. Opened the rear and under its cover, changed into his armored vest, tee, jacket, and strapped on his Glock. He felt better instantly. He slid behind the wheel and fired up the Range Rover. The vehicle growled and surged forward. He drove out of the lot and waited way back from the barriers with his ball cap drawn low. Lopez and Silva arrived 20 minutes later in their black Ford, both men looking tense, arguing with each other, not glancing at his ride. Cutter let two other cars pass and then fell behind them. They got onto the N2 and headed towards the central business district. He overtook one car and got behind the vehicle ahead of him. Through its windshield, he could see the journalist gesticulating. They must be arguing what story to spin to Yop. They branched off the freeway and headed towards the University of Cape Town, onto the M3, which had great views of the ocean. Cutter took it in for a moment, cursed and slammed the brakes when he saw the red light ahead. The Ford had stopped too, a four-way intersection with the M63. The journalists were in the central lane going ahead. Cutter waited for the lights to turn. A street vendor approached him. A woman who tapped his window. He shook his head. Recalled Sizway. The light turned green. The car behind him honked. Cutter brought his attention to the traffic in front of him. An SUV had blocked the road. Even as he watched, its driver emerged, a masked man who walked casually, as if he had all the time in the world, to the Ford, pumped several bullets through its windshield and retreated. 62. "No!" Cutter shouted. He shot out of his ride and sprinted to the Ford. The masked man heard him. He turned and raised his gun. Cutter's Glock slid into his palm with practiced ease. Honking from several cars, someone shouting, a woman screaming desperately, the street vendors scrambling to safety. The masked man lowered his weapon, got behind the wheel and took the right, onto the M3 towards the freeway. His eyes met Cutter's. He made a gun with his thumb and forefingers and then he was away. Cutter holstered his Glock. "Call the police!" He yelled at a driver who had lowered his window. He yanked the Ford's door, cursed when it was locked, saw through the window that both Silva and Lopez were slumped, blood oozing from their chests. His Glock came out again. He smashed it against the window repeatedly until he could shove his wrist through the hole, teeth clenched against the scrape of glass on his skin. He unlocked the door from inside and caught Silva, who slid sideways. He gently pushed him upright, saw Lopez's eyes flicker. "Yop," said, "keep driving." His head fell back. Silva drew a rattling breath and fell silent. Cutter stood helpless as traffic thickened and passed and people yelled and shouted. SAPPs arrived with flashing lights and wailing sirens, and he made way for the EMT staff. "Did you see what happened?" an officer bellowed in his face. "They were shot," he said dully. "Everyone in this lane would have seen it." "Who killed them?" "A masked man." He gave the shooter's license plate. The officer called it in and then took him in. "You have a gun. Witnesses say you carried one." "Yes, I have a permit." "What's your name?" "Cutter Grogan." The officer called it in and swung back to him. "You have to come with us to the station." "Yes." Cutter shivered in the night and watched the police set up the crime scene expertly. Floodlights went up. More officers spoke to other witnesses. A TV van rolled up. A large SUV arrived. Mbeki stepped out, Quindica and Di Fiore with him. "Why doesn't it surprise us to see you here?" the latter said. 63. "Let me get this right," Mbeki asked. They were in his office, coffees and biscuits on a tray. Cutter had drunk his beverage and was on a refill. He had only told them about the reporters following him. It was time to go into more detail. The FBI agents were in their suits, impassive, legs crossed, Di Fiore swinging lightly as Mbeki questioned him. You thought these men were following you and assaulted them in the airport's bathroom? Lieutenant General Mbeki asked, disbelievingly. Yes. What makes you think they were after you? They followed me. Cutter shrugged. What did they tell you? He hesitated. How much do I tell them? They'll find out about Jap's call to Silva's phone if they haven't already. They'll work out which flight I was on. No point in withholding from them. Thulani, Gina, and Peyton are better resourced than I am. They might make better progress than me. He wasn't confident of the latter, however. As a one-person operation who didn't care which rules he broke, he had advantages they didn't. I won't tell them everything either. Something's funny, De Fiore asked sharply. Cutter realized he had smiled involuntarily. He put on his expressionless mask. I'm surprised you haven't convinced Thulani to lock me up. I told him. What did they tell you? Mbeki repeated. That Yap ordered them to follow me and report back. The SAPS chief froze. Yap? That's the name they gave me. Silva's phone will have a call log on it. We got an anonymous tip regarding Sizwe's shooting. 3 names. Jap was one of them. You gave that tip? Cutter laughed incredulously. Why would I do that when I could call you? Why were you at the airport? I was returning from Kimberley. What's there? I visited Orania. A nerve jumped on Mbeki's temple. His face was granite, his voice hard. Why did you go there? It's an interesting town. I wanted to check it out. What did you find there? That it's interesting. Di Fiore and Quindica looking puzzled, aware of subtext that they hadn't been looped into. Mbeki leaned forward, went through a file and removed several photographs. He tossed them at Cutter, who caught most of them and bent down to pick up the fallen ones. Quindica sucked in her breath at their sight. The dead men in the clearing off the N12. You know anything of that? Mbeki grated. No. Who are they? An American tourist might have shot them. Bill Painter. Last night. That place isn't far from Orania. Yeah. Cutter's face brightened. I heard about it on the radio. I saw the police vehicles when I drove past. You found this Painter dude? You're playing a dangerous game. I don't know what you're talking about. Get out. Cutter rose. He stopped suddenly at the sight of the whiteboard to Mbeki's right. It had photographs attached with magnets. 4 men, zip-tied, staring viciously at the camera. It was the number next to them that caught his attention. That's the second phone's number. What's that? He asked, his voice coming to him as if from a distance. Those are the Panthers, Quindica explained curiously. We arrested them earlier tonight in Manenberg. Suspected front, funding operation for Boko Haram. And that number, we found it on their phone, 64. What was all that about? Di Fiore turned to Mbeki when Cutter left. Yap, Orania. Mbeki refilled their cups and sat back heavily. Cutter is way ahead of us. Of SAPPs. He had connected the dots when his friend had been speaking and laid it out for his FBI guests. Yeah. Di Fiore nodded when he had finished. That sounds just like him. What about Painter? Her forehead creased. Where does that fit in? I don't know. Mbeki shrugged helplessly and briefed them about the highway shooting. Bill Painter seems to be a ghost. We have alerted every airport, railway station, bus terminal. SAPP's officers have his photograph, but no one has seen him. That's because he's a ghost. What do you mean? He doesn't exist. Cutter killed them. You can't say that, Gina. Quindica waggled her finger warningly. Why would he kill random thugs? He was in the region. That's too coincidental for me. We both know how he works. Why would he kill them? What's the connection? The Cutter I know isn't a cold-blooded killer, Mbeki said. He isn't. Di Fiore answered the last question first. I don't know the connection either, but I know deep down he was responsible. Maybe they jumped him, and he shot back. Yes, there was a firefight. What about Painter? He doesn't exist. He's a made-up identity inserted into cameras. That's a big accusation, Mbeki said bleakly. Do you realize what's needed to pull that off? The backstories, the software expertise. Cutter has access to all that. You don't know him like we do. You want me to arrest him? Mbeki's voice rose. No, Thulani, Quindika said gently. Go where your investigation leads you. Everything else is just noise, even what Gina just said. You don't believe her? Quindika took her time answering that. It is plausible, she said finally. I don't know what connection those freeway thugs have, but Cutter wouldn't just walk up and kill them. In the time we've known him, he hasn't shot innocents. Heck, he draws his gun only as a last resort. If it was him who shot them, he was provoked and had no other choice. As to what Gina said about Painter, yeah, Cutter doesn't have the skills for that, but he knows people who do. The kinds of friends who work in the shadows. You were in Rekka. Cutter's friends make Rekki look like small-town cops. Heck, even the FBI's technology is a shadow to theirs. She smiled to take the sting out of her words. And these friends will do all this for him? Create personas? They would die for him. No, Di Fiore corrected her partner. They would raze an entire city to the ground for him, and he'll do the same for them. My life was simpler before Cutter walked back in it, Mbeki growled. He stabbed his buzzer. Enzi, he roared when his aide poked his head through the door. Get us fresh coffee. All right, he said when they had sipped the beverage. I'll go where my investigation leads. I have a question for you. Do you trust him? Cutter Grogan? Di Fiore asked, surprised. With our lives. He won't compromise you. You won't find any proof of what I said, though. Painter, those shootings. There will be nothing to connect him to them. The way you talk about him, it's not warmth and deep friendship, and yet I sense he's very close to both of you. He narrowed his eyes at the FBI agent. That's because I'm scared, she said quietly. I am scared that one day Cutter will get arrested or killed. 65. Cutter returned to his vehicle, drove out, and went to Tafelberg Road. It was where the cable car ran to Table Mountain's top. He rolled to a stop by the edge of the cliff before the demarcated areas for cabs and got out. No tourist traffic that late in the night. However, there were several other cars, couples and families enjoying the warm night, taking in the Cape Town vista and the looming presence of Table Mountain behind them. Lion's Head Peak was to their left. Cutter drew in the clear air and his muscles loosened. His mind started working again. That number in Thulani's office. Is there a connection between the Panthers, the thugs I killed, and Yap? How's that possible? Those gangbangers jumped on me randomly. Gina and Peyton are interested in terrorist activity. What if Jap's part of the Panthers? He swore in frustration and smiled apologetically when a couple looked at him. He brought out his phone. Yeah, Werner was hacked into the SAPP system. No surprise there. Are there any police forces and intelligence agencies in the world Beth and Megan haven't got it to access? He smiled ruefully. No, there weren't any updates on the N12 killings. No identifications made yet. No report on the Panthers either. Either the JTF team haven't uploaded it yet to the system, or they are keeping everything to paper. No, the latter doesn't make sense. They probably haven't had time to write up their reports online. Trace Yap's number, he typed. Werner returned the results moments later. The phone was moving all over in Europe. It had been in Turkey when the call to the thug's number had been made. He spoofed his phone. He's making it look like he's not in the country, Cutter surmised, which meant Yap had tradecraft, a high level. He traced my location to Kimberly and got those journalists onto me. Is he Rekka? You asked me that already, Werner shot back. There are no active operators with those names. There was a Dirk, but he's dead. Remember, Not all recce operators will go by their real names. Cutter turned off his phone. Where does that leave me? I'll have to wait and see what the JTF come up with about the Panthers. There are people who are aware of JAP, however. I'll go ask them. 66. Cutter power napped for half an hour on the edge of the road and at 11 p.m. woke up refreshed, adrenaline pumping. He wore black combat pants and stuffed a balaclava in his pocket. Drove out and got onto the N2, barely any traffic on the freeway. He took the exit to the M32 and a smaller road, and he was in Khayelitsha. He was again struck by the stark difference in the Cape Flats neighborhood compared to downtown. He drove to the school on Booza Street and parked in the same spot as previously. He took out the drone and launched it. No flat boy sentries this time on Bila Street. He donned the new ballistic helmet from the Range Rover and weaved through the houses at the back of the street, and when the boys' safe house, the Shebeen, came into view on his visor, dropped to the ground and crawled. The drone feed showed two men in the Shebeen, visible through a side window. The men were chatting idly, smoking weed, guns at their waists. Cutter fist-pumped. His hunch had paid off. SAPPs would have secured this place for a day or so, but the boys would have returned to it soon after. It's a good location. They won't give up on it. The neighborhood knows it as their territory. They wouldn't have faced any problem in returning. He crawled closer and waited in the same spot where he had stopped the previous time, the shadow of a neighboring house at his back. A few other residences lit, but no one on the street. You're back. 67. Cutter didn't move. His Glock was in its holster. He hadn't brought his HK. He had his knife sheathed to his thigh and grenades of various kinds in his pockets. The drone and Werner hadn't warned him of hostiles. The voice came from behind him. It seemed to be an elderly man's. Cutter turned his head cautiously, took in the house's dark shape, the faint edge of a person squatting against its wall, feet on the ground. I saw you come, the man chuckled. I was sitting here, but you didn't see me. Cutter frowned. Why didn't the drone pick out his thermal signature? Is it because the aluminum sheets around his place interfered? He shrugged. He would work it out later. I saw you last time as well. I was in the window and saw you approach. I thought you were from another gang, and then when I saw what you were wearing, thought you were from the army. What you did to Shark and his oaks. The man slapped his thigh and chortled. We all talk about it. No one likes the boys around here. We complain to the police so many times, but they don't do anything. He hawked and spat. Don't go in just yet, he cautioned. Eldon, they call him the boiler. He will come in half an hour. He's taken over the boys, Shark. He's still recovering, but they are saying Eldon will finish him. They? Cutter wondered. We hear all the gossip, the man chuckled. I don't have much to do these days. I sit here and watch the gangs, and sometimes someone like you comes along and teaches them a lesson. I am not here to wipe out the gangs, sir, he replied softly. I know that, son. You think I was born yesterday? People say you are hunting your friend's killers. I didn't know Sizwe Nkosi, but he was a fine man, my friends say. Do your friends know my name? No, son. The talk is of a white man who came to Cape Town, an avenging white man. He chuckled. You want a beer? I have a castle. He referred to a local lager. A stakeout with a catering service. Cutter grinned in the dark. Thank you, sir. I can't drink right now. What's that on your head? A helmet. It stops bullets? Not all of them. Are you going to burn Eldon too? Not if I can help it, sir. I want information. What kind? Where their stash is. Either drugs or money. Yes, Eldon might know. You should go inside, sir. You young people. You're always killing our enjoyment. It could become dangerous, sir. The boys might know you're out here. Pah! They know about me. Everyone knows. They won't touch me. They know I don't have long to live. Cancer. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Don't be. The man hawked and spat again. I've lived long. If my time comes, so be it. Here he comes now. The drone's feed showed a car rock up on Bela Street. A driver and a gangbanger got out and swaggered to the shebeen. Fist bumps and high fives when they entered it. Eldon's the driver, Cutter made out from the conversation. The boys' new leader snatched the weed from one thug's mouth and threw it away. He kicked the man and yelled at him for smoking. Another thug brought out alcohol bottles and calm soon returned as the gangbangers drank. They'll be here for an hour. They talk, drink, and then go away, the old man said in a low voice. Please go inside. Cutter heard him move and then a door shut softly. Still nothing from the drone on him. He shook his head. Low tech could beat high tech. The drone showed no hostiles on Bela Street. Can I trust it? Yeah. It can see approaching cars and people. It's only the thermal in that man's house that's the issue. I can see thermals in other homes. He stopped worrying and focused on the boys in the shebeen. Why don't they have any sentries? Because they are sure no gang or cops will return to it. He couldn't think of any other reason. Or maybe the boys have disintegrated and have become such a low-level outfit that no one's interested in them. He considered that. It was possible. I'm not interested in the boys. I want to know what they know. And with that, he rose and approached the shebeen. 68. The drone had a clear view through the side window. All four boys were spread out in the center of the room, in front of the bar, sprawled out on the floor. Two of them had their guns on the floor while the rest had their weapons on them. It was a tight grouping, intimate, crude jokes and profanity being exchanged. Cutter broke the flimsy rear door with a kick, Hollywood style. Real life didn't work like that, but he had checked out the door on his previous outing and knew it was not more than an aluminum sheet on hinges, secured by a rusting bolt which itself was secured to the frame by loose nails. The clatter and his presence drew their attention. The sight of him, helmeted, dark-clothed, tall, filling the door, stopped their conversation. For a moment. And then, with an oath and a snarl, two men dove for their guns. Cutter had the height advantage. He had the Glock advantage, his gun already sighted. It spat twice. One round smashed into a thug's leg and another tore into the second man's shoulder. Please go for your gun so that I can reduce the world population by 4, he pleaded. They didn't laugh or smile. Clearly, they lacked a sense of humor. Maybe I should have been crude. Eldon, face narrow, eyes tight, didn't move. Remove your guns and throw them away, Cutter commanded. He didn't explain to them that sure. They could draw and shoot, but they were on the floor, two men out of commission, and the contortions they would need to make to free their guns and aim at him meant he would have ample time to make holes in their bodies. It looked like Eldon had worked that out. He nodded at his men, who threw their weapons to the wall. You burned shark, he snarled. Did you a favor. You're the boss now, I hear. Cutter stepped deeper inside. He transferred his gun to his left hand swiftly, reached out with his free hand and grabbed a glass bottle. He tossed it at the boys. It shattered on the floor, glass shards spreading on concrete. Another bottle and more deadly pieces scattered on the floor around the thugs. He smiled grimly. That will restrict their moves. He removed zip ties from his pocket and threw them at Eldon. Tie your friends, hands behind their backs and legs. The gangbanger didn't move. Cutter fired in the floor. Glass shards flew in the air and struck the wall. Next time I shoot, one of those might blind you. The boys will have to find a new leader. Eldon swore and secured his men. Stand up. He rose. Are you going to burn me as well? Turn around full circle. Raise your T. If you have any more guns on you. I don't, Eldon yelled furiously as he spun around. Cutter shot him in the right thigh and above the gangbanger's howl asked, Where's the largest drug or money stash you know? 69. Eldon shrieked and fell to the floor, clutching his thigh. He rocked on the ground, sobbing and cursing. His men shouted and swore at Cutter. "Why did you have to do that?" a gangbanger yelled. Cutter fired on the floor, spraying his face with glass splinters. I asked the questions. "Where's the stash?" "We don't have one anymore," Eldon sobbed. "We take product on the day and sell it. We don't store it no more." "What about the other gangs?" The gang leader hesitated. "I don't know about them." "You aren't making wise choices." Cutter crouched next to him and removed his knife. He drew its tip lightly over the man's wound. Eldon shrank but couldn't move far back because of the glass. Sweat popped on his face. "They'll kill us all." "You think I won't?" "It's in Newlands," another thug spoke rapidly. "On Thorn Street. Nashville boys keep their tyke there. Money too. Other drugs as well. It's not just their product there. They store it for other gangs as well. The 28S, High Living. They have it there as well." "Why are you telling him all that?" Eldon roared. "Because I want us to live," the man yelled back. "I was there when he burned Shark. You weren't. You don't know what he can do. I don't want him to go mal on us." "Mal. Crazy," Cutter translated. He narrowed his eyes at the speaker. "Yeah, he was there that night. He wasn't one of the silent ones. Is that the main stash?" "No. No gang has just one store. They have many around the city. That's the only one we know. We get our product from there and sell it." "Newlands is a fancy." "That's why they have it there," Eldon snarled. "That house is in Zuma's family. Are you going to help me?" Cutter searched his body and brought out the thug's phone. He crushed it with his heel and destroyed the other men's devices too. "You won't die," he said dispassionately. "I'm sure someone will come to help you. If they don't, no great loss." He smiled grimly and exited the shebeen through the rear door. The boys shouted at him, their noises fading as he slid back into the darkness. "How many of them are alive?" The old man's voice came through the night. "All of them." "You're going soft, son." Cutter grinned in the dark. "I got what I wanted. Stay inside, sir." "Pah, they won't harm me. They know all the residents will beat them up if they go against old people like me." Cutter's smile faded as he returned to his vehicle. It didn't look like the sounds from the shebeen had alerted the rest of the neighborhood. No lights had turned on. Or maybe they know what's going down and are minding their own business. He went to his vehicle, retrieved his backpack, and extracted a tracking device. Sprinted down Bela Street and attached it to the chassis of Eldon's car. A green dot appeared on his phone's app when he was back in his ride. He now had eyes on the boys. 70. Newlands was to the southwest of the city's central business district, an upscale neighborhood of quiet streets and gated villas that bordered Newlands Reserve. Cutter studied satellite images of the house on his phone. It's right on the edge of the forest. Rear gate opens into the woods. The house had trees in its compound that obstructed a clear view, but he could see the glimmer of a swimming pool at the rear, a terraced balcony that ran around the first floor which also had wall-to-ceiling glass windows. Werner told him the residence had a covered attached garage, a bedroom on the ground floor and the kitchen, 2 more bedrooms and a large living space on the upper floor, where the balcony was. "How do you know?" Cutter typed. "The house was listed for sale several years ago. I have access to the floor plans." Cutter checked the clock on the dash. Close to 1 a.m. "Am I good to go?" he asked himself. Yeah, he fired up his SUV and drove into the night ready to cause more damage. 71. Cutter parked on Upper Holly Street behind an RV and checked his surroundings. 1:30 a.m., quiet in the night. He slipped on his backpack, slung on his HK, and launched the drone into the sky. It rose with a whisper and went out of sight. Newland's streets were arranged in a grid, northwest, going into the forest, to southeast and northeast to southwest. Villas on either side. All of them with high walls and armed response signboards. All of them will have cameras, and many of them will have intruder alarms as well. No power outages here. They'll have generators and battery storage for backup. This is a rich folks' neighborhood. He put on his helmet and navigated the drone as he walked. Neighboring CCTV cameras will capture me, but all they'll see is a helmeted, dark figure. The Nashville boys' house came on his screen. A line of trees at the back where the pool was. He whistled softly at the balcony. It's got a gorge view of the Table Mountain Range. The wooden terrace ran around the house, giving it a view of the city as well. No windows were open. Curtains were tightly drawn. Can't even make out if lights are turned on. The garage at the front had its door down. No vehicle in the driveway. Cutter checked on Eldon's ride. It was still at the shebeen. He looked up at the trees in the forest at the back of the stash house. A lot of pine and eucalyptus, but there were ironwood trees as well, with spread-out branches. One seemed to have a good view of the house from the rear. Cutter memorized its location and went up Thorn Street where it dead-ended against a thick line of green. He went into the forest, treading carefully. The 4-camera array made light work of the forest's darkness as he followed the route on Werner's map, which was also projected on his screen. It took 45 minutes to navigate around the 3 houses that were at the end of the street and come to the rear of the Nashville residence. It was darker in that part of the forest, pines and ironwoods everywhere, leafy undergrowth and debris that, if he wasn't careful, would crunch under his weight. Cutter searched for the tree he had found, nearly twisted his ankle in a rabbit hole, cursed, wiped sweat with his sleeve and straightened, put his weight on his leg. It hurt, but it didn't give. He continued through the darkness until he found the tree by slamming into it as he was stepping back from a foxhole. The ironwood's trunk had humps and protrusions that helped him climb and a long, sturdy branch that jutted out towards the house. Cutter crawled on it until he found a stable perch, 50 feet away from the residence. Leaves and branches giving him good cover, through which he had a good view of the back of the house. His thighs gripped the branch, his belly and chest rested on top of it, enough room for his elbows. The surface was hard, rough, and something knobbly gouged his ribs, but it wasn't uncomfortable enough for him to move. The helmet automatically compensated for the distance, and when he fingered a control on its side, the view zoomed in. Moonlight reflecting off the glass doors to the balcony, pale curtains visible through it, no lines of light, several couches untidily arranged on what looked like the wood floor of the terrace, bottles on a table, a few plates. The roof of the house was flat with a water tank visible above its line, some kind of metal cladding around it. "I've got to empty that house." He pressed a command on the drone's control on his phone, which got the phone jammer on the UAV to kick in. Cutter drew up his HK slowly, attached his laser module to it, and the red dot came up on his visor. He shook his head bemusedly. The technology integration between the drone, Werner, and the helmet never failed to astonish him. The drone's feed told him Thorn Street was clear. A dog barked from one of the houses to the right. Cutter ignored it. He aimed at the side of the tank and squeezed the trigger gently. The HK's suppressor turned the shot into a pop that was lost in the night. The bullet slammed against the cladding and ricocheted into the night. The impact was a loud clang. The edge of the curtains lit up, a shadow appeared, and then the door slid open and a man stepped out. Rifle in his hand as he checked out the balcony, peered across the neighbors' houses and shrugged. "No idea," he said softly to someone inside, his words carrying in the still air. Cutter laid down his rifle and typed on a window on his phone. Werner converted it to speech, relayed it to the drone's mic. "You have 10 minutes to vacate the house." The thug gawked at the sky at the metallic voice. "Did you hear that?" he yelled. Someone is up there. Another gangbanger emerged, carrying his rifle. Hear what? Cutter repeated the command. You have 10 minutes to vacate the house. Who are you? The first gangbanger screamed, both men searching the sky. They won't be able to see or hear the drone. Cutter fired at the side of the tank again. The men jumped at the report and the loud clang. Someone's shooting at us, the second man shouted and shot randomly in the sky and at the trees. 2 more men came onto the balcony. No one is on the street. Is someone hiding in the forest? One of the newcomers asked. The voice came from the sky, another man replied. What voice? You have 9 minutes left to vacate the house, Cutter reminded them. That voice. Who is it? Who are you? Cutter lost track of who was speaking. He shifted his body to ease the jab in his ribs. How many men are in that place? The drone couldn't look inside through the balcony door. I need to get them moving, which meant he had to incentivize them. He opened the pellet gun's control on his phone, selected it to single fire mode, aimed the gun and saw its angle change on the visor. Step away from the couches, he ordered. Who are you? A thug screeched and emptied his rifle in the sky. Cutter fired. The pellet struck the balcony's wooden floor moments later. The men looked down at the sound. The pellet exploded. 72. The couches caught fire. The glass windows shattered. A gangbanger who was bending towards the pellet reared back, screaming as his clothes lit up. Fool! Cutter swore and then realized the drone was relaying his words. Leave the house right now, empty-handed, or I'll burn you down. He fired another pellet in the front yard. The garage door buckled from the shock wave. Windows in the front broke. The gangbangers fled inside yelling, shoving the burning man to the front. Cutter heard them yelling. A rifle chattered from inside, its rounds ripping into the forest. None of them came close to him. He shot another pellet which set the balcony's floor on fire. Several burning wooden planks fell to the ground. The structure creaked alarmingly. The house is breaking, a gangbanger's shout came across. The front door opened. A gangbanger emerged cautiously with a rifle in hand. Drop the gun or I'll kill you, Cutter ordered. The man looked at the sky. He licked his lips. Cutter fired a pellet at the main gate. The man stumbled when it exploded and ducked back inside the house. What will they do next? An SUV burst out of the burning garage and shot to the gate. Cutter's fingers flew on his phone. A pellet struck the vehicle. It swerved and crashed into the compound wall from the explosion. Thugs leaped out of it, screaming in panic. Some of them beat at their clothing, which were on fire. Go on foot, Cutter told them impatiently. No guns. Don't carry anything. You have 5 minutes, or else I will kill you. One gangbanger shot out of the wrecked gate and ran down Thorn Street. The remaining thugs looked at each other. Call, one of them began. I tried, there's no signal, another man snarled. Cutter triggered his HK at an intact window. Its splintering sound made the men cock their heads up. That's it, he warned. I'm going to kill. The men fled. 7 he counted as they raced down Thorn Street just as a car entered it. That's Eldon's ride. The flat boy's car stopped. A head poked out of it looking at the fleeing thugs. Words were exchanged. Eldon, Cutter warned through the drone. Leave the car where it is. Run away on foot. The boy's man looked at the sky. More words traded between him and the Nashville men. He got out and limped along with them. His shotgun passenger shrugged his shoulders and followed them. Cutter got the drone to track them until they got onto Rhodes Avenue and filtered away into the night. He navigated the UAV back to the house and got it to check out the inside through the broken windows. There were no other occupants in it. He slid his HK backwards and slithered back the branch and down the trunk until he was low enough to jump down. He hurried to the residence's rear gate, climbed over it, and landed in the backyard. Skirted the pool, went inside the house, and checked it out swiftly. The large bedroom and bathroom on the ground floor were empty. The kitchen was too, but when he opened a drawer, packets of tick fell out. So that's their stash. Cutter inspected the rest of the storage cabinets, which were stuffed with plastic baggies. These must be several $100,000 of product. He weighed a drug brick in his palm. One cabinet had rolls of currency, dollars, British pounds, and euros, neatly assorted by denomination and rubber banded together. He went to the upper floor, ensured the rooms were empty, and then went to the garage where he found a can of fuel. He splashed it over the drugs and cash, went to the door and tossed a lighter at them. He was hurrying to the front door when it burst open and 3 men stepped inside. 73. Femi was cruising close to Newlands when he got Junior's panicked call. "Someone spoke to you from the sky," he asked disbelievingly when his Nashville friend relayed what had gone down. "And set fire to the house. There were 7 of you. You didn't find—" He listened to the torrent of words and nodded. "All right, I'll deal with it. I've got Jomo and Mosey with me. We'll check out the house. We've got to secure the product. I said I'll deal with it." He hung up and cursed. Newlands was his territory. The men protecting the Thorn Street house were his soldiers. He knew Junior was an experienced fighter, as were the men in the residence. They weren't the kind to be spooked by strange events. They were stone-cold killers. "That product and money is in my protection." His lips tightened. "I'm answerable for it." Zuma Mansell was dead, but Marcel had taken over and he was more ruthless than the former Nashville leader. He will be furious if anything happens to the product. It's not just ours there. Many other gangs store their product at the safe house. Femi cursed, told the men with him what Junior had relayed and swung towards Thorn Street. His curses continued when he drove up, swerved around Eldon's ride and stopped in front of the safe house. What happened here? He raged at the sight of the destroyed gate and the smoldering garage door. He grabbed his AK and, flanked by Gamba and Connie, ran towards the door. He had a key. He unlocked it and kicked it open. Stepped inside, sucked in his breath at the intense heat, and then he saw him. The fire in the kitchen and smoke backlit the figure, giving him an ethereal look. The person, or whoever or whatever it was in the dark, something like a helmet covering his face. Femi didn't believe in superstition and lore, but something fearful rose in him at the sight of the figure. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely. "I don't want to kill you," the figure spoke. Femi relaxed. It was a man. He was alone. "You kill us? Did you do all this?" "Yes, and I burned your drugs and money as well." Femi roared in rage and swung up his AK. He stopped in shock when something hit him in the chest and looked down, surprised, at the knife buried deep in his body. How? He hadn't seen the man move. He looked up to ask, and his legs suddenly felt heavy. His AK clattered to the floor as he fell. The tiled floor was cool to his touch, the wall as well as he gasped and blinked sweat from his eyes and watched the man, who seemed to weave from side to side, fire and smoke haloing him. And then he was on Gamba and Connie, easily dislodging their AKs and punching them faster than Femi's eyes could follow, and they too slumped down. The man crouched down and tied their hands behind their backs. He yanked Femi's head by his hair. "You aren't dying. You're in shock. You'll live. If someone comes to help soon, I'll call the police. What's your name?" Femi saw his own reflection in the man's visor. He tried to speak, but words didn't emerge. He tried to be angry, but all he felt was a vast tiredness. "It's not important," he heard the man say, as if from a distance. He felt the man tape something to his chest and looked down to see a phone with a note attached to it. He tried to speak, tried to catch the man's leg, but everything turned dark. 74. The council met in an upscale downtown hotel which boasted of ocean views from every room. The host had rented the entire 7th floor. He had also flooded it with his security team, which wasn't difficult since he owned the property. The conference room that the council met in didn't have any windows. Men stood at the elevators, frisked arrivals, and took their phones away for the duration of the meeting. It was standard protocol whenever the body met. Peter Thabo, the host, was in his 40s. He was in a business suit, crisp white shirt, gold cufflinks, no tie, his curly gray hair thin, his beard neatly trimmed. He greeted each arrival with a handshake and a soft murmur. He waited until they were seated and coffees had been served by one of his men. "Thank you for coming," he began when they were alone. 7 of them in the room with him at the head of the table. "I know this meeting isn't easy for any of us, so I will be brief." "We know why we are here," another man growled. "It's about this man, this vigilante." "Do you know how much we lost in that safe house?" another man burst out. "All because of him." A 4th man glowered at Marcel. Thabo rapped the table sharply for silence. "Blaming Marcel will not get us anywhere. He couldn't do anything." "I would have killed my shooters if I was in his place. What I heard, he did nothing to them." "They didn't have anyone to shoot at," Marcel burst out. "This man showed himself only at the end when Femi went to the house." "Femi had 2 shooters with him, didn't he? They couldn't take him down?" Thabo sighed and sat in his chair. "Let them vent for a while. Every man in the room was a leader of a top-order Cape Town gang. The Americans, 28S High Living, they were all in the room. Thabo himself led the Mitchell's Mongrels, an outfit that had originated in Mitchell's Plain and since then had branched out. Every person in the room had killed, robbed, assaulted, raped, and carried out several other atrocities. They all posed as businessmen to the outside world and had legitimate investments in real estate. Thabo had even adopted the look: suits in public, dining in fancy establishments, going to the theater, donating to charitable causes. He found it increased his respectability. SAPPs were less likely to pull him in for questioning. Thabo, as the oldest among all the criminal gang bosses, had formed the council several years ago. He had persuaded every rival gang that such a body had value and that it should meet occasionally to discuss matters that affected them all. It hadn't been an easy negotiation. Every one of us is a rival. We won't hesitate to pull the trigger on the others. He smiled grimly. He had won them over gradually, but not without many of them laying down conditions. The council would be only for the top-order gangs. Agreed. Thabo welcomed that suggestion. The chairperson would rotate each year. No elections. Each gang leader would get an opportunity. That was fine with him. They would meet only for serious issues. SAPs harassing them, turf wars between any of the gangs, weren't reasons to meet. They wouldn't discuss gang matters during council meetings, even if one outfit had killed another's leader. Thabo didn't have any issues with those either. He surveyed the group as they argued. "This is only the 3rd time we've met." "Are we done?" he asked when he sensed the heat in the arguments had faded. "What do you want to say?" The American's boss spat. "We should deal with this man or else he will keep interfering with our businesses. We've already lost a lot of product because of him." "We'll kill him." "If you find him. I have my men looking for him, and no one has spotted him." Thabo held up the phone that the vigilante had attached to Femi's body. "I want Dirk, Klaas, and Jaap. I don't care about you. Give them to me, and I will stop." He read the note out loud. "We don't have them," the 28S man burst out. "We don't know where they are." Thabo stroked his beard. "We all know the arrangement we made with our friends. They paid us a lot of money equally to mind our own business and not get involved in whatever they are up to." He pointed to the north. "I don't like what they're doing there," the high-living man said darkly. "Do you know for sure what that is?" "No, but we all have heard the rumors." "And that's why those men, Dirk, Jaap and Klaas met us at the last council meeting, made us that offer, which we accepted. We cannot go back on it. We fight enough with one another. We cannot start fighting with another gang that is very powerful. What do you suggest then? This man, does anyone know his name? Cutter Grogan. He's an American friend of that street vendor who was killed. I got his name from SAPP's. The police know he's behind this. Why don't they arrest him? They can't. No one has reported a crime, and even if they did, no one has seen him commit them. Only the flat boys saw him at that vendor's house. He showed his face at our shebeen, Marcel pointed out. Don't remind us of your incompetence, the 28S man sneered. You are in the council only because you offered the Newlands house for our product. That's gone now. We need to decide if you should still attend these meetings. We can discuss that later, Thabo said. What do we do about Grogan? What do you propose? The American's leader asked. I suggest we make him someone else's problem. Dirk, Jaap and Klaas? I'm sure they have heard he's looking for them. Not them. A party we all hate. Understanding showed in their faces. I like it. The American's boss smiled wolfishly. How do we set it up? Thabo picked the phone up and turned it on. There's only one number on it. He called it and put it on speaker. It rang thrice and was then answered. Yeah? We can give Dirk, Jaap, and Klaas to you. Who's we? You don't need to know that. Where are they? Meet us and we'll tell you. How do I know you won't kill me? You don't. Thabo smiled at the grins in the room. Your choice. A long pause. We'll meet at Chapman's Peak Drive, the same place where Lindiwe fell off the cliff. Thabo looked up. Everyone had heard of the incident. Did you kill him? Tonight, at 10 p.m., Grogan said and hung up. He's ours. The high-living man slammed his palm on the table. No, Thabo's eyes glittered. He's theirs. 75. Marcel left the council meeting and went to Boulder's Beach, to a restaurant where some of his men were eating at the back. The Nashville boys owned the outfit, which was why their table was the best. Quiet, undisturbed, away from the crowd at the front. I know where that American will be. He dropped in a chair and reached for a beer bottle. He sucked long and sighed. On Chapman's Peak Drive. Tonight. But we can't touch him. He briefed them about the council meeting. Gamba and Kemi's faces turned hard. I know what you're thinking, Marcel said, but the council has ruled. We can't go against it. He destroyed our house. Our business is suffering because of him. Our men were injured, Kemi raged. What is the council going to do if we kill Grogan? The other gangs will be happy if we take him off the board. Marcel sucked again and returned the bottle to the table. He wiped his lips. Yebo. Yes. Gamba, Kemi, you'll come with me. We'll show this OKA he can't mess with a Cape Flats gang. 76. Cutter knew it was a trap. I don't have a choice, though. Whoever spoke to me won't produce Sizwe's killers, but at least I can question them or follow them. If they don't kill me, for which he had to prepare. He yawned lustily and sat up on the Range Rover's hood. The cow in the Coils River field made a grunting noise and urinated. He logged into Varner and traced the burner phone from which the call had arrived. It was turned off. The last known location was downtown. He made a face when the AI told him a precise location couldn't be arrived at because of poor signal strength. He checked SAPP's reports on the N12 freeway men. No update on their identities. He frowned. Has Thulani ordered his men not to write them up? He looked up the Panthers, the men that the task force had taken down. One of the phone numbers they had on the incident board was of the phone I took off the N12 men. Nope, nothing there either. Now he was sure. Gina! It can't be anyone else. She's convinced Thulani to keep SAPP's reports out of the system. She knows I have access to their system. He grinned ruefully. I'll have to find another way to get what the police have." He stretched and hopped off his ride, fired a message to Jabulo. "Do you know anyone who does 3D paintings? I want one of Chapman's Peak Drive." "There are several such artists," the reply came back. "I need someone who can work fast. Finish the painting today. It is big. I'll find someone." Cutter went to the back of the Range Rover and inspected its cache. The weapons would be sufficient. What about my getaway? He emptied the cache to the ground and checked the hollow compartment. He tapped it. Was there something beneath it as well? He unfastened the boarding from its sides and removed it completely and whooped in delight at the black container beneath it. I knew Beth and Meg would have one of these in their rides. Energized, he loaded the gear back, keeping just the items he needed, and filled his backpack with those. He changed into khaki coveralls and got behind the wheel. "I might not be back," he told the cow while leaving. She swished her tail and tossed her head, as if a mere human meant anything to her. It was close to noon by the time Cutter got onto Chapman's Peak Drive and parked in the viewing point that was closest to where he had shoved Lindiwe off the cliff. He had detoured to the city to meet the artist Jabulo had recommended. The woman had looked bemused at his requirements but said she could complete the painting before dark. "It doesn't need to be perfect," he had told her. He had then gone to several stores to buy the tools and accessories he needed and then drove onto Chapman Peak's Drive. Cutter adjusted the shades over his eyes and waited for passing traffic to clear. He headed to the cliff's face and climbed swiftly. It wasn't steep where he was, but became so over the Lindile spot. "I've got to move laterally to my right." Sweat was already beading on his face as he went up 30 feet. The backpack felt heavy. The insides of his gloves felt slippery. He paused for breath, wiped his face on his sleeve, and started the slow, horizontal move, latching on to rocky outcrops, finding holds for his feet, moving slowly so that he didn't draw attention from anyone looking up. He held his breath when his toe dislodged a stone and it rolled down, starting a small avalanche. No vehicles on the road just then. He exhaled in relief, checked his bearings, and commenced his sideways move. The cliff became steeper. It was harder to find holds. He had to stop several times and check the map Werner had provided for him in Queels River. At 3 p.m. he was opposite the Lindiwe spot. He started working. 77. Cutter came down the cliff hours later. His sleeves and chest were caked with dirt. Grime stuck to his forehead and clung to his hair. His arms felt like he had been in a 3-hour boxing match. "With Bwana," he thought tiredly. He went to the cliff edge and looked up at the mountain. Looks the same. But no one looks up when on the drive. They take in the view or the road. He trudged back to his ride and dumped his gear in the back. Drove back to the city where he showered in a motel and slept for an hour. He dined at a small cafe, savoring the smooth coffee blend and the sounds of laughter, and then drove to the artist's studio. She was nervous as she led him to the painting and stood back when she unwrapped it. It was enormous, wide and deep enough to fully cover his Range Rover, which had been his requirement. It was a night scene of the view from the drive and caught the dark ocean shades, the pinpricks of light on the far banks. Well, "Yebo," he smiled. "This works. I can retouch some." "No," he interrupted. "This will work. I don't have time in any case." "Where will you display it? You need a large wall for it." "On the side of a truck." Cutter smiled. "That's close enough. It's a rolling exhibition as it tours the country." He paid her, rolled up the canvas, shouldered it, and left before she asked any more questions. It was 8 p.m. when he returned to the drive and set up for whoever would visit him. 78. Cutter paced out where he would park the Range Rover on the cliff edge and dug holes in front of it. That's where the canvas's stands will go. He lined the Range Rover with explosives, installed phone-controlled detonators in it. The last part of the setup was to dig up the clearing with a shovel randomly and cover up the holes carelessly. The prep took more than an hour since he had to stop whenever traffic passed. There was enough ambient light from the sky for him to work. I don't need to be accurate. The holes need to be just deep enough to support the stands. At 9:30 p.m., he drove the Range Rover to the cliff's edge, facing the Hout Bay end of the drive. He stuck the stands into the holes he had dug, covered their bases up with earth, and unfurled the canvas. Its magnetic end stuck to the poles smoothly, and when he pushed out the stand by several degrees, the canvas stretched taut. He went to the road and looked at it. Yeah, it looks like part of the night. It turned out better than I expected. It also fully covered the Range Rover. My surviving the night depends on that. There was no wind, which helped. Weather forecast says there won't be any. An unusual day in Cape Town. He sent a message to Beth. I'll be totaling the second Range Rover and the drone tonight. Typing bubble. He braced himself for snark. Make sure you get out safely. Don't worry about the ride. We have enough of those. I'll get Jabulo to get replacements from Joburg. We have enough spare drones too. He blinked and messaged back. That's not what I was expecting. I'm feeling kind. Don't push it, she retorted. He launched the drone to hover high up and went to the back of the vehicle. He removed the device he had discovered and strapped it to his back. He inserted the toggle beneath his vest and tucked the side straps into his belt. He practiced his moves, reaching up to mimic pulling the toggle, jamming his hands in the straps, and took several short steps. I've used this a few times. I know how it works. He looked down at the bay, more than 200 feet below to the waves lapping at the beach. He searched for Lindau's vehicle and then remembered it had been retrieved by the police, with TV channels covering the operation. He got behind the wheel. The pack on his back meant he had to sit hunched over the wheel. It wasn't any hardship. He had been in more uncomfortable positions and in far more hostile terrain. Hope no one stops here and comes to the cliff edge. No one did. 79. The car rolled up at 10:30 p.m. A Honda. Headlights turned off as it drove from the Hout Bay end. 3 men in it. The darkness wasn't a problem for the drone's cameras. It got clear images of the occupants that Werner instantly identified as Gamba, the driver, and Marcel and Connie. Nashville boys leader and 2 hitters. What are they doing here? Do they know where Sizwee's killers are? Cutter searched the drone's footage. Rest of the road is clear. No other vehicles. The car stopped at the edge of the road. Gamba rolled down his window and spoke to Marcel. He isn't here. He said 10 p.m. in the call. Did the other people already arrive and take him away? Cutter sat up. What other people? Was it Marcel who called me? No. We would have known of that. Let's wait. Drive to the cliff's edge. Kill the lights, the Nashville leader said. They aren't on. Cutter tensed when the Honda crunched over the holes he had made in the ground and stopped at his 2 p.m., 100 feet away. The men remained in the car. A tune came over the radio. Kill that, Marcel snapped. The radio died. 15 minutes passed. No other cars on the road. What do we do with him when he comes? Gamba asked. We take him with us, Marcel said coldly, and kill him after making him suffer. Gamba and Connie high-fived at that. Connie swore after half an hour. I'm getting out. I need to stretch. He got out of the car, slammed the door loudly, and stretched. He hawked and spat on the ground and hands on hips, turned in a circle. We're wasting our time. Let's wait some more, Marcel ordered. Connie grunted. He stretched and went to the cliff's edge, straight to the canvas. 80. Cutter lunged out of his ride, ripped the canvas with his blade, the sound of tearing loud, stepped through it, got his left arm around Caney's neck, and jammed his Glock to the man's temple. All before the thug could call out in surprise or Marcel and Gamba could react. They did react a moment later by thrusting their AKs through the Honda's windows and swearing at him. Gamba turned on the Honda's headlights. "You shoot, Connie dies," Cutter rasped, positioning himself behind the gangbanger. "Stop moving," he told the thug, who was struggling. "I might press the trigger accidentally. You don't want that, do you?" Connie stopped moving. The Honda was angled about 30 degrees from the drive and to his 2:00. Its beams shot over the cliff, giving enough illumination to make out the men clearly. "Drop your weapons and come out," Cutter ordered. "So that you'll kill us?" Marcel jeered. "I could have killed you the moment you rolled up. Where are Jaap, Dirk, and Klaas?" "I don't know. I have never met them. I've only heard of them." Cutter believed him. "Why are you here then?" "To kill you. You destroyed my house. You burned our product and money. You injured Femi. How did you know I would be here?" "I was there when He recovered quickly. "I was there when the call to you was made." "Who called me? Does he know about the killers?" "You won't get that from me." Cutter shot at the Honda, his shot slamming into the rear door. He returned the barrel to Connie's head instantly. Marcel and Gamba flinched from the shot and straightened their AKs. "Yeah, shoot back," Cutter taunted. "Kill your man." The Nashville men cursed. "Who called me?" "Kill me, but you won't find out," Marcel said. "I can't keep this going the whole night. The rest of the Nashville shooters might show up. Drop your rifles and get out," Cutter commanded, "or Connie dies." "You have no leverage if you kill him," the gang leader raged. "Let me worry about that. Last chance." He gouged the gun into his captive's head. "Do it!" Connie cried. For a moment, Cutter thought Marcel would shoot. "I might not be able to get away if he and Gamba open up. I'll have to shove Connie at them. Dive down, roll back." Marcel dropped his AK with an oath and got out. Gamba looked at his boss disbelievingly, reluctantly flung his rifle and emerged too. "Come around. Stand together," Cutter ordered. "Is that where you're going to shoot us?" the leader spat. "I'm not interested in you. I want Sizwe and Nkosi's killers." "I don't know where they are or why they killed him." Cutter ground his teeth in frustration. "What do you know?" "That you will die. Every Cape Flats gang is hunting you." "Who are the Panthers?" "Panthers?" Marcel looked surprised. "They're a gang. We have nothing to do with them. No Cape Flats gang is close to them." "What do you know of them? Who leads them?" "I don't know anything." "I've seen some of their shooters in town," Gamba offered. "They aren't from Cape Town even though they operate here." "Boko Haram. Word is they work with them. We don't go near them," Connie offered. "And do they have any connection to the men who were killed near Kimberley? You must have heard of them. They were shot." "Those OKs were transport guards." "Guarding what? They were Panthers as well." "I don't know." "You seem to not know a lot," Cutter goaded him. "There's not much we don't know about other gangs in Cape Town," Connie boasted. "Where are Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk? Who employ them?" "I don't know that." Connie's face shuddered. "Where can I find the Panthers?" "You want to go looking for gangs?" Marcel sneered. "You have a death wish?" "Where can I find them?" "I have seen some of them in Manenberg, in the garage. I heard it's theirs," Connie said quickly. "Garage, gas station." "Stop talking!" Marcel roared at his man. "Don't tell him anything. You have spoken enough." Gamba side-eyed his boss and whispered. "What's that?" Cutter snapped. Marcel smiled coldly. "Gamba's saying you don't have long to live." "Many have said that police cruisers burst around the bend." 81. "Drop your weapons!" an officer yelled as armed officers pointed guns from behind the covers of their doors. 6 vehicles, Cutter counted, spread out to block escape by road. Close to 20 police. He squinted when a flashlight hit his face. "Grogan!" He cursed. He would recognize that voice anywhere. He made out Di Fiore's and Quindica's figures behind the open doors of a car. "Turn that away from his face," Di Fiore said sharply. Cutter blinked when the light angled away from his face. The FBI agents came forward and joined an officer who seemed to be the STF commander. Silence while they took in Marcel, Gamba, and Connie in Cutter's grasp. "Drop your gun! Release him! Now!" the STF commander ordered. Cutter didn't move. He was watching Marcel, who was smirking. Why is he so confident? He's sure the police will let him go? The roar of an engine filled the night and a car burst onto the road. 7 gunmen leaped out before it had stopped fully and covered everyone with their rifles. "I told you, American, you didn't have long to live," Marcel sneered. 82. "Drop your guns," the STF commander bellowed. "This is SAPP's." Marcel grinned. Cutter went cold at his expression. His men are going to shoot everyone. That's the only chance they have of getting away without suspicion. If they make the police surrender and escape, they'll be the most wanted men in the city. He worked it out instantly and jammed his Glock harder against Connie's head and inched backwards. "Gina, Peyton," he murmured urgently. They were close enough to hear him, and from their taut expressions knew they too had made the same calculation as him regarding the Nashville shooters. "Look down or away," he told them. They stared at him uncomprehendingly. "Look down or away," he repeated slowly, freed Connie's neck and jabbed at his phone, which was in his pocket. Its screen was face up with an app on it, which sent out a command when his finger struck the device. The mountain rumbled. Cops and shooters twisted their head to look up. Even in the dark, the cloud of dirt was visible. A rock slid down the peak loudly and hit the road. A trickle of stone slid down the cliff, which rapidly became larger as more rocks joined it. A rushing sound filled the night. Everyone froze. "Rock slide!" the STF commander shouted. "Get back from the road!" A rock crashed onto the road somewhere out of sight, the splatter of falling stones. "Use the opportunity," Cutter said urgently to Di Fiore and Quindica, who whirled back at him at his words. "Look down or look away." He smashed Connie across the head, shoved him away, and dove to his right. Just as his Range Rover exploded and filled the night with an intense flash, Cutter felt the shock wave as he rolled behind the canvas, which had ripped apart from the blast and was in flames. His motion was jerky, hampered by the bulk on his back, but he reached behind the burning painting without being impeded. He heard shouts and garbled commands. A couple of shots, none of which were aimed at him. He stumbled as he got to his feet at the edge of the cliff. "Cutter!" Di Fiore yelled at him. He fell off the cliff. 83. He had gotten his location right. He hadn't gotten his momentum, however, and he fell dizzyingly fast, straight down to sharp-edged rocks that lined the cliff. He could hear wind rushing past his ears as he gritted his teeth, searched for the toggle that had slipped around his neck. "Come on! Come on!" he urged himself. It took the human body 12 seconds to reach terminal velocity of 120 miles per hour in a free fall. In that time, the body traveled 1,500 feet. Cutter didn't have the luxury of time. He shouted hoarsely when his fingers looped through the toggle and he yanked hard. 2 wings shot out of the pack and stretched to either side of him. His descent slowed instantly. He extracted the side straps and thrust his palms through them, tugged the right one to navigate the customized wing pack to fly to the left, away from the cliff. His gasping slowed. His frantic thoughts slowed too. The pack had rigid tubes that shot up and down the length of his body on either side, and from within them, the wings unfurled, all of which were operated by nanomotors. The electronics were connected to Werner, which had waited 10 seconds after the blast to command them to operate. 10 seconds were all Cutter had to get away from Connie and hurl himself off the cliff edge. I got the timing right, but I didn't manage to have a run-up. He felt the sweat on his face cool as he licked his dry lips. He'd had close calls before. This must rank high up in that list. He looked down. He had fallen over 1/3 of the way down the cliff. Never again, he decided. I'm not going to use these wings to escape in future missions. And then he laughed on an adrenaline high. He looked at the cliff, but all he could see were lights that soon faded as he navigated to the small strip of sandy beach on Hout Bay. He landed, ran a few steps to slow down, and shrugged off the bulky wing pack. He put it behind a large rock, and when he was some distance away, detonated it with the app. He checked the drone's feed. The Nashville men were being bundled into vans. He didn't see any ambulances. Doesn't look like anyone got injured. He tried to spot Marcel, but couldn't see him in the crowd. How long was it since I flew out? 10 minutes. The police would have taken that long to disarm the gangbangers. I'm sure Gina will thank me for my help. His lips quirked in a smile, and he lowered the drone to overhear her conversation with the STF commander. He's alive. I know it, she said to the officer, with Quindica nodding along. He can't be. No one can survive that jump. This place is called Suicide Point for a reason. We know Cutter Grogan better than anyone, she retorted. He's not suicidal. He's got a death wish, but he won't throw away his life. He escaped somehow. How? This isn't a Mission Impossible movie set. Mission Impossible? Di Fiore scoffed. Did you see that rock slide? Sponge and rubber blobs painted to look like stones. That dirt cloud must have been from smoke cans. That sound. I'm sure if you investigate the mountain you'll find hidden speakers. He set all this up with some fancy electronic controls. Did you see that painting? What's left of it? He must have used it to dupe Marcel into thinking he wasn't here. She's worked it out. He grinned as he hiked up the cliff using Werner's map on his phone to guide him. He saved us, Quindica said softly. If he hadn't arranged that distraction, would Marcel's men have really killed us? Yes, the commander nodded. He is more ruthless than Mansell, the man he replaced. Nashville Boys is a medium-sized gang. He wants to make it a top-order gang. Killing an STF team would have given him street cred. Wouldn't it paint a target on his back? Who would have known that it was the Nashville Boys who killed us? No one called it in when we found them here. The officer looked at the Range Rover's wreckage and shook his head. He destroyed a good vehicle. To save himself, Di Fiore cut in. And us, her partner reminded her. We need to question him. He's a friend, isn't he? The officer said. He's gone, Di Fiore snarled. He won't show himself. He's a pain in the butt. We're alive because of him, Quindica said. He's a pain in the butt and in the neck, Di Fiore said obstinately. Ignore her. Quindica chuckled at the officer's expression. That shows how worried she is about him. I'm not, her partner retorted. I hope he has fallen to the rocks and seagulls eat his remains. The officer stared at her and then at Quindica. I see what you mean. Cutter chuckled, killed the feed, and navigated the drone towards the ocean. He detonated it when it was out of sight from the cliff and resumed climbing. Marcel and Connie had been surprisingly talkative. Maybe because they were confident their men would arrive and I would be killed. Did they know the police would come too? Yeah, that's who Gamba was referring to. How did Marcel know I would be here? He didn't seem to be lying when he said he didn't make the call. And how did the cops get there? He thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. He had a new target, the Panthers in Mannenberg, 84. Fake rocks, sound effects, a painting. Thulani Mbeki ran his hand over his hair. I didn't know Cutter was capable of that. You're sure he was responsible? Yes, sir. Kanyila, the STF commander, stood at attention in uniform in Mbeki's office. We investigated the site. Everything was fake except the speakers. They were wirelessly connected to something. Our people suspect there was a drone in the air. Drone! He has access to one, Quindica, seated, looking smart in a crisp suit, calm, as if she hadn't come close to being killed the previous night, said. Access to many, Di Fiore growled. Did you find anybody? No, replied the commander. Di Fiore snapped her fingers as if to say, there you go. Marcel said Grogan threatened to kill them, Kanyil continued. Why? Mbeki asked. He said Grogan asked him to reveal the locations of those 3 men he's hunting. When Marcel said he didn't know them, the American threatened them. Was it Marcel who gave us the anonymous tip that there would be a drug deal on that spot? We don't know, sir. We need Grogan, sir. He's either a witness or a party to some of the killings in the city. Don't I know that? I'll arrest him myself the next time I see him. The next time you see him is likely when this is all over. Di Fiore chuckled wearily. He'll go to ground. He'll wear disguises. He might return to America. Kanyil clasped his hands behind his back. Every criminal is looking for him. Cutter Grogan will give up only when he's dead. What about those Panthers? Anything more out of them? She played with the glass paperweight on Mbeki's desk. No. He made a face. They have lawyered up. We're looking into the money trail. We've got our investigators following up too. A lot of them are large cash transactions and the use of Hawala networks. Quindica made a face. It's hard to make progress. The door burst open, and Mbeki's assistant rushed in. Enzi, is it your birthday? The commissioner demanded. No, sir. Is it your wife's? No, but did you win the lottery? Sir, were you interviewed by the TV cameras at Chapman Peaks Drive yesterday and got a book deal out of it? No, sir. Why are you smiling when there's nothing much to smile about in the world? The assistant grinned. Not all the Panthers' transactions are about money. We discovered an address in code in their notes. It's a truck depot in Montague Gardens. Why would the Panthers be interested in it? Kanyil's forehead creased. Do they store their product there? Don't you think there's an easier way to find out? Mbeki challenged. Go there and find out? 85. Which was how Di Fiore and Quindica were in Drill Park, off Drill Avenue in Montague Gardens that night. An industrial area. Rows of long and high brick buildings behind metal fences. Each building had several units. Tire sales, machinery sales and repair, boats, auto shops. 20 on this street. Di Fiore counted silently. 11 to their right, 9 on the left. The sidewalks were lined with trees, softening the industrial look. Montague Trucks was the last unit in the building in the middle of the park, on the right side of the street as it branched off the avenue. White lights on the street and on poles in the front yards of all buildings. The area was deserted at 10 p.m., though some offices had a few interior lights and an occasional truck or car passed. Nope. Quindica looked up from her screen. Still no deets on who owns that truck company. It's a chain of corporations, many of whose directors don't exist. They have trucks, however. Di Fiore bobbed her head at the building. They were parked on the street in an anonymous-looking black car, hunched low in their seats to avoid being spotted by passing vehicles. Ahead of them was a black van bearing the signs of a truck repair company, Kanyil and 6 of his officers in it, geared up and prepared for a hard entry. Oh yeah, it feels legit. Quindica nodded, except for that entry in the Panthers' notebook, and that none of the company's officers are contactable. Thulani's officers had called the manager, posing as prospective customers. The man had been helpful, but then had gotten suspicious when the officers insisted on speaking to the owner. The truck company's financials were mysterious as well. A lot of transactions to parties that didn't exist. How did this firm escape being audited? Di Fiore had exclaimed earlier in the day back in the SAPS office. By bribing politicians and cops, Enzi had replied. which had gotten Di Fiore, Quindica, Kanyil, and Mbeki to have a short meeting in which the commissioner green-lighted an STF hard entry. "Because we don't know what we might find in their unit," he stated. "Yes," Quindica said before he could speak. "We'll be there as observers, as usual." "The good news is the minister has called me for a meeting tomorrow. I hope it is to sign the paperwork." "You think the JTF will be formed tomorrow?" Di Fiore stifled a yawn. "We can hope. Time moves slower here." Quindica smiled, reached out and straightened a curl on her partner's head. Di Fiore caught her wrist, kissed her palm, and entwined their fingers for a while. They had gotten used to not showing PDA in the open. "We'd get media attention back home. Our relationship isn't what should be making the news." She straightened at Kanyile's voice in their earpieces. "No more lights in the target building. Hard entry in 10 minutes. Di Fiore checked her mirrors. The street was empty. STF have a drone operator in the van. He'll alert everyone if there are any hostiles. Using UAV had become a common law enforcement practice. But none of us have the kind of gear that Zeb Carter's team have, she thought enviously. She and Quindica had seen one of their drones, and for a moment they had thought of stealing it. Her lips curled in a smile at the memory, which led to her thinking of Cutter Grogan, and her smile died. "Where is he?" "Go!" At Kanyil's order, the back of the van opened and officers raced out. She could make out their shapes as they sprinted down the street and entered the industrial park. A feed from Kanyil's body cam streamed on her phone that she held up for Quindica to watch. The heavy breathing of the fully geared up men, the thumps of their boots on the ground, pickups and trucks parked near some of the units, good illumination from the light poles. "Everything is still quiet," Tommy, the drone operator, called out. The STF team reached Montague Truck's door. A man knelt and then straightened. The rest of them hung back. An intense flash and sharp explosion that came muted on their phone, and then the team was racing inside the shattered roll-up door. "It's empty," Kanyil said disappointedly after a while. "Search the place," he ordered his men. Di Fiore swore, brushed her hair back angrily. "Dead ends everywhere," she spat. Headlights filled their car as a vehicle approached from behind. "Heads up," Tommy warned. Unknown entering the park. The vehicle was a black SUV. It squealed to a stop in front of the industrial unit. 6 men got out, all in black, masked, the glint of rifles in their hands. "Hostiles!" Di Fiore yelled as 5 of them raced towards Montague Trucks while the 6th ran towards the STF van. "Tommy!" Quindica warned and lunged out of the car. 86. Di Fiore got out of the car as well, ran down the sidewalk keeping an eye on Quindica, who was on the other side of the street, both in body armor but only armed with their Glocks. "I'll take the man going to Tommy," Quindica panted. "You?" "Yeah," Di Fiore acknowledged and crouched low as she neared the SUV, ready to dive down if a hostile emerged. It was empty. The sounds of heavy firing from the industrial park. "We're trapped," Kanyile announced. "I've called for backup. These dudes, whoever they are, have serious firepower." Di Fiore glanced at Quindica, who was closing on the shooter heading to Tommy's truck. "Can't think of her. She can handle herself." She darted inside the compound and took cover behind a truck. Couldn't see the hostiles. She gritted her teeth, heard shooting from the van, ignored the fear that rose in her and ran towards the next, a pickup. Peered around it, saw 2 hostiles crouched, firing into the roll-up door of the trucking company, about 150 feet away, too far for her to shoot effectively. Where are the others? Then saw them lying prone on the ground, shooting methodically. Kanyile's men can't come out. They can fire out through that opening, but they've got nothing else going for them. There was a wrecked van at one of the units that was closer to Montague Trucks, facing the unit parallel to the compound wall. Getting to it would mean she would have to run 30 feet exposed, with no cover. Kanyal, up the shooting from your end. Copy. An increased burst of fire came from within the unit. Di Fiore leaped out of cover, bent low, and ran towards the van. She dove to the ground and slid a few inches, wincing at the burn. Her head crashed into a wheel. She peered around it. The sound attracted the attention of a hostile on the ground who turned back. Di Fiore shot at him, cursed when she knew she had missed, went into roll-over prone position, gripped her Glock, eye to sight, and fired. She raked the front yard, left to right, low to high, taking care not to shoot inside the trucking company. She didn't bother aiming. Have to make it look like I'm not alone. In any case, I'm too far away to damage them. She slapped in another magazine, and in that brief pause, the retaliation came. She ducked when the hostiles returned fire, a heavy barrage that made the van shudder and blew out its tires and windows. A security alarm went off, wailing incessantly in the night. Di Fiore crawled backward to jam against the wall. Heard the shooting change. They'll see me if they go past. She exhaled and squeezed between the wall and the side of the van, grabbed her Glock in her teeth, got her hands over its roof, and lifted herself up. The entire vehicle protecting her. It won't cover me if they come around the side and shoot at me. The sounds of shooting changed. They're retreating, Kanyil said calmly. They're coming out, Di Fiore thought. She bit her lip and shrank when the van rocked from a brutal burst of fire. They know I'm here. And then the shooters were leaving, their sounds fading towards the entrance of the industrial park. Gina, are you okay? Kanyil asked. Yeah. She dropped to the ground and crouch-walked around the side. The STF team were regrouping, shooting back, moving from vehicle to vehicle, gaining ground as they made the hostiles fall back, who were also going from cover to cover in practice moves, one team retreating, the other raining down fire until they went out of sight. Kanyil and Gina sprinted down the line of units and dove low when a hail of bullets sailed over their heads and broke more office windows. "Stay down!" Quindica yelled from Tommy's van. The SUV fired up, its beams filling up Drill Avenue. It backed up and crashed into Quindica and Di Fiore's ride. A shooter emptied his weapon into it and other vehicles on the street as the remaining hostiles kept shooting out of it to pin down the STF team. "We can't follow them," Tommy's voice in their earpieces. Angry, "They shot out our tires." Kanyile got up and called it in. "Approach with care. They are armed and willing to shoot," he signed off. Di Fiore ran to the van, sick with worry, and stopped abruptly at the bruise on Quindica's face. "No, stop worrying. I'm not shot," her partner said instantly. "I came up behind the shooter, but he dove out of the way and shot at me. I had to hug the ground and roll around the van for cover. A concrete splinter blown from the road hit me. I fired from inside." Tommy leaned out. But he was too good. He kept shooting back at me and got back to his ride, and by the time Peyton and I could open up on him, the rest of his team had arrived. They pinned us down. Di Fiore surveyed the van's wreck and her girlfriend. Quindica looked as composed as ever, standing tall, a curl of her hair swaying in the wind, her bruise dark under the streetlights. Di Fiore fell in love with her all over again. She swallowed at the surge of emotion, caught her partner's eye, who nodded imperceptibly as if Quindica knew what was going through her mind. Kanyil broke the spell inadvertently. He surveyed the street with his hands on hips. "We didn't get a single one of them." "They didn't scratch us either," one of his officers retorted. "They were preparing to lob a grenade if Gina hadn't fired at them. We would have been toast. You saw their ride? It was armored. Our rounds had no effect on it." Di Fiore nodded. "They are or were military. 87. Cutter bought several used cars in the morning. Nothing memorable about any of them. a Ford, a Toyota, a Nissan, any make that he could get. He wasn't particular. They had to be well maintained. That was his only requirement, and he didn't mind paying a premium for that requirement. He paid in cash, and by the time he had driven the 7 vehicles next to the Quills River field, his slush fund had taken a hit. I still have a lot left, he calculated. Like the agency, he too had benefited from wealthy billionaire clients who topped his invoices with eye-watering sums of money that he used for his pro bono cases. I need arms, drones, disguises, all your fancy gear and those helmets, he messaged Beth. She video called him. You can get them from Jabulo. He's got another Range Rover and can order... No, I'm going ghost. The gangs are looking for me. They know I drive Range Rovers. I can't drive anything distinctive. She spoke to someone off-screen and then transferred the call to her computer screen, which filled with his agency friends. No holes in you that we can see, Roger drawled. Thanks for the concern. Cutter grinned. What are you planning? Zeb asked. I'm going to be a nuisance. That doesn't require any work, Megan snarked. Cutter rolled his eyes and brought them up to speed. Which is why I need the vehicles and arms. Each car needs to have its own cache. I'll swap around each day, he finished. Beth looked up from her phone. I've sent several addresses to you, storage places and lockers. Each of them will have what you want. He thumbs-upped her when he got the message. How come you have so many caches in Cape Town? We have them all over in South Africa. That country is our base for operations on that continent. The cars, Zeb began. I bought them. You need funds? I've plenty. You need help? Bwana rumbled. You know me. I'm a lone operator. We don't have anything much going on, Chloe chimed in. I know. Appreciate the offer, but... You know he goes all polite like that when he wants or has gotten something from us. Beth smirked. Cutter ended the call. I can't verbally joust with all of them at once. New York. Zeb stretched out on the couch and wiggled his toes. The city was his home. His friends were his family. He resumed reading the article that the twins had recommended on how AI was aiding special operations. Bwana got up in his peripheral vision. He stretched and popped his knuckles. Zeb traded glances with Beth, who winked. They all knew where this was going. He's alone out there, the black operator growled. Zeb grunted, eyes glued to his screen. Those gangs are vicious. I read up on them. Gangs all over the world are. Chloe rested more comfortably against Bear's shoulder. Even the police are looking for him. No one replied. Gina and Peyton are there too. You know how Gina is about him. She'd love nothing more than arresting him. Go, Zeb said. Go where? Go to South Africa. Who said anything about... You were leading to it. Bwana crossed his arms. I have some distant family in the DRC. Yeah, we know. You don't need to make excuses. You want to go to Cape Town and help Cutter. We knew it ever since he announced his leaving. We could tell from a mile away. Go. We haven't anything on our plates. You can always return if we go hot. Am I that easy to read? Yeah. Megan smirked. I'll tag along too. Roger smoothed his printed shirt. It wasn't summer yet, but the Texan made his own style statements. Bwana gets in trouble on his own. We expected that too, Bear chuckled. I've booked tickets for both of you. Tonight's flight, Beth said helpfully. Bwana stared. Roger gawked. I booked those the moment he called. I am that easy to read. Bwana brooded and then smiled. Cape Town, here we come. The pop of his knuckles sounded ominous. 88. Cape Town. It took 3 hours for Cutter to go to the various caches, return with the gear, and load it up in the cars. What? The vehicles are on the street, not on your grass, he told the cow when she mooed at him. She urinated in reply and walked away. He studied the garage on a satellite map. It was on Sabi Road, opposite Manenberg's public library between Thames Avenue and Saby Walk. No residences nearby, no trees, no shade, no natural hides for cover. He came up with attack and escape scenarios, got Werner to propose a few, and then put his screen away. He napped for a while, and when the sun was setting, applied his disguise. Gray streaks to his hair, cheek pads to make his look fleshier, a misshapen nose and different earlobes. He studied himself in a mirror. I'll pass. A loose black shirt and dark cargo pants completed his outfit. He slung his stuffed backpack in the shotgun seat of the Ford, laid a drone in the footwell, and drove out. "I'll be back," he told the cow from his lowered window. She was unimpressed. The gas station was the only one in Manenberg, which made it easy to find. Cutter passed it on Saby Road, driving slowly, checking it out casually. It had 2 pumps, paint peeling off them, brands of popular fuel companies visible beneath the layers of dirt. The forecourt was concrete with cracks in it. The short drive into it from Saby Road had exposed brickwork, the dull red looking brown in his headlights. A single car was filling up at a pump when he went past. He parked on Isabel Road, which was 2 streets away, next to an abandoned pickup truck. 8 p.m. by then. Deserted streets. A few streetlights. Music thumping from within a house. A child crying from another residence. Cutter launched the drone and considered the helmet. Nope. I've already wrecked a lot of agency equipment. Can't risk destroying another helmet. Besides, he needed to be seen. The drone's feed on his phone showed nothing unusual. He trudged to the gas station, purposely walking slowly, making it look like he had a limp. He straightened when he entered the forecourt. It had lighting good enough for fueling. A sign that said the garage was open till 10 p.m. on the side of the drive. No vehicles at the pump. An aluminum sheet rattled in the wind on the small roof above the forecourt. The garage had a 6-foot brick wall that ran all along its side and curving around its rear, with both ends joining Saby Road. It had a small office about 50 feet away. He could see a man on his cell phone through its dirty glass window. He was turned away, not paying attention to the outside. Cutter searched the forecourt until he found what he was looking for near the fuel tanks at the wall. He brought out the closed sign and placed it on the drive, 89. A car turning in swerved away and drove past. "Hey!" The man came out of the office. "What are you doing? Who are you? Where did you find that sign?" He was older, in his 40s, bushy-haired, angry look on his face. "The garage is closed," Cutter told him. "Closed? Who are you? Why, do you own this garage?" "No, I work here. Who are you? What are you doing?" The man lost his patience. "What's your name?" "Tendai. What's it to you?" Cutter caught his arm and shoved him around to the office. "Get inside. Call the owner. Tell him or her about me, that I am causing trouble." He dug his fingers beneath Tendai's collarbone, which made the man cry out. Cutter released him immediately. "He's an employee." He pressed a palm to Tendai's back and urged him towards the office. "I don't want to hurt you. This has nothing to do with you, unless you are a panther." "Panther?" Tendai looked at him with anger, sweat gleaming on his face. "I work here. That's all. They pay me less if I close the garage early." "Who are they?" "Look, sir, you need to leave. I don't know what you are trying to do, but you'll get me in trouble." "Tendai, this garage is owned by the Panthers. I know that. I want to talk to them. Call whoever you need to call. You won't get into trouble." "Why are you doing this?" Cutter pushed him to the office. Tendai stumbled, turned, and swung a fist. Cutter saw it coming, caught the wrist, and twisted Tendai's arm. The man yelled, "Cutter, let go. I don't want to hurt you. Call them." "You'll get me fired." "Tendai," he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "You won't be blamed. Let's go to the office." Cutter followed the angry, scared man inside the small room. A payment machine at the chipped wooden counter, a swivel chair whose stuffing was showing through holes, a bottle of water, bars of chocolate and packaged snacks. "No one holds you up?" Cutter asked. "You must have many customers paying in cash." "Everyone knows who owns this place," Tendai snarled. "Why don't SAPPs shut it down? They can't prove anything." The man gave him an "are you for real" look. "Call them. Tell them about me, that I'm causing you trouble and threatening you. Don't tell them anything more. I'll be listening." Tendai licked his lips. "Why are you doing this?" "I want the Panthers." The man hesitated. He looked down at his cell phone and then at Cutter, who ran his hand down his chest, letting his shirt outline the Glock. Tendai swallowed. "I have a wife. Children. I don't want—" "Nothing will happen to you. Make the call." The men arrived 20 minutes later, 90. 3 of them in a silver-gray car that rocked up into the forecourt. The men emerged and slammed the door shut. They looked to be in their 30s. Can't make out if they have guns. Cutter came to the office door. None of them were carrying visible weapons. "You," one man began. "Is this the OKA, Tendai?" another said. "Yes." "Get out," the speaker said. "Go away. Who do you think you are?" Cutter stepped out and punched him in the belly. The men were crowded close together. They were walking fast. He didn't have to do much to close the distance. His hand flickered and came out with the Glock. He crashed it on another man's lips, savagely struck the third man on the head, whirled around and crashed the gun in the first man's face. Cutter moved fast, weaving around them, raining blows, not letting them recover until they were dazed and bloody. He holstered his gun and zip-tied one man's hands and pushed him in the path of a second thug, who had recovered enough to charge. The 2 men slammed into each other. The third thug was reaching beneath his shirt when Cutter lunged across, caught his wrist, and kicked his groin. That was the last of their resistance. They gasped and cursed as he secured them and pushed them inside the office. He made them sit on the floor and zip-tied their legs too. He taped the mouths of 2 men and searched the third thug's pockets for his phone and found a gun as well. "Call whoever you have to," he rasped. "Tell them I struck you and locked you in the office and went out. Don't say anything more or I'll finish you right here." The thug cursed. Cutter placed his Glock against his groin. "Make the right choice." "How can I call when you have tied my hands?" "What's the number?" Cutter punched it in when the gangbanger recited it and held the phone to his ear. "He got away," the thug gasped when the call connected. "He's locked us in the office. He's somewhere outside." Cutter ended the call and crushed the phone beneath his heel. He searched the other men, destroyed their phones, and took another gun from another thug. He taped the last man's mouth swiftly and beckoned at Tendai to join them on the floor. The office clerk, wide-eyed, moved silently and sat down. Cutter secured him as well. "Is there a back door to this office?" "Yes," Tendai nodded fearfully. "Is there a bathroom?" "It is next to the back door." Cutter taped his mouth up and discreetly slipped several dollar bills in his rear pocket. He wrecked Tendai's phone too, checked out the rear door in the bathroom, and then turned out all the lights in the garage. He waited for the A-team to show up. 91. The A-team showed up 40 minutes later. 5 men who drifted up Sabi Road on foot. Cutter had scaled the metal fence around the public library and lay prone on the ground with his phone showing the drone's feed. They've parked somewhere else, out of range of the camera. 2 men came up Sabi Walk and 3 from Thames Avenue. They joined on the corner of the 2 streets, against the wall of a house, where the shadows were the deepest. The drone's mic couldn't make out their conversation. There was a lot of gesticulating with one man waving his hands forcefully. Cutter dubbed him the leader. The rest of the men nodded. Some of them reached beneath their shirts and brought out guns. Not civilians. They split up into twos, one pair going to the front of the garage, the other to the rear exit. Leader drifted to the public library's fence and leaned against it to Cutter's northeast, 100 feet away. The man dialed his cell phone, listened, shook his head, tried another number, got similar results and pocketed it. Must be calling the B team inside the garage. Cutter didn't look at Leader. He didn't want to let the man feel the weight of his gaze. Don't need to. The drone shows all. His phone screen couldn't be seen by anyone else even at short distances. It had a privacy-dimming filter on it that rendered it dark to other eyes. He watched the pairs approach the garage cautiously from either side. He lost sight of the first team as they went under the roof. The second team went to the bathroom. One man stood to the side with his gun at waist level while the other man tried the door cautiously. It exploded outwards with a flash of light and a burst of smoke. The men cried out and staggered back. They dropped their weapons as they rubbed their eyes. Simultaneously, a similar explosion sounded at the front of the garage. Leader straightened. He took several steps forward and then retreated instantly. He did the phone calls again. Cutter grinned. "Dude, you think your men are going to be answering your calls?" He had rigged the bathroom and the entrance doors with flashbangs and aerosols that sprayed IAs, incapacitating agents. The IAs were non-lethal, induced tears and mucus, and were highly effective in lowering threat levels. Cutter waited for several beats. The team at the back door showed no signs of recovery as the men bent over and kept rubbing their eyes. Which makes it worse. The team at the front hadn't appeared. He had 15, perhaps 20 minutes before the men recovered. He got to his feet stealthily and returned his phone to his pocket, left his backpack on the ground and moved cautiously to the fence. He made out Leader's outline to his right. I'll have to vault over and rush him. That will take maybe 5 or 7 seconds. Will I have enough time? Leader began dialing again, cursing softly. That decided it for Cutter. He vaulted, 92. He landed neatly. His movement and landing impact alerted Leader, who looked up, shouted something indistinct, dropped his phone and clawed towards his waist. Cutter, racing by then, dove at him and sent him backwards against the fence. He twisted around just as Leader crashed against the metal rails and his gun came free. Cutter caught his gun hand, squeezed hard, and headbutted him. It landed weakly on the man's face, but with enough force to split his nostril. The man lost his gun and swore loudly. He called out to his men, his shout turning into a choking yell when Cutter punched him in the throat with a palm heel. Leader wasn't done, however. He brought his knee up and Cutter, twisting to evade the groin jab, slipped on the gravel around the fence. Leader caught his head instantly and smashed it against the fence. Cutter's vision rang from the impact. He fired jabs at the man's belly, but his punches had no effect. Leader leaned down to grab his gun, which left him open to attack. Cutter shot to his feet with his out-thrust palm to throat jab him again when he felt movement behind him and turned, but he was too late. Something crashed into his head and dropped him to the ground. 93. The blow blurred his vision and consciousness. He reached out weakly with one hand and got stamped on by a heavy boot. "Search him!" a dark figure standing over him growled. Leader, hissing in pain and anger, searched him, tossed his Glock away, and took his phone. "Take him inside." Leader caught him under his shoulders and dragged him backwards. He was powerful and moved easily despite the additional weight. Cutter dug his heels to slow him down and yelled in agony when the stranger punched down with his knuckles on his thigh. He kicked out, but the new man swatted it away, and by then, Leader had picked up speed, dragging him swiftly through the fence, which seemed to have opened miraculously behind the public library and into the bathroom. "Drop him," the new man ordered. Cutter raised his head to prevent it crashing to the floor when Leader released him. His vision had returned. His head felt like a tree trunk had crashed into it, but his awareness was coming back. The bathroom had a line of urinals to his right, sinks to his left, lights that came on when Leader flicked a switch. The arrival seemed to be in his 50s with graying hair, a thick beard and glittering eyes. Jacket, shirt, jeans, and sturdy boots. He held a vector as if he knew how to use it. Leader joined him, wiping his nose and sniffing loudly. Shall I kill him? No. Find out who he is. Leader bent down and gouged his thumb near Cutter's right eye. Talk. Who are you? I'm looking for Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk, Cutter grunted, trying to free himself, but the thug had a tight grip around his head. Leader hissed. He stood back. It's him. He looks different. He's disguised. Leader tugged the prosthetic nose, which had loosened during the fight, off Cutter. He inspected it and tossed it away. His phone rang. He spoke softly and returned the device to his pocket. They have recovered. I have told them to return to their vehicles. You don't need them here? Leader smiled coldly. I can handle him myself. The stranger crouched down and ran his eyes over Cutter. He smiled. I know you're thinking you can grab my gun and turn it on Mustafa. You can't. You don't know how dangerous he is. Cutter didn't reply. Having fewer people in the bathroom suited him. How do I escape, though? They will kill me if I don't come up with something. Why do you think we know where those men are? The stranger interrupted his frantic thoughts. Who's we? He croaked through dry lips. Why did you attack my garage? My garage? I wanted to speak to someone high up in the Panthers. The arrival smiled broadly. He touched the barrel of his gun to Cutter's forehead. I am the Panthers. I am Themba Ibrahim, 94. He founded the Panthers, Cutter recalled from reading the gang's file, suspected to be a Boko Haram front. Ibrahim ran the vector's barrel along Cutter's face. You got your wish. I am here. What do you want to know? Kill him. Mustafa got to his feet and went to the door. He peered out cautiously through the door and, satisfied, closed it and turned back to the scene. We are wasting time here. He's a threat as long as he's alive. He's going to die tonight. I admire him, though. He's alone, but caused so much damage to all the gangs. That deserves a reward. Tell me. Ibrahim's forehead creased briefly and then cleared as if he had remembered something. Mr. Grogan, that's your name, isn't it? What do you want to know? I want those 3 men, Cutter said hoarsely. He knew he was going to die. There's no way I can escape. They aren't going to let me live. He was a product of his complex lineage and his lived experience. He didn't accept defeat. He would fight to the end. It was second nature, something that he didn't have to think of consciously. His brain had slipped to lizard mode, fight or flight. Flight was impossible. Fight it would have to be. And hence, the longer Ibrahim spoke, the more time his body got to recover for one last, violent, savage act of destruction that would surely end with a bullet in his brain. He knew that was how his life would end. He had accepted it a long time ago. He smiled. Ibrahim frowned at that. Mustafa, check the perimeter. There's no perimeter. We don't have people for it. They've gone back. He doesn't have any backup. There's no threat. Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk. Cutter buried his body's pain as deep in his mind as he could. He flexed his fingers. Give them to me, and you can walk away. Ibrahim stared at him and then roared in laughter. Did you hear that? Can you believe him? You are some man, Mr. Grogan. If I had someone like you in my gang, we would be the biggest one in the country. His smile faded. Why do you want those men? They killed my friend. Cutter watched Mustafa draw close and stand next to Ibrahim. The Panthers' leader was 6 feet away. I'll have to roll to my right and slap his gun away. No, can't do that. He's alert. He'll fire before I'm even close. He kept assessing, however. Background activity that never stopped as long as he could draw breath and his lungs could deliver oxygen to his brain. Yes, I heard that. Why's that so important to you, though? Thousands of people are killed by gangs. Their friends go to the police. Why don't you let SAPPs investigate? That's not who I am. Ibrahim nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I can see that. And they killed Thabo. He was 8 years old. Ibrahim didn't react. Mustafa stood watching, expressionless face, dead eyes. He's the real threat. Cutter had figured that out earlier. Do you know them? Do you know where they are? Ibrahim nodded. We were all part of the same gang. 95. Cutter propped himself up on an elbow. Those men were with you? Ibrahim smiled at his expression. We started a gang together after they left the military. They were in the South African Army? Yes, in Reka. How's that possible? Werner tracked down all the men with those names. None of them could have been the killers. They erased their identities. The Panthers' leader guessed his thoughts. They left nothing behind to identify them. They grew up here, in Cape Flats, along with me, and when they returned, we started our gang. They are Panthers too? No, they quit when I joined up with Boko Haram. They weren't interested in that. They set up their own operations. What's that? You won't ever find out. You're going to kill me anyway. Even the dead tell stories. What they do, you'll never know. You're still in touch with them? They're my friends. We have killed together. They borrow soldiers from me when they need extra shooters. That's the connection. The phones I took off from those N12 freeway killers and the numbers the JTF got from their raid. 3 men were killed by an American on the freeway near Kimberley. Were they your men? He asked. Mustafa shifted but didn't speak. Ibrahim nodded. Yop wanted some men to protect his trucks. I sent them. The police haven't identified them yet. Beki, Mandla, and Zola. Ibrahim smiled insolently. Dirk does this trick with whoever works with them. He erases all their identities. He's got connections everywhere. Only their friends or families can identify them. Those men had only us, the Panthers, as their family. Why would we help the police? He stilled. You are that American. The police gave out some other name and description, but it was you. Kill him, Mustafa urged. This has gone long enough. Those men, Yop, Klaas, and Dirk, have a trucking business? Cutter asked. Anything to keep Ibrahim talking. They have trucks. What they do, where they are. Ibrahim smiled wickedly. I'll kill you with this information, though. Your soul will continually be restless trying to work out the answers. He bent close, the vector inches away from Cutter's face. While you're hunting them here in Cape Town, they're far away, deep in the country, untouchable by you. A police siren wailed loudly outside. 96. Mustafa stiffened and hurried to the door. Ibrahim looked up. For a fraction of a second, the vector's barrel pointed away from Cutter. His lizard brain acted. It sent impulses to his synapses which triggered his muscles, which got him to lunge up, catch the gun hand and send an elbow crashing into Ibrahim's chest. Ibrahim fell backwards with a yell. Cutter fell on top of him, struggling to wrest the gun away. Mustafa spun around from the door with an oath and grabbed for his gun at his waist. Cutter got his finger over Ibrahim's on the trigger and pressed hard. They were on the ground. Ibrahim pounding away at his chest and back, Cutter trying to rest his entire upper body on him while pinning him down with the sharp elbow to the chest. It didn't make for great shooting since the Panthers' boss was trying to free the vector as well. The round shot into the door behind Mustafa, who was running towards them. The shooter's gun snagged in his shirt. He shouted in frustration and dove at the struggling men. Cutter forced Ibrahim's finger to shoot several times, but the rounds went wide. He couldn't turn the gun towards the approaching killer, Ibrahim resisting him every way. Mustafa landed on him, the full dive separating him from Ibrahim. "I got the gun," Cutter thought triumphantly as he wrenched brutally at Ibrahim's wrist, forcing a howl from the Panthers' leader, and got his palm around the vector as he rolled away with Mustafa punching him repeatedly. Cutter wrapped his arm around the killer and soaked in the blows. "Don't want him to draw his gun." He kept moving his head to evade the punches as he triggered at Ibrahim, all his rounds going wild. The Panthers' boss scrambled and ducked and weaved and got to the door. "Take care of him," he yelled and disappeared into the night. It was one-on-one with Mustafa. Lizard Brain loved that, except that Mustafa had a gun and the Vector's magazine was empty. 97. Cutter groaned when Mustafa punched him in the throat. He sucked air hoarsely as he still held the man tight, brought the Vector up and slammed its barrel repeatedly in the back of the killer's head. The shooter gouged his cheeks, attempting to go for his eyes. Cutter snapped his head back and hit the floor. Mustafa punched him in the jaw and kneed his thigh, which sent a sharp, searing fire through him. Cutter roared in agony, dropped the Vector, brought his hand to the killer's shoulder and shoved him away. He got to his knees and fired a killer blow that missed the Mustafa's face and got his shoulder instead. It sent the killer scrambling backwards to the sink and gave him room to draw his gun. Cutter lunged at him and slapped the gun away. It went off, the single round destroying a urinal. Mustafa cursed when the gun skittered on the floor, and as he dove towards it, Cutter pounced on him bodily, the force of impact sending the killer crashing against the sink. Cutter caught his chin and rammed his head against the porcelain edge. The sink broke. Mustafa howled and punched him hard in the ribs. Cutter shuddered from the shock. He was high on adrenaline and knew the pain would come later. He crowded Mustafa and kept smashing his head against the sink, which disintegrated. The tap broke, spraying water on both of them. Cutter's hand slipped from Mustafa's face. He ducked back and stumbled when the killer reared forward with a headbutt. He fell to the floor when the killer fired a savage blow to his ribs. "The gun," he thought dimly. He looked back, sensing Mustafa had the same thought. It was just out of reach of his outstretched hand. He heard the killer get to his feet and kicked out with his legs to get purchase and slid on the hard, tiled floor and grabbed the gun, another Vector, and brought it around just as Mustafa was preparing to dive. Cutter shot him in the chest. 98. Mustafa staggered and fell as he lost his footing on the wet floor. Cutter rose and kicked him back, slamming him against the wrecked sink. "You won't die. Not yet. The bullet hasn't hit your heart or lungs. Where can I find those men?" Mustafa tensed as if preparing to dive. Cutter shot his left thigh. He removed the magazine, counted the rounds, and slapped it back in. 13 more rounds. "You are a big man. There's a lot of body for me to choose from for the next hole." Mustafa glared at him. "Where can I find the men?" No answer. Cutter sighed. He gouged the barrel on the chest wound and slapped away the killer's upcoming blow. Mustafa roared in agony. The spray of water splattered his face. Cutter moved behind him and caught his hair. He forced his face towards the jet from the broken tap, aiming to get it over the killer's nose. Mustafa gasped as he tried to breathe against the spray. He kicked against the floor and reached behind to punch, weak blows that landed ineffectively. Cutter let him go after a long moment and watched the man draw lungfuls of air hoarsely. "I can keep going all night. Your men might come for you, but as long as I have you, they won't touch me. Give me what I want. Yap will kill you." "Why don't you give him the opportunity? Tell me where he is and I'll go to him." The killer took a moment to process his words. "He'll kill you. Those 3 men." He shook his head and stared down at his chest where blood flowed and mingled with water. "They are dangerous. I am bad, but they..." They are evil. You're feeling regret suddenly? Cutter sneered. After all the blood on your hands? I don't do what they do. I told Thabo we shouldn't work with them, but they are his friends. What do they do? Mustafa shook his head slowly, the motion reminding Cutter of a bull. The killer was big. He was packed with muscle, but it looked like the fight and the shots had drained him. Like me. I can't stay on my feet for long either. I can't tell you, the killer said. Why not? You said they are evil. Panthers are my family. Thabo is like my brother. I will not betray him or my gang. No one will know. I can get you to a hospital. SAPPs will treat you like a confidential informant. I will know. Where can I find them? Mustafa faced him fully. The trucks, their movement, that's all I will tell you. Which trucks? Kill me. Cutter stared at him. Kill me, Mustafa repeated. Cutter shot him. 99. Cutter searched for Mustafa's phone. It was crushed. He removed the SIM card and then found his own device. It was intact, the rugged casing protecting it during the fight. He pocketed both and went through the man's clothes. Nothing else on him. He went to the door cautiously. Several lights had turned on in various residences. The garage was lit up too. He eased out carefully and shut the door behind him. Searched in the dark for his Glock and found it against the wall. He holstered it and went along the library's fence and found a gate that was open. That's how they brought me inside. He crouched in the shadows and checked out the neighborhood, breathing the cool air deeply. He lost count of all the places he hurt. His ribs felt as if they were pounded by a pro boxer. His neck was stiff, his lips and nose swollen. No, he told himself tiredly. I don't have anything broken. That's most important. No point inventorying where all I hurt. He saw two men on Sabi Road, way down to his right, away from Thames Avenue. Are those Panthers? He fingered his Glock. He watched them talk, one of them shaking his head. They high-fived and went to their houses. No, residents, wondering what the shooting was about, he guessed. He limped across the street and entered the garage from the rear entrance. All lights turned on, no one in the forecourt. He peered inside the office and saw Tendai bent low, head bobbing. What's he doing? He entered the office. Tendai spun around quickly, broom in hand, several shredded snack packs on the floor. His eyes widened. His mouth opened in an O, but no words came out. You! He squeaked finally. He looked behind Cutter nervously, went to the wall and turned off the office light. What happened? I heard several shots. How did you escape? Where are the... What happened to the men here? Those other men took them away. What did you do to them? I thought those bombs you put on the door would kill us. I couldn't tell you about the flashbangs. It's okay. We recovered after 40 minutes or so. But those men weren't steady. That's because of the gas. What gas? Cutter waved his hand tiredly. He didn't have the energy to explain. Did they say anything to you? They asked me to call them immediately if you came back. Call them then. Are you going to shut down the garage? No. Then I won't. Do you have water? Tendai went to a noisy refrigerator and brought out a cold bottle. How much? No charge. Cutter placed a $10 bill on the counter. You can change that to rands? Yes, Tendai said in a hushed voice. You look bad. Do you need a doctor? There's one here. He's friendly. He won't mention you to the police, but you'll have to pay him in cash. I'm fine. Cutter managed a grin. You don't look fine. I will be once I have rested. What happened out there? I was scared to go out. Why didn't anyone call the police? Panthers own the police. SAPPs will come, but only in the morning. We know how they work. What happens if there's an emergency? They'll come quickly then. There was a siren, but when I looked out, I didn't see any police. I don't know how that siren came. That was from the drone. Drone? Cutter realized he had spoken aloud. Forget it. He shook his head. I am not thinking properly. Beth or Meg must have made it sound that alert. They must have been watching the feed, and when I didn't emerge after some time, they must have let it wail. He couldn't think of any other explanation for the siren that had saved his life. What you did to them, it's like gang warfare. These gangs usually tip the police to come slowly. But when civilians are harmed, they come quickly, Tendai continued. A few bad cops have given SAPPs a bad reputation, he thought grimly as he watched the man finish sweeping the floor. Why are you still here? The garage closes at 10 p.m. It's just past 9. Why did you come here? Do you have cameras here? Like security cameras? Tendai grinned. This looks like a place that will have CCTV. Only fools or strangers will cause trouble at this garage. Cutter swallowed his disappointment and emptied the water bottle. Why are you asking? Those men who came first. I wanted their car's plates. Why didn't you say that? They come here to fuel up. I know its registration. 100. Cutter slow walked to Isabel Road, pausing often to rest and draw deep breaths. The street wasn't even 10 minutes away, but it felt like a mile. The Ford was where he had left it. No hostiles that he could see. He collapsed behind the wheel when he got to it and groaned. Panthers should have checked out the neighborhood for strange vehicles and had watchers on them. They would have gotten me easily in my condition. He fumbled with his phone, which lit up readily. It was undamaged. A message from Beth. You're welcome. Yeah, like I guessed. I'll call her later. He summoned the drone back and, groaning again, caught it as it was landing and placed it next to him. He thought of watching its footage to check where the Panthers in the garage and Ibrahim had gone and shook his head. The recording isn't going anywhere. He fired up the Ford and drove out, hoping no patrol car would stop him for a routine check. The last few miles to Quills River were a blur. He didn't recall entering the field and the cow trotting away from his erratic driving. He had barely enough consciousness to turn off the engine before he blacked out. 101. Cutter woke to his Ford rocking on its suspension and a strange brushing sound. He rubbed his eyes and squinted in the sunlight streaming through his windshield. The cow was scratching her neck against the vehicle's hood. She bellowed when he got out. I'm alive. Thanks for asking. He leaned against the car's side and watched her. Put a hand out tentatively. She didn't kick or trot away. He stroked her back and lay his head on it with a deep sigh. The cow stood still for a moment and then flicked her tail and huffed as if to say, enough of the TLC. She walked away. Cutter washed his face and took stock of himself. He was sore all over, but he could move his limbs freely. His chest hurt when he breathed deeply and his limp hadn't faded, but neither one nor the minor aches was a showstopper. He took the Nissan and went to another motel where he bathed and applied medical tape to his ribs. He grayed his hair fully, inserted brown contacts in his eyes, new cheek pads, nose and ears. He looked like a much older person. He wore a pair of glasses to complete the disguise. I don't need to fake my limp. He took out his phone and told Werner to find Di Fiore, 102. Di Fiore and Quindica were at a cafe on the waterfront having their breakfast. Seagulls swooping and squawking in the air. Families dining at the neighboring tables. Smartly dressed servers going about their job. Di Fiore sipped her coffee, sighed and leaned back against her cushioned chair. She watched a seagull dive and pluck a French fry from a girl's hand at the wharf. She squealed in delight and looked back at her parents. Di Fiore smiled absent-mindedly. No luck tracking who those shooters were or where they went. Yeah, Tommy's drone lost track of them once they left Drill Avenue. Quindica grinned. Thulani's gone ballistic, but there's nothing Kanyail's team could do. They had cameras at Montague Truck's office. That's how they must have known of our arrival. Di Fiore played with the fries on her plate. Their officers are missing. None of their drivers or vehicles are traceable. She shook her head despondently. Back to the grind. We've got to keep digging. How are you feeling? I'm good. Her girlfriend waved dismissively. The road smacked me. It's nothing. The bruise doesn't hurt. It will fade in a few days. Did you follow that news about shootings in Manenberg? Yeah. Di Fiore frowned. But no bodies were found. Didn't the residents say it was gang activity? She looked up sharply. You think it was Cutter? She used his first name when it was just the two of them and Grogan to his face or with everyone else. I can't see the connection. He burns down buildings and leaves bodies behind. You? Di Fiore wagged her finger at her partner. Keep that admiring tone out of your voice. I'm sure he's making more progress than us. He's not working our case, Di Fiore snapped. She stretched and got up. She whirled when someone bumped into her from behind. Watch it, she began, and then adopted a softer tone at the elderly man. Sorry, sir. I'm the one who's sorry, he smiled. He took in Quindica, bowed at her, and limped away. Come on. Di Fiore reached into her back pocket for her wallet. Let's get to work. She frowned when a folded note fell out of her pocket. She picked it up and froze. What is it? Quindica joined her. Di Fiore unfolded the sheet and showed it to her. Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk were Panthers. They've now broken away and set up their own outfit. Their operations, unknown. They're former Recce. There's something about their trucks. Panthers lend them their soldiers occasionally. N12 freeway men are Panther soldiers protecting trucks, worth squeezing the Panthers in custody. Mustafa is dead. Is the shooter who hurt Peyton dead? Di Fiore searched the crowd as Quindica took the note and read it. That old man, that was Cutter, 103. Cutter went to the Watershed, a warehouse-like building which housed several indie art and craft stores. He went to the upper level, ordered coffee from a snack stand, sat at a quiet table and brought out his screen. He reviewed Werner's recording of the previous night. First, there's Ibrahim. He watched the Panthers' leader escape from the library's bathroom, run down Sabi Road, away from the garage and towards the M10. He turned into Johanna Road, and several moments later a car emerged and went to the M10. Werner zoomed in at his command, but the plates weren't visible. He scrolled back and checked out the B team and the A team leave in the same direction as their boss. The former in their car whose plates were angled away from the drone, and the latter on foot towards Johanna Road. Why didn't Ibrahim send anyone to back Mustafa up? Maybe he was so confident in his man. Or maybe he knows the damage I can do and didn't want to risk any more of his people. He ordered a refill when the server came to him and pondered his next course. Trucks, and they are somewhere deep in the country. That's all I have to go on. Those N12 killers were truck guards, but they weren't on any vehicle when they came to me. He watched the pottery store next to him, looked at the vivid drawings on the plates and jugs. Customers wandered into the store, spoke to the owner, a perpetually smiling woman, bought pieces and left. She felt his gaze and flashed a brilliant smile that reminded him of Buana. It's a good day today. Yes, it is. I'm alive. That can't be bad. You look as if you are seeking something, sir. Cutter stilled. Oh, she waved her hands. I get this feeling sometimes. I can sense other people. I know what you're thinking. Who's this stupid woman? I don't think that, ma'am. Ma'am. Her smile grew broader. She looked around. No one in her store. She dragged a chair and sat next to him. Am I intruding? No, ma'am. She watched him carefully and then nodded. My kids say I can sometimes see too much. My friends say it's hard for them to lie to me. I have always had it. My mama had it. Her mama had it. It's not like in the movies where they show someone talking of the future. It doesn't work like that. Most times, I don't sense anything, and then I see someone and—" She clapped her hands. "I get this feeling. You, sir, are on a hunt. You are restless. You won't stop until you find what you want, or until I die. This is not about money, no?" "No," he swallowed. "It is very personal." "Yes." He felt as if she was reading his soul. "You are a good man." He laughed. "There are very few people who say that." "Pshaw! I told you. When I sense it, it's like lightning and I am never wrong. You, sir, have lost a lot and now everything that you do is about making up." Cutter had seen quacks and fakes at work, people who used other people's vulnerabilities and told what the listeners wanted to hear. She's not fake. A couple wandered into her store. She glanced at them and rose. She patted his hand. "Be careful, sir, and I hope you find peace when you are finished." He watched her bestow that warm smile on the couple and could sense the melting in its brilliance. "Are you done, sir?" The server pointed to the empty cups. "I'm just starting." He laughed at the man's confusion. "Yes." He got Werner to search for B-Team's car. A few traffic and freeway cameras captured the car as it drove out of Mannenberg, and then Werner had no record of it once it left Cape Town. The car was registered to an address in Langa. That's another Cape Flats township. He checked out the address, a food and snack store. Will the B-Team be there? Why would their car be so traceable? He had to find out. 104. Langa's one of the safest townships, he recalled as he fired up the Nissan and drove out of the basement parking lot. It's smaller than Khayelitsha. A lot of people know one another. He took the N2 out and then onto Bunga Avenue and rolled up on Lerotholi Avenue. Langa was like the other townships. The less privileged lived in shacks or even in containers turned into homes, while those who were relatively well off had gated and walled residences. Lerotholi Avenue was tree-lined at one end where the houses were at the Washington Street end, and at its middle were a line of stores and shacks. Food, alcohol, furniture, cosmetics, a hair salon, the small strip of stores offered daily conveniences to residents. Cutter parked on the street in front of the food and snack store. A yellow board on it, proclaiming it was Langa's only store that offered all of life's conveniences. It had brick and concrete walls, windows covered by metal grills, a trash can outside. A kid sucked on a popsicle as he kicked a football, looking on disinterestedly when Cutter emerged from his car. A bunch of blue trash bags were piled in front of a small driveway to the side of the store. Through it, he glimpsed the hood of a car that was parked behind the store. He entered the shop. The store was a rectangle. The payment counter to the left and the longer wall opposite the door had a window. A man behind the counter handling cash. Nope, he wasn't in the B-Team. He went deeper, checking out the shelves casually. A door at the back opened. A man entered carrying a crate, dressing on his forehead. His face was swollen. He was one of them. Cutter looked out of the open door. The car was in right in front, its open trunk stuffed with cartons. Yeah, that's their ride. There's nothing there. The B-Team member brushed past him, went out, and returned with another carton. Is there anyone else in the store? Is there something you want? Cutter went to the front, winked at the kid, shut the door, and bolted it from inside. B-Team man gawked at him. Counterman looked up irritatedly. What are you doing? It's him, B-Team man yelled. He dropped his carton and ran behind the counter to grab a cell phone. He killed Mustafa. He's come for us now. Stop. Cutter drew his Glock. Counterman drew back hurriedly. What's this? Who are you? What do you want? He's the one at Tendai's garage, B-Team man cried. Didn't you hear what happened in the night? Did you forget what I told you? He does not look like your description, Counterman objected. He's disguised. He closed the garage. He's doing the same here." "Stop talking," Cutter ordered. "Where are your friends?" "You beat them up badly. They're home." "Don't make me beat you again." "Get out," Counterman shouted. "Don't threaten us." "Stop, you fool." B-Team Man caught his shirt. "You don't know him. Have you forgotten what he did to Mustafa? You want us to get hurt?" Cutter frowned. "He doesn't sound like a gangbanger. Who are you?" "I am Luazi. He's Bongani. Please don't hurt us." "Your Panthers?" Both men shook their heads rapidly. "Then why did Tendai call you?" "He calls us for everything." Luazi spoke quickly, eyeing the Glock. "A pipe is leaking. The pumps are not working. A customer is not paying. He calls us for anything." "You are security people?" "We do all kinds of work. We repair everyone's vehicles. That's how we started. The gang started to trust us and gave us other jobs, and then we became the people they called for anything," Bongani boasted. "Where do you repair the vehicles? You have a garage?" "No garage. We have space at the back." Bongani cocked his head at the rear door. Cutter assessed them. They were wary, but neither of them was being aggressive. He raised his Glock. "I don't believe you." "We're telling the truth," Luazi cried. Someone rattled the door. "Bongani, Luazi, why have you closed the—" "We're catching a rat. We'll open up in some time," Luazi yelled. "You have to believe us." His voice dropped. "Why should we lie to you?" "So that you can call the Panthers." "How will we do that? You've got a gun on us." Bongani snorted. "No." Cutter started to go around the counter and raised his gun. "You need another lesson." "We're telling the truth," Luazi whisper yelled and shrank. "We aren't in any gang. We don't do anything other than help at the Panthers' properties. Or their vehicles." Bongani raised his hands defensively. "Other gangs bring their vehicles to us too. We are like a neutral team, but we manage only the Panthers' garage and their shops." "You work with other gangs too?" Cutter paused. "Only on their vehicles," Luazi said hastily. "You know all the gang's members?" "Everyone. Cape Flats isn't big," Bongani asserted. "We know everything that goes down." "Everything? What happened to Mustafa's body?" "They took it away in the night." Bongani looked at him critically. "The Panthers want to kill you." "They're not the only ones." Cutter grinned inside. "We don't know everything." Luazi threw an irritated glance at his partner. "But yes, we know many people in all gangs." "You knew Becky, Zola, and Mandla?" Cutter asked. "Becky, Zola, and Mandla?" Luazi screwed up his face, trying to remember. He jumped back when Cutter stepped forward. "Yes, they are Panthers." He gulped. "Describe them." "Zola has snakes and dragons inked on his hands. He's got Christ tattooed on his neck. He's got his mother's name on his hand as well." "What is it?" "Thandiwe." "Yeah, that's him." Cutter remained expressionless. "Zola brought his car to us for repair often," Luazi continued. "He said they were going somewhere else last time he was here. He didn't say where. We didn't ask either." "How long ago was this?" "Many months ago." "That tallies with what Ibrahim said." "His mother is here. You could ask her," Bongani said. "Here?" Cutter looked at him sharply. "Yes, in Langa. Now do you have anything else to ask us, or shall we open the shop?" Cutter didn't know what to make of the men. Both are scared, but they're impatient as well. "Where's she?" "She's got a shack on Bonga Square. She sells food and drinks," Luazi said. "Are you going to beat her?" He bit his lips when Cutter glowered at him. "I've lost my count," Bongani muttered, looking down at the money he had dropped. "You two, I'll beat you up just to be sure you aren't lying." Cutter leaned forward and grabbed Bongani's collar. He let go when he saw panic on the man's face. "He's not faking it. That attitude he was showing. It's probably a defense mechanism. "Give me her exact address," he said above the man's frightened noises. "It's the only one on that square. You can't miss it," Lwazi intervened. Cutter let Bongani go. He holstered his Glock, went to the door and unlocked it. An irritated man rushed past him to the shelves. "We sell better snacks than her," Bongani yelled after him. 105. Bunga Square was less than 10 minutes away. It was an open field on which were a children's slide, swings, and a seesaw. The ground was barren with rare tufts of grass. A long building had public bathrooms, a few men lounging in front of it, a signboard announcing the square, a line of washing strung between its posts and a nearby tree trunk. Cutter drove around the small track, eyeing the houses that overlooked the grounds. He saw the snack shop instantly. Like Lwazi said, it's the only one. He parked and approached the shop on foot. It was no more than a small opening in the shack that also seemed to be Thandiwe's residence. Wooden boards that had been once blue ran around the structure. A TV antenna swung on the corrugated metal roof. A rattling sound from inside as he drew closer. He thought he saw a figure move inside, through the opening. Water bottles lined a small wood shelf that served as a counter. A small blackboard had the menu on offer: biltong, chicken skewers, tea, coffee, and cold water. A woman came to the shop's window when his feet crunched on the gravel near it. Her face was wrinkled, her hair gray. Her eyes looked as if she had seen a lot of life. Probably in her 60s, he guessed. Water. He paid for the bottle and curled a palm around its comforting cold. She looked up when he hesitated. "I'm looking for Zola." She went inside and returned with another bottle of water and placed it on the empty space. She scrubbed the shelf with a cloth and looked past him when a bicyclist went past. "I'm looking for—" "I heard you. I don't know who he is." "He's your son." Those weary eyes turned to him. They studied him for a long time. "My son died for me when he joined a gang." Whoa, I didn't expect that reply. "Do you know where he is?" "Please go. I have to run my shop." "Ma'am, your son. I told you he's nothing to me." "Ma'am, he's involved with—" "I don't want to know. Please go before I call other people." "Ma'am, my name is Cutter Grogan. You might have heard of me. It looks like everyone in Cape Flats is talking of me." He smiled briefly. Her expression didn't change. "3 men killed my friend and his 8-year-old son," he carried on. "I am hunting their killers. I think Zola might know where they are." "Are you police?" "No, ma'am. You should go to them." "They are investigating, but I don't know how much progress they can make." "I can't help you. Please leave." Thabo was 8 years old. "Did Zola kill them?" "No." "Then how can he help?" "He might know where they are." "I have no contact with him." Cutter didn't know if he was making progress. "She's not called for help. That must be something. I heard he left the Panthers and went somewhere else with 2 friends. Do you know where he went?" "I told him to stop coming when he joined that gang." "This new one?" "Panthers." She disappeared inside the house and came back with a knotted bundle of cloth. She opened it to show several hundreds of rands. "He used to give this to me. I didn't want his money. I told him. But he kept leaving it in the house. I told him to stop coming. I have never used it. This is blood money. I will not give it to anyone." She spoke in a monotone, no expression on her face. "Where can I find Zola, ma'am? Please." She knotted the cloth bundle and dropped it to the floor. "Show me who you are." He removed his cheek pads and disguise accessories. "I dyed my hair." That impenetrable stare on him again. He came to the shop before he left. I didn't let him enter my house. He spoke to me from where I was. He said he was leaving. He had a job as a truck guard. I asked him if he had left the gang. He said he had joined another one. It was in the north. "Where in the north?" "The Karoo." Cutter's heart jumped. Orania? I don't know. Did he tell you anything else? She considered for a moment, went back inside the house and returned with a number. He asked me to call that number if anything happened to him. Cutter wrote it down. Whose number is it? Ciso Nkomo, he's the truck driver. Thank you. Are you going to kill Zola? I only want to talk to him. Have you lost anyone? Yes, my wife and unborn child. The stern visage cracked. Then you know how it feels. I have shut him out. That's like losing him. Yes. She rearranged the bottles and then looked past him when a car rolled up and 4 men trotted towards him rapidly. Panthers, she said. 106. Cutter moved to the side. I'm not going to let her get caught in a crossfire. His right hand edged up to his jacket. It's him, one man spoke to the others. They came onto the gravel. Stop! Thandiwe came out of the house. Cutter took her in fully. She was wearing a faded red dress, tackies on her feet with her toes poking through their torn covering, a bracelet on her right wrist that caught the light. She came to his chest, but he could feel her presence. We want him, Thandiwe, the man said. Move away. This is Panther's business. Not near my shop. He killed Mustafa. I heard that. I'm not crying about it. You all know what I feel about your gang. We don't want to hurt you. Thandiwe moved to cover Cutter. You touch me and see what happens. The men were battle-hardened soldiers. He could see it in the way they carried themselves. Their guns were in their waistbands, outlined by their shirts and tees. All of them were heavily inked and had slow, steady eyes that burned hatefully at him. Ma'am, he edged out. She stopped him with a hand on his forearm. Themba knows me personally. Remind him I took care of his mother when she was ill. I was by her side day and night. Call him. The men stood uncertainly. The speaker swore and gestured angrily towards his car. Thandiwe, you aren't acting right. I am. The speaker made a gun with his fingers and thumb and fired at Cutter. He retreated to his ride, followed by his men. You didn't have to do that, Cutter told her when the vehicle had departed. I didn't do it for you. I don't want any shooting or violence near my shop. It's not good for business. 107. You are back? Bongani yelled when Cutter stepped inside the store. How? Cutter strode to the counter, caught his chin, and slammed him against the wall. You called the Panthers. You told them I would be at Thandiwe's shop. Let him go, Luazi shouted from behind. Cutter turned around slowly. Luazi had a vector which wavered and shook in his grip. Cutter bit his lip from laughing. Doesn't look like he's handled guns before. He snatched it from Luazi's hand before the man could react, removed its magazine, and threw the weapon to the floor. He shoved him towards the counter to join Bongani. We had to, Luazi quavered. The Panthers and the other gangs give us business. Please don't hurt us. I guess they would call the thugs. He had also counted on the gangbangers not shooting in the open at Thandiwe's shop, but I didn't figure she would come out to help me. Cutter crowded the men towards the rear wall, slapped away their hands, searched them, took out their phones, and crushed them with his feet. They cursed and swore. He ignored them and searched the cash counter for guns. There weren't any. Don't take our money, Bongani warned. Cutter slapped him. Stay quiet. I've had enough of you. Where can I find Ciso Nkomo? Who? Luazi quavered, scared at his proximity. The truck driver. Zola and those other 2 were guards on his vehicle. I thought you both knew everything. He left them, went to the door, peered out briefly, and returned to the shelving. He found a plastic-wrapped stack of a dozen 1-liter water bottles and placed it on the counter. He brought another stack of bottles, split the packaging with his blade, and laid out individual bottles on the counter next to the full stack. He shut the rear door, locked it from inside, and faced the men. Luazi and Bongani watched him curiously, but neither uttered a word. There was a cracked mirror on the wall behind the men. It gave a good view of the store behind him. Crucially, it showed him the entrance. He started a countdown in his mind as he placed his Glock on the counter and continued the interrogation. Those Panthers will be here any moment. Langa isn't big. They'll find out where I've gone. Ciso Nkomo. Yes, we heard you, Bongani retorted. Repeating the name won't help us remember him. We don't know him. He's not a Panther or from any other gang. He flinched when Cutter raised his hand and stepped back towards the wall. We don't know him. We weren't lying. Luazi burst out, his words coming in a stream. Stop. Speak slowly. Luazi swallowed. We don't know him. We weren't lying about knowing many gang members. We haven't heard of Ciso Nkomo. Did you know Zola, Beki, and Mandla became truck guards? We heard about it. What were they protecting in those vehicles? We don't know. Luazi saw him watching the mirror and looked up. He frowned, confused, and opened his mouth to speak. A shadow fell across the entrance. A man burst inside. The Panther who had accosted him at Thandiwe's house. 108. He's here! The Panther yelled. His hand reached beneath his shirt. More shadows crowded the entrance. Cutter had already acted. He gripped the 12-pack, spun on his heels, and flung it at the lead gangbanger. He took a long sidestep, roaring, "Get to the floor!" at Luazi and Bongani. The carton exploded at the gangbanger's foot. Bottles rolled out. The man skipped over them. One of his followers slipped. Others jumped. Cutter grabbed the individual bottles and threw them as fast as he could. They sailed through the air, some of them landing on the men, others going past and crashing on the shelves or on the floor. They had the desired effect, however. The gangbangers lost their momentary advantage. Cutter lunged forward, struck the leader on his face with his Glock, wrenched his gun away and stepped back with his weapon on them. Stop! One of the thugs went for his gun and howled and clutched his shoulder when Cutter shot him. Stop! He repeated. You're a dead man, the leader snarled. Not yet. Luazi, come here. Remove their guns. Carefully. Throw them on the floor. Cutter moved to make sure he had a clear field of fire as the store man, licking his lips, came forward and removed the men's weapons and tossed them away. Tie their hands behind their back. Cutter reached one hand into his pocket and threw several zip ties at Luazi. His Glock was unwavering on the men. Go back, he ordered when the storeman finished. We will kill you, the leader spat. We will... Cutter shot his thigh and waited for his howling to diminish. I can kill all of you right now. Go away, he yelled when a man poked his head through the store's entrance. I'm dealing with rats. I can kill all of you, he resumed when the prospective customer had scampered away. But I won't. I have told every gangbanger I met. I don't care what you do. I'm not interested in your operations. Tell Ibrahim that too. My only interest is those 3 men. Where is Ciso Nkomo? He slashed the leader's face with his Glock and broke his nose. What's in those trucks? Where are Zola, Beki, and Mandela? Where are Yap, Klaas, and Dirk? Why doesn't anyone tell me what I want and I'll stop causing trouble? He panted when he finished. Silence from the gangbangers and the watching storemen, broken only by the soft moans of the injured thugs. Because, the leader said hoarsely, we don't know. And even if we did, we wouldn't tell an outsider, another thug spat. Cutter straightened his Glock furiously. Check the depot, the leader shouted before he fired. What depot? The one in Montague Gardens, 109. The trucks are there, Cutter asked him. It used to be our property. Themba gave it away. To whom? I don't know. I am not senior enough. Cutter glanced at Luazi and Bongani. The former shifted his feet uneasily. I don't know either. It's the first time I've heard of it. "Where's Ibrahim?" he growled. "You won't get that from us, whatever you do to us." The leader met his eyes. "Kill us if you want to." "Those trucks are still there?" "I don't know. It's not our business anymore." Cutter sighed in frustration. He holstered his Glock and paced the floor. The Panthers watched him. Luazi and Bongani observed him. "That truck depot will be a dead end. I know it. I've been pounding away at gangs, and what do I have to show? Nothing." He swore. "I can give up. I can return to New York. Who will know? Who will care? I don't have to do this. Sizwe and Thabo are dead. They aren't coming back." He stopped at the counter and saw his reflection in the mirror. "I will know. I still care." He spun around, cold and hard. The leader flinched from the expression on his face. "Tell Ibrahim," Cutter rasped, "to keep all of you away from me, or I'll raze your gang to the ground." 110. The truck depot was in Drill Park. Cutter parked on the street and hurried inside the industrial park, his steps slowing when he saw the police tape barring entry to the unit. He scratched his chin. Wasn't there some news about a shootout here? Yeah, there was something on TV. He hadn't paid it any attention. No one's there. A man in coveralls emerged from a neighboring unit and scratched his belly. "Beatty's Boat Repair," the sign over his unit said. "Warren Beatty." The man shook Cutter's hand and laughed at his expression. "Yes, really. My folks were Hollywood fans. A lot of shooting some nights ago." He cocked his head at the truck depot. "Many windows in other units were broken. We have several expensive boats in there." He nodded towards his unit. Thankfully, they weren't damaged. "What happened?" "Gang activity," SAPS said. Beatty shrugged his shoulders. "We never saw anything suspicious. Trucks came in and out. But these gangs don't advertise themselves, do they?" "The trucks got loaded here?" "No. They were kept and maintained here, ready for any job. That company often let their customers paint their own brands and logos on the vehicles." "Did the police find anything here?" "No. They were ambushed by masked men but got away." Cutter stilled. Peyton had a bruise on her face. Were she and Gina involved in this raid? Possible, he answered himself. They were focused on Panthers because of their Boko Haram connection. He made a mental note to follow up with them and squinted at Beatty. "The drivers came here?" "Yeah. They picked up their vehicles and went about on their jobs." "You were friendly with them?" "I have boats to maintain. I don't get time to be friendly with myself. You're looking for someone?" "Ciso Nkomo. He's missing. I'm a private investigator. They hired me to find him." "Let me ask." Beatty went inside his unit and came out several moments later. "My people don't know anyone there. They kept to themselves, and we are always busy." "You know what kind of stuff they transported?" Beatty shrugged and glanced at his watch, clearly impatient to get back to his business. "No idea, but SAPPs can find those trucks easily." "How?" Beatty clicked his tongue impatiently as if the answer was obvious. "They have trackers on them. All such trucks do. Fleet operators have them." 111. Cutter hurried to his ride, shaking his head at his own incompetence. "Why didn't I think of trackers? Some PI I am. I've been busy trying to stay alive," he defended himself. He looked up the SAPS report, lips tightening, when he read that Di Fiore and Quindica had been involved in the raid. The write-up was comprehensive, giving him a picture of what had gone down. The police were tracking the various trucks and drivers, but none of them had been found. Why not? How hard can it be to find them? There was nothing in the report about that. Maybe they are, but the report hasn't been updated. There's nothing in the SAP system about their vehicles or staff. Is that because Montague Trucks hasn't kept records? No, that's not possible. He pursed his lips. SAPs must have taken their records offline and haven't updated their own reports, which meant he had to do things the hard way. He grinned involuntarily as he picked up the phone. "Nah, I'll call," he decided. He called Beth. "This had better be important," she told him as she switched to a video call. She frowned at him when the video connected. "I don't like it." "Like what?" "The changes you've made to your face. I met a few fists." "Yeah, I can tell. Anything broken?" "Nope." "Did you set that police siren off on the drone?" "Yeah. We waited a while, and when you didn't turn up, we let loose. We thought of calling the cops, but I don't think you would have wanted that." "Thanks. We live to serve you." He grinned. "You're busy?" "Busy watching a WNBA game. New York Liberty against Seattle Storm." "Who are you supporting?" "New York, dummy. Did I tell you about the time I met Breanna Stewart and Jonquel Jones? I bumped into them." "A few million times." She made a face. "Is there something urgent, or did you call because you missed me?" "I wanted to hear your dulcet tones." She blinked and gave the phone to Megan. "Here, he wants to talk to you." Cutter laughed. "Sup?" the older sister drawled. "I need some help. I need the staff and the vehicles of a trucking company tracked." He went into the details and while doing so, saw that Beth had turned off the TV. "What happened?" "I've put the game on record." The younger twin set her phone on a stand which gave him a view of the sisters going to their desks. Their fingers flew over their keyboards. How do they know who does what, he wondered. They're twins. They probably don't need to even speak to each other about this. It comes automatically. "Right," Megan announced after a while. "I've got a list of employees. Are you looking for anyone in particular?" "Is a CISO Nkomo on the payroll?" "Nope." "What about Zola, Mandla, and Bakey?" "Nope." They might not be on the staff roster. He recalled what Ibrahim had said about Dirk. "How did you find that list?" "It's in Peyton's report." "You accessed her computer?" "Yeah, a long time ago. Gina's too." "You want to know their vacation plans?" "I do not," he hollered. "Have you heard of boundaries? Do you know how many privacy laws you have broken? They are federal agents. What do you think they'll do when they hear you've hacked?" "Turn on the game," Megan told Beth. "He doesn't need our help." "Wait!" Cutter controlled himself. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair wearily. "What about the trucks?" "We've got a list of their plates." The elder sister twirled a curl of hair around her finger and rocked in her chair. "The vehicles have been impounded by the police." "Why didn't I find them when I asked Werner to search?" "SAPPs have listed them as automobiles, but we were able to correlate the timing of their impoundment, place of seizure." She straightened and frowned. "What?" "One truck is missing. We know how many vehicles the business had. There's one less." "It must be out on some delivery. Are you able to trace what they were trucking?" "Yeah. There are invoices. Give us half an hour." Cutter inserted his phone on a stand and stuck it to the windshield. People usually have maps on the screen. "I have a video call." He hoped the police wouldn't stop him. He drove out of Montague Gardens and drove randomly through the city, taking abrupt turns, entering narrow alleys and residential neighborhoods where there wasn't any traffic, until he was convinced he wasn't being tailed, and then he headed to Queals River. He entered the field and lowered his windows for fresh air. The cow greeted him with a loud moo. "What's that?" Beth looked up from her screen, startled. "A cow." She blinked. "Do I want to know why you're near her?" "No." She went back to her keyboard. Cutter got out and stepped in a pile of manure. He swore and looked at the cow. "You set me up." She continued munching and drifted away. He uncapped a water bottle, washed his boots, and drank as he leaned against his car. His body still felt sore, but the various aches had faded to dull burns. His face was still swollen. He looked in the side mirror, felt his cheeks, frowned, and then remembered he had removed his disguise at Thandiwe's. "If you've finished admiring yourself," Beth drawled. He got in the car. "We managed to trace the movements of the trucks for the last 7 days. Most of them seem to be legit business, going by the customers and their invoices. They picked up stuff from warehouses like furniture, agricultural produce, anything really, and delivered to the destination." 2 trucks, Megan joined in, did the same, except those customers don't exist. "They do," Beth clarified, "but there are no real people in those businesses. They're set up like Montague trucks, a lot of dummy companies owning one another." "They could still be on legit deliveries," he countered. "We're aware of that. Take one delivery. The invoice says the truck picked up a load of fertilizer from Claremont, from a warehouse. Believable. Except that the pickup point is a bakery. It has CCTV. Security isn't that great, so we could hack into the feeds. The place isn't big enough to stock 50 fertilizer bags, and in any case, there's no record of a truck rolling up. The truck was in the city, but it made several stops. One was at a backpacker's lodge in Newlands, another was at the train station. Random points, and then, after the 5th stop, it went out of the city." "Camera footage?" He frowned. "None. No CCTV nearby, or they were disabled." "You know what that means?" She met his gaze. "A high level of organization." "And paying city officials off," Megan added. "Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk were former Rekka. They would have such organizational skills," he said bleakly. "So, these 2 trucks, where did they go?" "Those same 2 vehicles made regular trips." Beth snapped her fingers. "For months. Heck, going back more than a year. Various stops in the city, and then on the N1 and—" "Where did they go, Beth?" "The truck that's missing took the same route," she ignored his outburst. "About 10 to 12-hour drives." Both twins looked at him, no longer smiling or amused looks on their faces. "We lost the tracker near a small town," Megan said softly. "The drivers must have turned them off." "Which small town?" "Orania, 112. "Orania," Di Fiore repeated in Mbeki's office. She, Di Fiore, Kanyile, along with Enzi and the police commissioner. The lieutenant general hooked his thumbs in his belt and leaned against his desk. "Are you sure?" "Those 2 trucks trackers died near that town. There's no other city nearby," Enzi said. "We checked." "Double check." "We triple checked. We got our tech team to investigate those vehicles' movements. Those 2 trucks went there. There's nothing in that area. Nothing at all. Empty land. No place to hide trucks, buildings, nothing. Not even a tree. One of the vehicles went out on a delivery. It's missing." "Have you searched the remaining trucks?" "Yes. Nothing incriminating." "What about the staff?" "Still missing. We've got teams checking out Montague Trucks customers. So far, most of them seem to be genuine except for those 2 trucks." Cutter gave this lead. "About the trucks?" "Yes." Di Fiore nodded. "You got anything on those 3 men? Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk?" "No." Mbeki crossed his arms. "The current Recce leadership isn't cooperating. They probably don't want to acknowledge that their former men are terrorists." "We don't know that, sir," Enzi interjected. "They broke away from the Panthers. According to Cutter." "Yes, sir." "Who's missing?" "He hasn't misled us," Quindica said. "Ever. There's nothing in Orania." Mbeki looked at a country map in his office. "There's no crime either. It's the safest town in the whole country. Many of the residents don't lock their homes. They don't need to. They don't even have litter on their streets. There's no way a criminal outfit can hide there. We checked it out when we got that anonymous tip-off, which was from Cutter too, according to you." "Yeah," Di Fiore said. He pondered for a moment and then decided. "You," he nodded at Kanyile, "will go to Orania with them." He pointed at Di Fiore and Quindica. He smiled briefly at Di Fiore's fist pump. "Take your team with you, but they should not enter the town. They have to camp outside, far, very far from the city. They go in only at your command. Clear?" "Yes, sir." Kanyil straightened. "Pray that there's nothing in Orania," Becky growled, "or else this investigation will turn into a political nightmare." "Those trucks disappeared near it," De Fiore pointed out. "We have to follow up. Which is why you're going, but tread carefully. 113. They took the afternoon flight to Kimberley and got a rental car at the airport. 4 p.m. De Fiore glanced at the sky, which was still bright and clear. "It's not far from here, is it?" "Less than 2 hours." Kanyil adjusted his shades, got behind the wheel, and set off. "You aren't comfortable." She grinned at him. He was dressed in an untucked blue shirt with short sleeves that hugged his biceps. She knew he had an ankle holster for his Vector. None of them were carrying any weapons other than their handguns. "I've never been to Orania." He smiled briefly. "As you can imagine, it isn't a tourist spot for people like me. There's a lot more to see in the Karoo than this town." She nodded thoughtfully. She and Quindica had read up on the town and its history. "You can stay at the airport. We'll coordinate." "No way," he laughed. "I'm uncomfortable for sure, but there's no chance I'm going to stay back." They got on to the N12. De Fiore searched her phone at the precise location of the Bill Painter shooting and looked at the scene as it passed. There was nothing to see other than the expanse of land and trees which soon passed. "I'll meet Cutter Grogan at some point," Kanyil asked. "For all we know, he's already in Orania," she drawled. "In disguise," Quindica added. "We won't know who he is." "He seems to be a character," Kanyil mused. "He's a good friend." The STF operator glanced slyly at De Fiore. "Would you agree with that?" "Drive," she growled. They stopped where the truck's trackers had gone silent. Between Hopetown and Orania, De Fiore thought grimly as she surveyed the empty land on either side of the R-369. Not even a tree in sight. Unless the earth ate up those trucks. Nope, Orania's where we might find something. They entered the town an hour later after searching the region where the vehicles had seemed to disappear. De Fiore sat up as Kanyila drove around the town, all of them glancing out of the window. She observed the neat streets, well-maintained houses, watched men picking up litter. Yeah, no non-white folks here. "You've been to such towns back home," she reminded herself. She saw Kanyil had white-knuckled the wheel, and for a moment thought of reaching out and then rejected the notion. What can I say to him that won't sound shallow? "No trucks anywhere," he said after 40 minutes of driving. "There's a market here. Let's have a drink while we figure out how to proceed." He drove to what looked like a central shopping and entertainment area. Stokey's Dry sculpted in a metal arch over the entrance. Orania spelled in large blocks near the parking lot. A couple were taking selfies at the sign. De Fiore followed Quindica and Kanyile to an open-deck restaurant. Benches at tables under a high wooden roof, streamers and colorful lights strung overhead. They ordered drinks when the server arrived. Braai smells and other food odors wafted their way, soft music from speakers, kids playing in the grassy patch at the center. She turned back to the table when their drinks arrived. She sipped it and nodded appreciatively at the smoothness that rolled down her throat. A man slid next to her on the bench, smartly dressed in a black shirt tucked into jeans, slicked back, black hair, white teeth that flashed in a friendly smile. "We're in a group," she told him. His grin broadened. "I'm Dirk." "I'm Klaas." A second man slid next to Quindica. A third man, flat-eyed, lean-faced, sat next to Kanyil. "And I'm Jap. We heard you're looking for us." 114. Cutter decided to drive to Orania. "I want my own ride and my weapons with me." He tuned to a radio station and Sinead O'Connor came on. He drove out of Cape Town listening to her ethereal notes. 6 hours and a refuel later, he was on the N12. Dark sky. The lights of his Nissan bouncing on the freeway. Warm air blowing from the vents in the dash, the radio station playing. Cutter stopped the car by the side of the R-369 when he was past Hopetown. That's where the truck's trackers went down. He got out and searched the night. There was open land on either side of the road. He walked off the tarmac and got onto the hard ground. Nope. Unless a volcano has swallowed them, there's no way the trucks could disappear here. They must have gone somewhere else. He resumed driving, the hum of his tires on the road lulling him. It was nearly midnight. His eyes were feeling heavy, but he kept pressing on. Orania's just an hour away. I'll sleep in my ride. I'll go to Stokey's Dry's parking lot and in the morning check out the town again. His phone rang. He sat up. Megan. Yeah? We worked some magic. He frowned at her voice. It was serious, not her usual tone, which always had a trace of amusement. Magic? We got access to a weather satellite. Don't ask us how or whose it is. It was in low orbit mode and was geomapping. Again, don't ask us the details. We got images from it. High res. Those 2 trucks went beyond Orania and turned into a compound outside the town. How did you identify the vehicles? The photographs had their plates? No, but we could match the sizes, the shapes, the timing. Werner did all that and came back with an extremely high probability that those 2 trucks turned inside that compound. Which has nothing to do with the town. No, it's a large estate. It came to him instantly. The bore. Yes, you've been there. I checked it out when I visited it. It was a winery. It still is. We're tracking the ownership, but like your trucking company, it too is hidden in a maze of companies. A winery. Delivery trucks. Outside Orania where there's hardly any traffic. It makes sense. Jaap, Klaas, and Dirk are hiding in plain sight because there are no eyes to see them. Do you have any recent images? 1 truck is still missing. No, the bird has moved on. Do you have anything else on the winery? Very little. Its size, the buildings. There's a lot of foliage that obstructs the overhead view. That's by design, Cutter said bitterly. Yeah. We haven't even been able to locate these men's recce records. Be careful. Yeah. He hung up, lowered the window to let fresh, cool air clear his mind and began planning. His phone rang again, Di Fiore's number. You're missing me? He grinned. Yes, a man answered. Come soon. I'll message you the location. Cutter went cold. He recognized the voice. Jaap. He's got Gina and Peyton. 115. Cutter stopped in the middle of the road. He roared in helpless rage and pounded the wheel, sounding the horn repeatedly, the sound breaking the stillness of the night, echoing the impotence he felt. He fell back when he had exhausted his furious bout. His thoughts were chaotic. He called Jaap. The number was inactive. Images of his friends' dead bodies filled his mind. Stop it, fool. Get hold of yourself. He drank water unsteadily, the stream sloshing over his chin and wetting his chest. Keep going. Gina and Peyton are hostages. What are you going to do here? He got out and packed the Nissan with explosives and set them up to be triggered on his phone, which will be confiscated as soon as I enter the winery, he thought bitterly. Still, he had to try. He filled the drone with the thermobaric pellets, launched it high and set it to track him. He knew that too would be futile. I can't do anything with it if I don't have my phone. Beth and Meg might see its feed, but what can they do from New York? He called Mbeki and got his voicemail. He messaged his friend and got behind the wheel, feeling empty. He was going to die. He felt it in his bones. I don't care about myself. Gina and Peyton. They don't deserve to die. The rational part of his mind told him they were running their own investigation. It didn't help. The moon painted the karoo in milky whiteness. Nature at its best, but he had no eyes for it. He programmed the coordinates that Jaap had sent him. It was the boar. No surprise there, he thought dully. The numbness in him started clearing up when he entered the town. He breathed slowly, centering himself, going into the gray zone where his body became a weapon. One last time, he thought, even if I fail. 116. Cutter rolled up to the boar's high gates, which opened from inside as he arrived. They were electronically operated, he noticed, and slid back just enough for him to drive through. 4 armed guards stood on either side of the ride and motioned at him to step out. He got out. The distinctive smell of the winery in the air, thick foliage overhead from trees that lined the concrete driveway. Those will prevent my drone from looking in. They blocked that satellite's view as well. Phone, gun, knife, everything you have on you, one of the guards demanded while another searched his vehicle and then brought a dog which instantly detected the explosives and barked. Keys, the man demanded. Cutter tossed them at him. The sentry drove the car out of the compound. Is this your red carpet for visitors? A rifle butt slammed into his back, making him stumble. Humor didn't seem to be their strong point. He went down the driveway at their prods and shoulder shoves. There were flower beds on either side of the concrete path, tasteful banners and art advertising the boar's products. They went past an office-looking building, a reception area, a bus with the winery's logo on it, a larger building with shutters, which seemed to be the warehouse, going by the barrels in front of it. They turned. More buildings went past. The street lighting grew less frequent. The guards turned on their torches and guided him through a dense thicket until they came to a clearing. A shed-like building to their right with dark, wood-slat walls and a flat roof. The concrete road broadened and went all around it. Armed guards all around it. HKs, he noted. They're all carrying good weapons and have radios, magazines, and knives strapped to their bodies. The men looked competent. They could be former soldiers. One of the thugs at the door rapped on it at their arrival. It opened from the inside. Cutter was shoved inside, and it slammed shut behind him. Fluorescent lights hanging from wires down the roof, illuminating the inside. Di Fiore, Quindica, and a man in wooden chairs, their hands secured behind them, their feet tied to its legs, facing him, 30 feet away. 3 men spread out behind them. One was smiling, handsome, to their left. Another looked on curiously to their right. The third was still, his expressionless dead eyes, watching him draw closer. The 4th man was to his right, barely 10 feet away, smirking. He broke into my office. Cutter recognized him with a shock. You couldn't keep away? Di Fiore snarled at him. You couldn't have left us to deal with this, ourselves? You couldn't walk away? No. He knew her rage hid her fear, concern, and despair. He took in the captive slowly, only then noticing the bruises on the women's and man's faces. Who did that? Him. Quindica jerked her head at the New York man. Cutter took a long step towards the man, his right hand rising, the flat edge of his palm hard as a board. The angle was perfect. The speed was just right. It slammed into the man's Adam's apple with the full force of his savage anger. New York thug gurgled as he tried to breathe. He gasped, his eyes rolling as he backed away, clutching his throat. He fell to the ground, shuddering, croaking, making helpless, agonized noises, twitched, and then went still. No one moved. Di Fiore and Quindica drew shocked breaths. The man with them looked on impassively. Dude! Smiling man came around, grinning. What a strike. You did us a favor. We were going to kill Peter anyway. His closed fist crashed into Cutter's temple. 117. The blow dropped Cutter to his knees. He let the ringing in his ears fade, felt the man catch his collar and yank him up. But that doesn't mean you can go about killing our men, he chuckled. Where are my manners? I am Dirk. He pumped Cutter's hand. That's Klaas to the right. And Jaap, you know him, right? You've been hunting high and low for him. All of us. Cutter shrugged his shoulder to shake Dirk's hand away. He studied the men again, who had guns at their waists and knives sheathed to their thighs but were bare-handed. All three had stubble, no visible tattoos, close-cropped hair. They didn't jiggle their feet or move restlessly. Dirk, with his smile, moved with liquid ease. Cutter was focused on Jaap, however. The man didn't appear to even breathe. Mustafa was right. These aren't ordinary gangbangers. They are top-flight operators. And Jaap, he's Zeb level. But without his moral compass, he reminded himself. I am Kanyile, STF. The captive man next to De Fiore smiled briefly. I've heard a lot about you. I'll bribe for you all when we get out of here. Jaap straightened when his phone buzzed and took the call. Good, he said, and hung up. We exploded your car deep in the Karoo. No, you won't. I won't what? Cutter asked, confused. You are not going to anyone's braai. No one is. You'll die tonight. He met Dirk and Klaas's eyes. Maybe not the women. We'll ship them to our customers. Cutter stared at him. Ship them? Customers? And when he looked at De Fiore and Quindica's taut faces, it came to him. You're trafficking women. 118. Look behind them, De Fiore said in a strained voice. Cutter looked at the back of the shed where a dirty sheet was covering something on the floor. He swallowed and made to go towards it when Dirk stopped him with a palm to his chest. Strip, he said. We heard that's how you search gangsters. Your men have searched me. Strip. Jaap put his gun to De Fiore's head. He'll pull the trigger. Cutter was utterly convinced, meeting the man's unblinking eyes. There's nothing in him. He's dead inside. He undressed rapidly, kicked off his shoes and stood in his underwear. This boy has been to war and back. Klaas came over, running his eyes over Cutter's scars. You were right, Jaap. This one won't give up. He will die trying. He will die, Jaap replied indifferently. He is alone. He has no backup. He's not dealing with Cape Flats gangs anymore. We'll kill the policemen too. We'll get good money for the women. They are Americans. They are in good shape. There will be men who pay a premium for them. Cutter stared at him in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Dirk's leer and Klaas's nails poking his old wounds reminded him he wasn't. FBI will not stop hunting for them, he burst out. Do you know how senior they are? As for Kanyile, I know Thulani Mbeki very well. He will not rest until he finds you. No one will find us, Jaap replied monotonously. We are moving base. You forced us. We'll go where no one can find us. Klaas picked up his armor and fingered it. Look how thin this is, he said wonderingly to his partners. I thought these existed only in the movies. Dirk regarded Cutter thoughtfully. Who are you? A private investigator. We know that. How do you have access to such equipment? We know you have a drone. We figured that out when you bombed the Shebeen. That's not a civilian model. I have friends in the military. Dirk's hand flashed to his thigh and came up with his knife. He jabbed it inch deep in Cutter's left shoulder. Cutter yelled when fire spread out from the wound. He staggered backwards, the blade leaving his flesh with a squelch. Blood flowed down instantly, covering his chest and belly. That won't kill you. Not immediately, Klaas said callously. Who are you? Cutter looked down at the injury. It's gone through soft flesh. He's right. It won't kill me, but the blood loss will weaken me soon. I'm who I said, he panted. I got those from my military friends. Cutter, Quindica's voice broke. Don't die for us. Tell them whatever they want. He's going to die. Jaap again, without any inflection. There's not going to be some magical escape or rescue. We chose this location because it is so remote. It's way out of aircraft flight paths, and even if someone flies over us, they can't see through the trees. Cutter shouldered past Dirk and Klaas, conscious of their and Jaap's eyes following him. He staggered deliberately. I'm not feeling faint. Not yet. But let them think I'm worse off. He removed the sheet and uttered a hoarse cry. A young woman's body was beneath it. 119. They kidnap young women, Di Fiore said distantly. They have people who watch dorms and hostels, single women, backpackers, white women, black, Asian, anyone. Dirk grinned. We are equal opportunity. They pick them up from the city, starve them or feed them to a certain size, and then ship them out. They didn't tell us how. Cutter swallowed his nausea. How? Ships, trucks, private aircraft, Klaas said, depending on where our buyers are. We have African warlords, dictators, Middle Eastern royalty, Asian and East European billionaires. Our customers are everywhere. They know our product is of prime quality and of the right age, in their early 20s. Product, prime quality, as if he was discussing meat to be displayed on superstore shelves. Cutter knelt by the body and covered it with the sheet again. He remained by the dead girl, head bowed as if praying. He inserted a finger stealthily in the slit in his underwear's waistband and searched desperately for the thin wire that ran around, alongside the elastic. Its end pricked his flesh. He gritted his teeth, his ears straining for any sound from behind. Dirk and Klaas were talking softly to each other, words that he couldn't make out. Jaap remained silent. Come on, he urged, as he pressed his index finger against the wire and dragged it forward, hoping to friction pull it forward. It moved. He held his breath and dragged it towards the slit. It slipped. I didn't figure you to be a praying man, Klaas jeered. I wasn't, he panted, until I came across monsters like you. There. He got traction again. The edge came out of the slit. He pulled out all 34 inches of it, curled a few of them around his forefinger, and let the rest of the length drop. The titanium wire, a 1,000th fraction of an inch in diameter, had non-reflective paint on it and was barely visible even from a few inches away. He got to his feet and deliberately stumbled, making it look like his shoulder bleed was affecting him much more than it was. Di Fiore's face was taut when she craned her neck to look at him. She licked her lips but didn't say anything. The wire swung against his thigh as he moved slowly, panting harshly, and reached the back of the captive's chairs. He stopped a few feet away from Jaap, to his right. You are former Rekka. Why did you get into this? Like we have some higher standards, Dirk jeered. It is money. The pension we get is laughable. Themba asked us to join him when we left the military. Klaas scratched his chin and looked to the door. We were with the Panthers for a while, and then he hooked up with Boko Haram. Religion and ideology. Nah, that wasn't for us. We drifted for a while toward the Karoo, where we rescued an American backpacker. She was young, on her own, and was hiking by herself. Stupid girl. She had little idea how big this country is. She gave us the idea, and here we are 2 years later. There have been several missing women cases filed. Those were you, Kanyile exclaimed. We are not a bulk operation, Dirk expanded. We lift one woman at a time. We space it. Stop, Jaap said harshly. Don't tell them any more. You move the girls in the wine trucks. Cutter gave him a slow look. Maybe you hide them in empty barrels which are among regular, filled ones. Where did Sizwe fit in? Grogan's smart. Dirk nodded at his friends. He's worked it out. Your friend sold his stuff on a route one of our trucks took. The canvas had ripped away. He helped the driver fix it, and he heard the girl pounding inside the barrel. He wasn't sure what he saw or heard, however, because of the traffic. He forgot about it until he saw the truck a few weeks later. We don't know what he saw then. Maybe he recognized Ciso, who was the driver, and then he came to Orania and made inquiries. You heard about it. Orania is a small town. Word must have spread quickly. The townspeople had descriptions of him. You must have had informers in the police to help you identify him. You threatened him. Cutter saw where it was going. That's when Seathole's thugs saw him. He must have returned to Orania again, and that's when you decided to kill him. You told him it was about drugs. Amal overheard that. You must have deliberately mentioned that to send the police on a useless chase. Class clapped admiringly. You are good at this detective business. Peter. Cutter looked at the man's body. You sent him to New York to check on me, to see whether Sizwe told me anything. You must have found my number on his phone and looked me up. When we found you were a PI, we had to know about you. Fool. Dirk's humor slipped for a moment. Peter was careless. You saw him. He had his uses. He followed you here for a day, but we called it off when it was clear you didn't know anything. I should have made him when he was tailing me in the city. Cutter cursed himself. Becky, Mandla, and Zola. Why did they attack me near the N12? Klaas grinned. Bill Painter. We guessed that was a fake identity. How did you pull that off? I had help. The man regarded him curiously for a while and resumed. That was a coincidence. Jaap called their number and you answered. We realized it was you only later when we heard those fools were dead. They were returning here. They must have seen you out there and decided to carjack you. They had a reputation for it. Which of you shot Silva and Lopez? That was me, Dirk said. I could have gotten you as well, but Klaas, he jerked his head at the man. He was in the vehicle with me. He warned me a SAPP's car wasn't far behind. Or else, Dirk made a gun with his fingers and shot Cutter, you would be dead. How did you know about the police car? Cutter asked Klaas. We have informers everywhere. That's how we stay in the loop, the killer answered. You must have them in Recce too. That's how you erased your identity. Klaas winked. How do you think we've stayed ahead? The Cape Flats gang seem to know you. We pay them to stay out of our business. That's the deal we struck with them. We don't get in their way, they don't in ours. We've told them to stay well away from Orania. Ibrahim. He knows what you do? Cutter said. He's the only one who knows. The others might suspect, but who are they going to tell? Who pulled the trigger on Sizwe? I did, Jaap said. You could have let Thabo live. Cutter met his impassive eyes. He saw us. You killed a boy, a child. Yes, so? Cutter stared at him. Why haven't you killed us yet? The truck, Klaas growled, looking at the door again. Ciso's gathering the women and bringing them here. He's taking too long. You have some prisoners here? Cutter asked in shock. Why does that surprise you? Dirk scoffed. We had a good thing going and then you had to butt in. We have to move everyone because of you. Where are you going? You don't need to know, Jaap said. You'll be dead. Cutter attacked. 120. He had been inching closer to Jaap all along, making it look like he was shifting his weight on his legs. He and Jaap were directly behind Quindica, to whose left were Di Fiore and Kanyile. Klaas and Dirk to their 2:00, about 15 feet away. Cutter made his move even before Jaap had finished replying. He swung his hand up, flicking the perfectly weighted wire high. It flew in the air and slapped around Jaap's neck. He was behind the man in an instant, his front jammed to Jaap's back, catching the free end of the titanium with his left hand, pulling hard, feeling the wire bite into his fingers. He gritted his teeth, fire bursting from the wound and spreading through him. Can't let that distract me. Dirk and Klaas let out surprised yells, caught by surprise by his move, taken aback by his speed. Jaap grunted when the wire wrapped around his neck. He didn't try to loosen it with his hands or punch behind. Instead, he jumped high, his folded knees going to his chest. He shot them out, slamming his feet against the back of Quindika's chair, which was what Cutter had hoped for. 121. Cutter staggered backwards from Jap's jump as the man's weight transferred on him. A loud crack as Quindika's chair broke. She roared and he saw her move, and then Jap started twisting in the air and Cutter tightened his loosening grip on the wire and swiveled off his left foot, rotated his hips to land both of them on top of Kanyil. The STF's officer's chair broke too. He scrambled to free himself. Cutter lost his grip on the wire. He let go, reached down, pulled Jap's gun from his waist, and tried to shoot him, but his palm was slippery with sweat, and in the heaving motions of the fight, lost his grip on the weapon. It clattered to the floor and spun away. Yap elbow punched him on the face, snarling, and rolled away. Quindika crashed into Klaas. Kanyile lurched towards Dirk. Cutter lost sight of them when Yap lunged towards him, a blade flashing in his hand. He twisted just in time to evade the downward slash of the knife, lashed out with his leg, and cried out when the killer twisted and jabbed hard on his shin. Cutter slithered back on the hard floor and managed to get to his knees. He heard 2 shots and a shout from Kanyile and the sounds of struggle between Quindika and Klaas, but couldn't risk looking past Yap, who was on his feet, grim-faced, knife weaving wickedly in the air. Cutter feinted to his left. Yap didn't fall for it. He jabbed straight, striking like a snake, his speed almost catching Cutter by surprise, who twisted around and howled when the killer's left fist punched his shoulder wound. Cutter fell to his left elbow, felt the man approach and let himself fall to his back, spun around, his locked legs flying out and catching Yap on his face, sending him stumbling back. "Stop!" Dirk yelled, "or I'll kill them!" Yap straightened, his face bleeding. Cutter got up slowly. Dirk had jumped backwards, close to the door, aiming his gun at Di Fiore, who was straining at her zip ties. Kanyile bent low, his leg and left shoulder bleeding. "I am okay," he mouthed at Cutter when their eyes met. Quindika, the chair's legs still fastened to her calves, hair disheveled, sporting new bruises on her face, lowered her fist slowly. Klaas bent down instantly, picked up his fallen gun and slashed her across the forehead. "Let's finish this. Shoot them," he raged. "No," Yap said coldly. "Let Ciso come. He'll help us with the bodies." "What's taking him so long?" "Dude," Dirk said admiringly at Cutter. "You just don't stop, do you? Want to join us? You'll be rich." "What was that he used?" Klaas asked curiously. "This." Yap picked up the fallen wire. "You can barely see it. He must have hidden it in his underwear. He was removing it when he was checking on that body." That was my last chance, Cutter thought bitterly. He had run out of tricks. "Call Ciso," Yap ordered. "Find out where he is." Klaas pulled out his phone and started dialing when someone pounded on the door. That must be him. He opened the door and stepped aside to make way. "Ciso's busy." Roger came inside and shot Klaas in his face. 122. Jap reacted instantly. He flung his knife at Cutter, who couldn't move away in time, and felt it graze his cheek and fly behind. He saw a shadow loom in the door behind Roger, and Bwana stepped in, and it was as if the night had parted to allow his entry. Cutter dove forward. "Can't let Yap get his gun." He caught hold of the killer's leg and yanked. Yap spun around like an eel and kicked his face with his free limb. Cutter felt his eyebrow burst but clung on. Blood flowed over his eye and through the red curtain. He saw Yap leaning up from his waist, bringing his gun around. He was prone on the floor with both hands on the killer's leg. He couldn't afford to dive away from the weapon. He yanked the leg hard. felt the round part his hair and hit the door. He punched Yap's groin and threw himself on the shooter with his left hand going for the gun. They wrestled for the weapon, Yap straining to bring it around to his face, Cutter trying to keep it away from his body, with his right hand shoving the man's chest. "He's too powerful for me," he thought dimly. "I'm losing my grip." The shoulder wound tore wider. He could feel his grip slipping on Yap's wrist. His eyes burned from sweat and blood. The killer's face lit, his teeth bared, triumphantly. He swung with his left hand, delivering rapid punches to Cutter's face and neck. Cutter groaned. He was seconds away from blacking out. Something hard was jammed against his legs, pricking his thigh. Some broken piece from Kanyile's chair. Can't be anything else. How do I reach it without getting killed? He summoned the last of his strength and concentration, released Yap's gun hand, fell back, twisted and reached down to grab the implement, which turned out to be the chair's leg. Yap shouted triumphantly. He turned the gun around to correct his aim. He shot. The round grazed Cutter's back. He shot too soon. Cutter swung the leg in an arc, struck the killer's wrist, sent the gun flying and continuing the sweep, and with a savage thrust, buried the jagged end of the chair in Yap's throat. Cutter fell on top of him, holding the wood with both hands, ignoring the killer's brutal punching to his face and ribs until the blows weakened, and his body shuddered and went limp. Cutter didn't move. He sucked air hoarsely until his heartbeat had slowed and ambient sound normalized. He rolled away slowly, felt Roger come to him, and let himself be hauled up. "You could have shot him." "You were in the way," the Texan drawled. Cutter stood there, chest heaving, body swaying, blood running down his face and chest. Di Fiore was hugging Quindica one-handedly. Buana was on the floor, pounding Dirk's head on the floor. "We need one of them alive," Quindica reminded the agency operator. "He's alive." Buana released the man and made a face. "He's not." Cutter was exhausted. He couldn't manage a smile. "How?" he managed, waving a limp hand to ask, "How did you get here?" "We had some family matters to attend to," Roger said. "Family? In South Africa?" "Yeah," Buana said in a gravelly voice. "You." His smile lit the room. 123. Gina Di Fiore was in a crisp, dark suit, one leg crossed over another, lightly swaying, the razor-sharp creases of her trousers cutting the air silently. Quindica was next to her, close enough that if she reached out, they could lace their fingers together behind her partner's chair. They were in Mbeki's office. 10 a.m. the next day. The lieutenant general in his uniform, his thumbs hooked in his belt, leaning against his desk. Kanyile was in uniform too, wearing one size larger to accommodate the dressings on his injuries. Enzi was near his boss, notepad in one hand, cell phone in another. Mbeki's assistant had arranged for fresh coffees for everyone. Roger was seated next to Quindica, to her right. The Texan looked relaxed in the lieutenant general's office, a crisp white shirt, sleeves folded over his powerful forearms, tucked into blue jeans, dark leather belt complementing his shoes. Buana dwarfed the chair he was in. The African-American was in a light blue tee and jeans. He was granite-faced, no expression on his face, not even when Di Fiore's eyes met his. Neither he nor Roger looked like they had been awake most of the night, during which he and his friend had wiped out most of the Boer gang. She took Cutter in last, dressing on his forehead, a loose, untucked shirt that hid the bandage on his shoulder. She knew his ribs hurt from the way he moved. Heck, his whole body hurts. I saw him pop a boatload of painkillers. Nothing's broken, though. She sighed inwardly in relief. Not that she would admit that emotion to him. He didn't admit to his other encounters with Cape Flats gangs. We pressed him, but he proved that he was elsewhere. Zeb's team must have helped him cover his tracks. She watched him discreetly as he sipped his coffee and recalled a conversation she'd had with Zeb Carter a year ago. "How many more lives does he have?" she had asked when Cutter had helped her and DeFiore take down an organized crime outfit. He had survived a brutal beating from the cartel in that operation. He had smiled. "That's the wrong way to look at it." "What's the right way?" "Cutter will find a way to live as long as he has a cause to fight for." "Cause?" "You. The rest of his friends." She shivered when she recalled the ruthless savagery Cutter had displayed the previous night and nodded to herself. Zeb was right. She pursed her lips, looked away when he winked at her, and paid attention to Mbeki. "You killed 18 men." The lieutenant general put down his coffee cup and regarded the men in his office. 20, Roger corrected him. "You're forgetting Dirk and Klaas, sir." Mbeki frowned. "How did you do that without alerting Jap or the others?" "We have some skills, sir." Cutter hid his grin when Roger didn't elaborate. The Texan and Bwana had briefed him the previous night on how the two of them had used smoke bombs, darts, and lethal force to move through the estate and neutralize the guards. They had launched a drone when inside the winery, which had given them extra eyes and ears. It wasn't hard. The Texan had grinned. It was, Cutter knew. The cavalry, Kanyile's team, had arrived shortly after the fight in the shed. The STF team had been held up by some of Jap's men on the R-369, and the ensuing firefight had delayed them. Kanyile would live, the medic among them declared. Cutter, too. DeFiore had snorted at that. The medic had dressed their injuries, given them shots, and asked them to rest, which advice they both had promptly ignored. DeFiore alone hadn't been able to take any part in taking down the 3 killers, but she was sanguine about it. Her obvious concern was reserved for Quindica and Kanyile, and then when they found the 8 women in another shed at the edge of the estate, for them. "You could have let some of them live," Mbeki said. "We did," Bwana growled. "Ciso, the truck driver, a few guards at the gate. 6 of them are still alive. Haven't they told you anything?" "They are singing." Ciso confirmed everything that Dirk and Klaas said. That flash drive is gold. It had been attached to Yap's keyring and contained a single password. Cutter had stealthily hooked the killer's phone to his own while the STF team went about securing the site and had requested the sisters to check it out. They had discovered an online ledger in Jap's browser bookmarks. The password got them access. The transactions and data were encrypted. Not for long, however, when Werner and the supercomputer's power got to work on it. The twins sent an anonymous message to Mbeki with the decrypted contents. "It has names, politicians, police officers that Jap owned," Mbeki rumbled. "Transactions of payments made to them. A list of their customers. Those are anonymized, but we'll identify them. A record of all the women they abducted. Their operation was running for 2 years," he spat. "We knew there were missing women in Cape Town, but we didn't correlate that to a human trafficking gang. We got the address of their new base, too, where they were planning to move last night. Deeper in the Karoo." "What about the women we found?" DeFiore asked. "We have contacted their families, who are over the moon." A muscle twitched on his cheek. 3 Kenyans, 1 American, 1 German, 1 British, and the rest are South Africans. He white-knuckled the desk he was leaning against and glowered at Cutter. "You should have killed Jap slowly." And then his head raised sharply at Enzi and Kanyile. "If you repeat that to anyone else, I'll suspend you." "Repeat what, sir?" Enzi asked, straight-faced. "Any slower, and he would have killed me," Cutter retorted. He looked suspiciously at DeFiore when she muttered something beneath her breath, but she didn't repeat it. "How do you like being a celebrity, sir?" Kanyile grinned. "Newspapers and TV stations have been covering our takedown all night. Journalists have camped outside our office. I had to park far away and walk across to enter our office undetected. Yes, I had to do the same. They even came to my house. My security team drove them away." Mbekki's stern face relaxed. The Minister of Police was surprised when I went to his house at 6 a.m. He thought it was about the JTF. It was, I told him, and then handcuffed him. Did he deny that he owned the winery land? He did. I showed him the document trail that nails him. He didn't like that. I'm sure he'll say he didn't know what that gang was up to, that he thought he was leasing it to a wine business. His political career is over. With luck and the payments we found on that drive, income that he didn't pay tax on, he might even spend time in prison. He will be shunned socially. There was a real vineyard. They made wines, Quindika wondered aloud. It was legit. They could have stuck to that business instead of abducting women. The women brought better rewards, Cutter said quietly. Less work. He recalled Yap's empty eyes. Monsters, he said softly. Heads nodded in agreement. You never introduced yourselves, Mbeki accused Bwana and Roger. We did, the Texan said indignantly. We are Cutter's friends. You have names? Friend number 1. Roger pointed at himself and then at Bwana. Friend number 2. Mbeki glowered at him. It will be easy to find out who you are from your hotel reservations and airline manifests. Yes, sir. Cutter hid a grin. Beth and Megan must have already erased their tracks. Mbeki gave up and changed tack. How did you find Cutter? Your stories didn't cover that. We got lucky, Mbeki growled at Roger. How do I explain your presence? You don't have to, Quindika suggested. This was a JTF operation. No one else needs to be mentioned. You are okay with that? She smiled. Yes. We told you when we arrived. We are not here for credit or publicity. Your department deserves that. Mbeki nodded after a moment. Kanyil? Yes, sir? You led your team and took down that horrific gang. That's the story. Yes, sir. I'll give you a medal for your injuries. Do I get a pay rise as well, sir? Don't push it. 124. The call came 3 days later. Cutter, lounging in his hotel room under his real identity, was watching the TV recap of the Boer fight, took it and listened to Mbeki on the other end. Today? You should have told me earlier, he began. You think informing you is the only job I have? Cutter grinned. I'll be there. What about Amal? She and many of the street vendors will be there. We're sending a vehicle for them. She agreed to this event? Yes. What about his friends, Botha and Jabari? They'll be there as well. They appreciate it. How did you convince the rest of SAPs to agree to it? I told my superiors and my peers that Sizwe was working undercover for me. Smart. I am. I don't have anything appropriate to wear. Do I have to do everything for you? Cutter sighed and hung up. Have Beth and Megan trained him on talking to me? He watched the ceiling fan turn lazily. I'll have to rent a suit. No other option. A door knock. He padded to it, opened it, and gawked at the sight of Bwana and Roger in their army dress uniforms. What the... Didn't you hear Thulani has arranged for a special ceremony to honor Sizwe? The Texan smiled. Everyone knows about it? Cutter growled. He told me just a few minutes ago. And how did you get your uniforms? Here's yours. Bwana brought a package from behind his back. Cutter tore the wrapping and stood aside to let them in. How? He stared at the crisp blue jacket that was folded neatly in the cardboard box. Beth and Meg. The couch creaked when the African-American sat on it. They went to your apartment and did their magic. You've known about the event for days? Yeah. Why does no one tell me anything? Do you tell us everything? The ceremony was in the afternoon, under the bright sun and the deep blue sky that only Cape Town could produce. It was at the Wall of Remembrance, at the SAP's K-9 Unit's base in Pinelands, for officers and personnel who had been killed while serving. Cutter accompanied his friends out of the police vehicle to the array of chairs under a canopy and grinned when Quindika whistled appreciatively at the sight of them. "I haven't seen you in that," she said. "You weren't there whenever I wore it." She and Di Fiore were in their suits, as immaculate as ever, seated in the front row. He noted the heavy presence of police officers and military personnel. He turned at a hand on his shoulder. Botha grinned at him. "Thanks," the former Recce operator said. "For what?" "For this." Sizwe's friend gestured at the gathering. "Mbeki did this." "Pshaw!" Botha hugged him and thumped his shoulder. Cutter nodded when Medice thumbs-upped at him from his seat. Several men in civilian clothing nodded at him. Sizwe's friends and teammates, he guessed. SAPPs have tight security at this event, which is why they're showing themselves. He stood to attention with his friends when Mbeki made a short, eloquent statement at the monument and placed a wreath. Cutter discreetly wiped a tear that rolled down his cheek and turned at another hand on his shoulder. It was Amali, who buried her head in his shoulder and sobbed for long moments. "Thank you," she sniffed when she separated. "I didn't do anything," he repeated. "Yes, I know." She dabbed at her eyes and looked at him searchingly. "You don't know how honored we feel." "We." He looked beyond her shoulder and saw the crowd of street vendors under the canopy. He waved at their head nods. "Sizwe was my friend. Thabo was my godson. I did what I had to." She reached in her bag, brought out a bracelet made of beads and fastened it around his right wrist. "We'll be with you wherever you go." Blue. Cutter held his hand up to admire it. Some African tribes associate that with protection and healing. He looked around when he felt eyes on him. Di Fiore was regarding him speculatively. "Are you still mad at me?" he asked her. She broke into a slow, warm smile that was all the more special for its rarity. "You are going to take us to the best braai in Cape Town." "Yes, ma'am." "Braai. Didn't Kanyil mention that?" The officer who, along with Quindika and Mbeki, had approached, shook his head rapidly at Cutter's glance. "I'm injured. I can't cook. Besides, I am a medal recipient. I shouldn't cook even if I could." Silence for a moment, and then Mbeki sighed heavily. In no other police force in the world does a subordinate officer ask his superior to braai. "I didn't ask you to do anything," Kanyil protested and then grinned slyly. "But aren't you always boasting your braais are better than mine?" "They are. I'm going to show you," Mbeki growled. "Follow me." Cutter, flanked by Di Fiore and Quindika, followed him into the Cape Town evening, and for that moment, as the sun turned orange and the SAPS bugle sounded behind them, everything was just right. The end. Bonus chapter from Axe Force. Milan. "Remind me again why we flew overnight to Milan." Cale Stryker sighed. "I've told you 1,000,000 times." "One more time won't kill you." Cale glowered at his partner, Axton Axe Hawk. His friend was a shade over 6 feet in height, broad shoulders, bronzed, lean face, dark hair, eyes that took in everything, biceps outlined beneath the white shirt with half-rolled sleeves that was tucked into blue jeans. And that magazine. Cale swore inwardly at the rolled-up journal in his friend's hand. "You had to bring that with you." "This?" Axe unfurled the latest edition of Best Crocheting, some good designs in it. Cale rolled his eyes. Hunting, shooting, fishing, speedboat racing, skydiving. Those were the kind of hobbies people associated with former Special Forces operators. But no, Axton Hawk, one of the most lethal men he knew, had to be a crocheting fan. He doesn't even hide it, he thought sourly. "We are meeting Princess Samira." He sat grumpily in a cafe's outdoor chair. "Princess?" Axe sat next to him, polished his shades, put them on again, and watched people go by on Via Torino, one of the most popular streets in Milan. Tram tracks on its cobblestones, chic women in the latest style striding down the sidewalks, accents and languages from all over the world reaching them. Princess Samira. Cale ground his teeth in irritation. A minor Saudi royal. She's fled that country. She reached out to us and said she needs protection. He held up his hand to stop his friend from speaking. Protection from her own family who want her back in Riyadh and married to some prince. She's been tortured by her own folks who are pressuring her to hitch up with this dude. I briefed you so many times, even on the red eye from New York. Do you ever listen to what I say? I do. Axe smiled innocently. Do you realize I was yanking your chain? Humor challenged. That's what they call people like you. Cale rolled his eyes. I'm the life and soul of any party. You wouldn't know a joke if it bit your butt. Why is she in Milan? She was shopping accompanied by her family's heavies when she escaped them and contacted us. How did she hear of us? She reached out to Beth and Meg. She heard of them through family. Axe nodded. Yeah, I remember. Zeb and his team did some work for some Middle Eastern royal family. That was how she heard of them. The twins referred us to the princess, and here we are. We are supposed to protect her till the end of time. No, Cale sighed. For 2 weeks only. What will happen after that? She will seek asylum with the Italians. Why does it take so long for that? I don't know. We'll ask her. He got up when a cab rolled up and a woman got out. Here's the princess, he muttered. Do we have to call her that? Az whispered. Princess Samira smiled tentatively as she approached them. That cream-colored skirt and blouse would feed a small village in some emerging country. Cale put on a smile and stretched out his hand and then started drawing it back when she laughed and shook it firmly. I studied in Oxford and then Stanford. Her voice was warm. I'm a proud Saudi, but very Western in my thinking. You must be Cale, and you must be Axton Hawk. Cale hid his smile at her hesitation. Axe has that effect. His friend's rugged looks attracted attention wherever he went. Axe, ma'am. I'm Samira. Yes, ma'am. Her teeth flashed wide in a smile. Beth and Megan warned me you would be like that, and that you read. She was pointing at the magazine when a car rolled up and 5 heavies jumped out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.